Yes, we come too late. We want to watch it, so we find the time. Possibly after the evening movie, we stay longer. The coffee will stay longer. Okay. But the first thing is Zamparoni, so he will. Yes, we come too late. He wants to watch it, so we find the time. Possibly after the evening movie, we stay longer. Okay. The first thing is Zamparoni, so he will. Yeah. It is.
Bueno, pues,
Silenciou todo?
sí.
Fala, se não tem mais.
Ah, são microfones.
Ah, não, porque são dois.
É que não vai ligar.
Depois Antônio speaking.
Antônio não, ele não tinha.
Antônio is there.
Não,
He's not gonna. How do you know? He is in the program.
yeah,
Maybe he will. Antônio, apresenta. Tem problema de feedback.
Não estava acontecendo, não.
Já está.
Já. Creio que sim.
Okay. Is there nobody else?
Não, eu tirei daqui antes. Tem arte que faz fita. Não quero usar os dois microfones.
Estão desligados?
Daqui antes.
Ok. Já sei o que é.
São duas coisas.
É YouTube.
YouTube.
Então, essa confusão foi transmitida a todas no YouTube. E nós já conversamos. Ainda bem que não falamos nada desse livro.
Não, era YouTube, né? Estava aberto.
Estávamos a ouvir.
Sim.
Ok.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. We're gonna start the
Morning.
our session today. It's going to start now until 12:30, but we're gonna have a break on 10:30, and so it's a long way. We have time to debate. So this panel is called Other Voices, and we have Paulo Israel with a paper called "Surrender, Don't Surrender: The Life of Lázaro Cavandame at the Crossfire of Repressive Archives." Paulo Israel is from University of Western Cape, Department of History, and then we're gonna have Inocente Mcindo with Factionalism and Roberto Mugabe with Leadership, and Inocente Mcindo from Rhodes University, and then Cleanet Mungwambe, Memoirs of Veterans and Process of Writing Military History. Cleanet is doing her PhD at Oxford University, and it's also a researcher at the Mozambique Institute of Studies of Liberation, Struggles, Histories, like that. Now became an institute. And then we're going to have a presentation by Antonio Tomás from the UJ, University of Johannesburg. And that presentation is going to be through Zoom. Okay? And it's called Body of the Nation, Life, Death, and Afterlife of John Sabine. So the other voices here, it's, other voices from the official script, right? Some people call the feelings African historiography, but okay, we're gonna discuss that. So you have 30 minutes, each of you, and then we're gonna open floor. All right, we're gonna start with Paulo.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And no, maybe this needs to be far away. Should I just leave it here? It's fine like that. Yeah, thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. So as Lito anticipated, what I'm going to discuss today, yesterday we had a lot of nice people. We discussed. Nice people discussed heroes. We had Gandhi and Senghor and whatnot. And today I'm going to bring kind of the figure of the villain or of the traitor on the table. And to start, I would like to bring us back to the film. We watched on the first evening au Tempo dos Leopardos, because I mean it gives us a very presentation of the central role of the traitor in the liberation script. I think that in a way this kind of narrative that has been called the liberation script needs a traitor to function. It's a narrative that is built against a conflict, a Fanonian conflict between the native and the settler, but at the heart of it as well is this figure of the traitor. And I mean, Januario in the film has all those characteristics that will be then attributed to the traitors in the history of the Mozambican liberation struggle. He is military rash, so he prefers sort of to act by impulse. He is indisciplined. He is affected by anti-white racism. He's ambitious, envious, and he's weak. So in that film figure, we have almost all the characteristics of the traitor as it functions in the liberation script in Mozambique and in Mozambican history. There's one that is missing, which is greed. In that case. Yeah, so the figure I'm going to discuss today is Lázaro Cavandame, whose name is known to everybody who knows anything about Mozambican history. He is one of the to challenge this very binary idea of heroes and traitors and to present a figure that is more nuanced. We don't need it now, but okay, which is more nuanced and more gray. So the liberation script does not know grayness. It's a very binary discourse in which there are heroes and traitors. There is a very interesting passage in the trial of the compromise in which Mona Michel says something like, you know, the whole history of the liberation struggle, even before we started the liberation struggle, is one of heroes and one of traitors, and the liberation struggle inevitably creates heroes and traitors. So there is this very strong binary, and my interest here is to, in fact, try to undo that binary and to look at grayness and to look at grayness of character, especially. There is a very beautiful quote by Faulkner, William Faulkner, in his Nobel Prize acceptance speech, where he said that the only interesting thing to write about is the human heart in struggle with itself. And I think the story I want to tell is exactly one of not of a of a vile figure, but somebody of a person who was constantly in struggle with his own heart. Finally, I mean, the figure of Nkabandame is important today in Mozambique because with the events that have been going on in Cabo Delgado, I mean, many people in fact speak of Nkabandame as somebody who maybe was right so he was described as somebody who struggled for the independence of Cabo Delgado, who was a profiteer, who pushed for capitalism instead of socialism. And what is happening now in Cabo Delgado seems to vindicate Kavandame's vision, so to speak. And in fact, I've heard war veterans in Cabo Delgado mutter under their breath that maybe Nkabandame was right. So it's important to sort of try to understand this figure, also to understand what is going on today in Cabo Delgado. In order to recover or to re-narrate the history of this figure, we need to contend with two equally repressive discursive formations. And the one is Portuguese counterinsurgency and kind of Portuguese intelligence. Livio spoke yesterday about these documents, the PIDE documents and this Serviços de Centralização da Inteligência. So we have that. Those are texts infused with racism, paranoia, bureaucratism, voyeurism, and gossip. And on the other hand, there is Frelimo's Liberation Script, which conceives of history in starkly binary terms, and which it's its own archive of repression, which is endowed with a power of what I would call backshadowing. So what is this backshadowing? Much as a leader's youth is read teleologically as a prelude to future deeds, a traitor's life always foreshadows betrayal. So when you speak about a traitor's youth, the betrayal always casts shadow backwards. So basically all the life was bad since the beginning, and you sort of in the script you tend to read what happened in the traitor's youth as a prelude to the betrayal. So one needs to navigate between these two monsters in a way, but I think it's possible. I don't think one should surrender to the pessimism that surrenders repressive archives and their subjects to silence or mere deconstruction. So I'm just gonna sort of go through the story a bit and see, what was the narrative, the official narrative, how it was constructed, and what do we know? What can we tell about this figure? So it is known about Lazarus life before 1957, which is the year in which he burst onto the political scene in Cabo Delgado. He was born probably around between 1906, 1912, in a little hamlet on the Moeda Plateau in northern Mozambique, near today's village of Tushi, in the driest core of the Maconde Plateau. His father was a minor figure of authority in the Portuguese system of indirect rule. So he didn't come, some people think, he came from a big family. They weren't big chiefs in Maconde society anyhow, and he didn't come from any such big family. Of Lazarus' youth, we know nothing except that he wasn't raised as a Catholic. He at a certain point he migrated to seek fortune in Tanganyika, like many of his peers. Maconde people worked, especially in sisal plantations, and we don't know much of what happened there. What we do know is that he had a spectacular social ascent there. He became a foreman in a sisal plantation, and he set up a system of kind of labor outsourcing, which he would hire laborers to clean sisal fields, and then he would pay them and then get a cut. He farmed, he had big fields of maize, millet, and manioc. So he came to own a truck and 2 cars, which was quite exceptional for someone who came from nothing, basically. In Tanganyika, he went by the name of Mfaume, which means the big man or the king. Some people, his main associate, Cornelio João Mandanda, thought that he had converted to Islam. Portuguese colonial surveillance thought that he was a Protestant. We don't know which one is true. Be that as it may, in 1949, he returned home and he converted as a Catholic. He married his second wife. He was baptized Lazaro. That is in 1950. So at that point, the Portuguese colonial system was encouraging the emergence of commercial African farming, and there was a program of forced cotton production. And that's the point in which Lazaro begins to think about developing these cooperatives, even though the name is not exactly adequate, which would be called the Vilanilo, which is the Makonde word that means mutual hearing, in which he basically federated peasants to work on sisal fields, so to meet the demand of the colonial state, but all together. He clustered a number of people around himself: João Nabimba, Cornelio João Mandanda, Gaspar Pingambudi, whose name was erased from the historical record because he became also a traitor. And so he approached the colonial government with the proposal of constituting an association to do that. In the space of 2 years, this association, which was called Sociedade Agrícola Algodoeira Voluntária de Moçambique, federated between 1,500 and 3,000 peasants, yielding an excellent cotton production. They opened roads, one of which was known as Cavandame's Road, and the movement operated as a forum for political mobilization. Now, this phenomenon was studied in depth by the socialist research brigades that worked in Moeda in the late 70s, early 80s. We have many of them here: Yusuf and Isabel, Colin. I'm forgetting people. Forgive me. So I'm gonna get a bit to look at their work. I mean, it's a fantastic work, without which my own work would not be possible at all. But I mean, I think, and then they will say what they think, but I think that this work was kind of haunted by a fundamental ambivalence. On the one hand, these cooperatives were a unique experiment in collective production, and as they say, a forum for subversion. On the other hand, this movement had been led by the very men who would later betray the struggle. So what did these researchers do? I think that on the one hand, they tried to minimize the role of Lazaro in the founding of the cooperatives. And this was also because of the informants that were used, the main being Cornelio João Mandanda, who had, of course, in the early 80s, all the interests of sidelining Lazaro in the story that they told. So Lazaro was sort of figured as somebody who had arrived late to the project. On the other hand, the assessment of these cooperatives was as a structure of exploitation. This Yusuf and Ana Maria wrote about this straight at the beginning of their articles. These cooperatives were a structure of exploitation because of the lack of ownership of the means of production. I mean, if we look at the Não Vamos Esquecer, the number one, it was a fantastic historical magazine produced by the Centro de Estudos Africanos. The first number is entirely devoted to this. And we have the research around these cooperatives in the first thing. And then what do we have in the second? A text by Samora Machel on the new explorers, with, Cavandame described, depicted in the processes of Nashingweya. So the link is evident. We have the history with the structure of exploitation, and then we have the traitor just in front of the people in 1974. And with this beautiful, I'm going to discuss it, pedagogical photo of Samora Machel teaching or showing Cavandame what he wrote against the And then we have a third thing. posterior notes about the death of Paulo Samuel Kankomba, who was killed by Nkavandame's chairman. And so we have the production of the hero together with the production of the traitor. So here it's all about how Kankomba was great and how bad it was for him to have been murdered. So this is the Lazaro himself gave his own account of his experiment in an autobiographical speech delivered to the UN when he still was on the good side of Frelimo in 1965. It's a very interesting text written in French and in Portuguese. And one very interesting thing is that he claims that in fact he wasn't interested in money. Okay, one could say this is a self-serving discourse. But so it tells of how the Portuguese called him and they asked him why work without being paid. And he said, I answered them that nobody paid me anything and that I did it simply for the well-being of the people in Mozambique, so that each person from our country could own what they have right to living with dignity and without suffering. This is 65, he's still on the good books of Frelimo. Interestingly enough, the missionaries had exactly the same reading. He said that they give this depiction, so when they are asked by the Portuguese colonial authorities, who is this man? They say he's not interested in money. He is very charismatic, he speaks with everybody, he speaks straight. He tells to what he doesn't like about the colonial system straight. The state tries to co-opt Nkavandame, so here is the first kind of temptation of this betrayal into becoming a well-paid functionary of the Sagal, the official cotton concessionary company, and he turned down the invite, which is sort of like a betrayal. He said this would be tantamount to selling my own blood. So what happens there is that end of 1959, this movement falls under the radar of the colonial authorities. Nkavandame is removed from Moeda and sent to study Portuguese at the Mariri mission down south, where he describes that as being in prison. And interestingly enough, even Pashinuapa, in fact, described this as a sort of prison. He's there for 2 years where he misses all the... Pashinuapa, okay, commander. Pashinuapa was the second in command in the cooperatives, and then becomes, when Nkavandame betrays, he basically would take his place. So he was one of the two people whom Nkavandame groomed and became one of the most important Makonde Frelimo generals. He misses all the drama of the Moeda massacre and goes back to then later on to Moeda in 1961, where he sets up a second cooperative, much smaller, which federated only 25 people. This also falls under the radar of the colonial authorities, and finally there is an order for his arrest. He's caught. In fact, he would go across the border to attend TANU meetings, and then he gets delated by a spy. The Dar es Salaam consul sends a missive to the Moeda administration saying this guy, you need to arrest him. And there's a very rocambolesque, how do you say, a very kind of, so he, they send a car to arrest him. He says, okay, I'm gonna come. They interrogate him the first time. The second time, he goes with his motorbike after the jeep and then he swerves into the bush, leaves his motorbike, runs off in the bush, and basically making a fool of the Portuguese. So there he arrives in Frelimo in 1963, a man with a huge political capital, not officially tied to any organization. Now, I mean, so his Frelimo trajectory runs from 1963 until 1969. Of the 6 years, it's difficult to say anything that is now entirely overdetermined by the movement's propaganda in the wake of his defection. He worked as secretary of Eduardo Montlane, and the two were apparently inseparable friends. This was something that was told to me also by Pashinuapa, who, in fact, to refer to him, he told me that he saw him as a god. For him, Cavandame was a god. And the two were very close friends. In March 63, he is appointed Secretary of Cabo Delgado. And from Lindi, he mobilized the population in southern Tanzania and visited Dar es Salaam to instruct the first group of guerrillas who went to train in Algeria. He screened the people who came in, so he did a sort of security service. So people say he wasn't at all in the military force. In fact, he had a military role in that initial phase. The Portuguese intelligence describes him as a true caudillo, capable of electrifying the masses with his great personality of men incarnated in hero. He used to go often to the war front, unlike the big leaders who, as we know, when Che Guevara went to visit the Frelimo leadership in Dar es Salaam, one of the accusations was that you can't do a guerrilla sitting in your offices in Dar es Salaam. And Cavandame did visit often the base. So now, the crisis between Frelimo and him officially erupts around 1967. And the way in which it is described, it sort of clusters around four issues. The first is that Cavandame promoted a military strategy aiming at the immediate liberation of Cabo Delgado rather than a prolonged Maoist guerrilla. Second, that he was profiteering from the shops that were set up in the liberated zones. Third, that he was adhering to anti-white racism, or at the very least, a racialized African nationalism. And fourth, that he was not willing to embrace the fact that women were part of the liberation struggle, so reproducing gender oppression. Then the situation escalated within Frelimo, where the other side giving a description of the rift in terms of democracy versus tyranny, with the gloomy situation of Frelimo, written by Urias Silvando. So, seen in these terms, the history of the struggle of the two lines is wholly caught in a Cold War binary. On the one side, it's interpreted as a struggle between revolution and reaction, and on the other side, as one between democracy and tyranny. Now, there is a very interesting reconstruction carried out by Josefina Nkulungila for a semi-official volume on the history of the Mozambican struggle, published by Joel Tembe, which I think demonstrates that even in the mode of official history, one can write interesting stuff. And so in this research shows that in fact the conflict was much older than 67, 68, or 69, that it was not merely a struggle for power amidst the fractious milieu of the Frelimo leadership in Dar es Salaam, or a struggle between students and politicians, but that the struggle on the ground was one between the chairmen, who were the structure set up by Cavandame to organize the liberated zone and semi-liberated zone in Cabo Delgado, and the military, with the latter increasingly gaining power and imposing a vertical form of organization. So the chairman initially had the main task of mobilizing to recruit people, produce food, transport war material, and carry the wounded to the hospitals of Tanzania. They reported directly to Cavandame, but they had a relative autonomy in their operation. And they set up these shops in which people would trade goods produced in the So from 65 to basically the Frelimo Security and Defense Department sought to bring this loose structure under its control. The chairman had a militia under their command, and it wasn't clear to whom this militia obeyed. So the military first took the militia away and trained them. The chairman, on the other hand, to mobilize. They thought that was a political activity and that it did not fall within the purview of the military. So there was a meeting organized to iron out the contradictions, and the meeting didn't end up well. So the situation escalated in 66 and 67, and increased, to cut a long story short, because I don't have enough time. Yeah, I'm actually 5 minutes. So okay, long. So I'm just going to run through the rest of the paper. It's a long story. So I think that one looks at this conflict, if one looks at it with an anarchist squint, to quote James Scott, it was in fact a conflict between a vertical conception of the struggle, vertical militarized conception of the struggle, and a more kind of loosely organized conception that was rooted in the Maconde acephalous horizontal social structure. The conflict escalated, the story is well known, the students threw in their lot, calling Eduardo Mondlane a despotic fascist. There was a revolt at the Mozambique Institute, and then it did end up being, becoming a struggle between two blocks. Kanu sided with Mondlane, and that is what really decided the fate of the thing. So at that point, Cavandame tries to blockade the border with Cabo Delgado. Kankomba, who was appointed basically to substitute him, now comes in and is killed. So that's the moment at which Cavandame crosses the border, escapes with the chairman to enter Cabo Delgado. He is first expelled from the movement. I mean, now we move to the phase where he is with the Portuguese. I mean, the most important thing to get, and I should have cut that more, and that in fact he repented of having betrayed immediately, and he tried to go back to Frelimo. There is evidence of this in Portuguese documentation. So some of his chairmen are basically taken by Frelimo and sent to re-education camps, to what were kind of refugee camps, but to be subjected to a form of re-education. He's now on the other side, and now a whole operation gets organized around him. And these photographs, I mean, I can speak more about them later. They give a sense of, and I thank Katarina for suggesting that I have a closer look at them. They give a sense of a man besieged by the people that he betrayed. For here he is surrounded by military and PD officials. Then he gives speeches in Pemba, in which he speaks against Mario Soares. There's a speech. There's a logical moment in which he speaks to Maconde soldiers. You can see from the scarifications. Now he's led to take photographs around the city of Pemba to prove that he is indeed now there. And there's a bank which I think indexes his role in commerce here on the Porto Amelia statue. And then this fantastic photograph with the harbor that then gets cut, pasted on the airplane, and then used for this and for pamphlets that can throw for stuff. So now he's there, he's with the Portuguese, but he's repentant. He wants to go back. So while he's betraying his former comrades, he's revealing the location of military bases. He organizes the chairman that he has brought with him to return to Frelimo. He makes contact with Frelimo, and the most dramatic moment is that he's brought on planes to speak to the people in the bushes, saying, "Come out of the bushes, the war is over." What does he do? He uses a peculiarity of Shimakonde, in which the negation is done by a little prefix, like in Swahili, to say two things at once. He says, "Come out," or "surrender," and then the war is over, and then it first says, "Don't come out, don't surrender, the war isn't over," and then "Come out, surrender, the war is over." Here, my first words. So there's this kind of moment, and this is an anecdote that I've heard from many people, including Pashinoapa, Kamandame's nephew. It's a sort of legend of Kamandame. But several first kind of witnesses who heard this. So it's this kind of conflicted mind that comes out in this moment. This is the photo of the megaphones. Now he is betrayed by his own chairman, who delayed him to the colonial authorities, and so he, in a speech in Shai, he entices people, in fact, to go back to fight with Frelimo, and his chairman betraying to Pide, and so he is arrested and sent to the Mashava prison, much as his comrades, in fact. Yeah. He stays there, then he's brought back to Pemba, to Porto Amelia. He's approached by some Portuguese soldiers who say, okay, what do you want? He says, I want to do a fight. Okay, my time is over. Can I? 3 minutes. Okay, there was a lot, so there were two I want to cover. And I'm just going to sum it up, and people can have it in the papers. The one moment is he's arrested, of course, with 75. His party doesn't go anywhere, and he's brought to Nashingweya to undergo trial. I believe Amelia must have seen him there, so she can tell us how he looked like. These are the photos that we have. For otherwise, I will fail to heal. Father, I cry and ask for forgiveness, kneeling at your feet. You know, there isn't anyone whom we await who can save us from our sins. It is only you. So it's actually a genius confession. He's pleading guilty to Samora Machel, but he's in fact speaking to God, and in one move also undermining the secular authority of the Maoist-style tribunal that is judging. He's sent to re-education in the exceptional Joel Tembe. I could access it and transcribe it, which is an interview done by some journalist friendly with Frelimo in the re-education camp known as the camp of the Turkeys, in which he can defend himself. And my time is over. Should I say one word on the interview or not?
Just one word, please.
Just one word. Okay. So, just a very interesting interview because it's something between an interrogation and an interview. I mean, somebody is interrogated in a re-education camp. And what he does there, he accepts fault for a number of things. He accepts fault for his military rashness. He accepts fault for the death of Kankomba. And he says, I accept responsibility. I did it twice. He rejects bluntly that he ever profiteered from the people's shops. And I think also we have actually no real evidence of that. He says, never I did it. And he also rejects the fact that the war should be short. He said, it wasn't me, it was the people who asked that. So it takes some kind of courage to say that in a re-education camp with being interrogated basically by some journalists friendly to the party. He ends by saying, I'm now in the hands of Frelimo. I don't have much to add. Besides, I would like to add thank you. Thank you because I'm living very well and I'm waiting day and night to know what the people's thoughts, what are they going to decide with. And the people's thoughts wouldn't be very friendly. He was executed in circumstances that are still unclear, probably in 1979, 1981. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you. Trying to chime myself right now. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you, Lido, for giving me this opportunity.
too much detail in terms of what I'm trying to cover here. And so I'll try to condense it in some way. This presentation is a part of, it's a development of the work that I did. I started working on in 2013, which was then published in 2016, which I think was in a way prophetic in terms of the way I predicted what would happen to Robert Mugabe. And then when it was published in 2016, towards the end of 2016, barely a year later, Mugabe was removed from power to a coup. So I look at factional leadership and reflections on Mugabe's leadership in ZANU and government in Zimbabwe. By way of introduction, I want to try to lay out what could be the base of my argument and so forth. We all know that, at least most of us, that in the 1980s, Mugabe was regarded as an icon internationally. There was no one who would criticize Robert Mugabe for anything. And he was seen as one of the emerging top senior leaders in SADC with so much hope for Africa because of what was thought to be his intellect and his ability to grasp complex issues. But it is also the fact that he was positioned like that because he had not yet irritated the West, who later denounced him when he began his ambitious land invasions from the late 1990s or generally from 2000 going onwards. In the 1990s in Zimbabwe, voices of dissent against his leadership began to emerge, and with attendant fractures in ZANU-PF, his own party. And he turned 93 years in 2017, yet he was still president, facing pressure, significant pressure from ZANU himself, as his wife increasingly began to take center stage within the internal politics of ZANU. And at one point, she was appointed as the chairperson of the Women's League. So it was almost some kind of increasing bedroom politics, if I could use that term. Please don't beat me and kill me yet until I finish this. So his wife played a very, very influential part in the removal of perceived opponents of Mugabe, and also publicly coming up doing what we called interface rallies, where she interacted with the masses that were supporting ZANU and threatening to kill and to disrupt the political careers of perceived opponents within ZANU-PF itself. So in November 2017, on 21 November, he actually sent someone quickly to Parliament as the impeachment motion was being discussed, to actually send a note to say that he was resigning as a president of the country. So he had been held in a house incommunicado for a long time, for about 3 weeks, as the hassles were going on about what will happen and so on. So the nation was on tenterhooks for that time. It is important to acknowledge that Mugabe had 3 very striking attributes. Number one, we can't take away from him the fact that he was a revolutionary who feared no controversy and who did not fear taking particular public positions on issues. Number two, he was a very well-rounded intellectual whose actions actually generated significant debate and divided the nation. Number three, he was a statesman who strove to build Zimbabwe. And I put disclaimer, at least in his own style. So ZANU and Mugabe himself created an image of a person, a leader, who was such an untouchable father figure cult. And it is this image that permeated into society to almost what I describe as phantomic level, creating even fear and a paranoia behind closed doors, as no one could suggest at any space that Mugabe could go or Mugabe was wrong over anything. So Mugabe manipulated a weak, unprogressive is the gigantic machinery that was available for Mugabe as regime enforcers. They however argue, ladies and gentlemen, that Mugabe's use of violence, his patronage system, and personal attributes alone do not explain his longevity in power. But we are in this moment that when he was still in control of his faculties, Mugabe knew how to manage different constituencies of people. He knew how to be relevant at what space. So the Mugabe of the podium, the public speaker, looked different from the Mugabe of the negotiating table, who was also different from the Mugabe at social functions, who was viewed by those who met him as an affable, wise, loving father of the nation. But how did such an old man in ZANU-PF and manage ZANU-PF and the country, especially in the twilight of his career? Colleagues, you would know around 2008, thereabout, there was quite a very emotional debate that was triggered by Mahmoud Mamdani, who controversially argued in his published article in the London Review of Books that it is not only dictatorship that sustained Robert Mugabe's political career, but also he argued that Mugabe ruled by popular consent. I was obviously in that moment, we were in the thick of things and being a Zimbabwean citizen. I was so irritated by this stuff that Mahmoud Mamdani has written in that time. Obviously because, and I must make a disclaimer, I belong to the opposition. I'm not a member of ZANU-PF. So despite a significant loss of supporters, I would like to admit, despite a significant loss of supporters to the opposition movement, Mugabe still had a sizable number of supporters and those who acquiesced at least to his politics, obviously for several reasons. People could talk about the politics of the belly, people could talk about the politics of fear, people could talk about a lot of other things and so on, and the legacy of the liberation struggle. But I argue that the supporters were not necessarily enough to give Mugabe a victory in a free and fair election. We believe and argue that Mugabe managed the Zimbabwean public a bit differently to the way he managed those ambitious leaders in his political party, particularly insofar as succession politics were concerned. So Mugabe's rule by factionalism offers, I argue, possibilities to understand his longevity in power as a party leader, even in a moment of ZANU's ideological bankruptcy and a failure to deliver on his promises. What follows is a very quick sketch of what has been going on in ZANU since 1963 and all the way to 20 something. I will see where I can stop, but I will try to really go through very quickly. In 1963, before August 1963, ZANU, Zimbabwe African National Union, did not exist. What existed was an organization called ZAPU. And I apologize for belaboring you with so much detail of what happened there, but perhaps it will give you some context of the evolution of politics in Zimbabwe during these years. So Mugabe and a few intellectuals masterminded the split from ZAPU, where he went about distributing leaflets and campaigns of disinformation to remove the leader of the party, ZAPU, who was called Joshua Nkomo. He failed. When this failed and most of the leaders remained in support of Nkomo, he then split with a few members of the executive. And from there, that triggered quite a lot of fights around who would be between ZANU and ZAPU, who would be very prominent in the leadership of the country. And what you see then is since the split of ZANU and ZAPU, ZANU campaigned very strongly on a very wild, tribalistic platform, trying to bring in a number of Shonas into their political system. And ZAPU, on the other end, was being depicted as a minority party of the Debeles and so on. The reality was such and different on the ground, actually. The split of 1963 was triggered by expectation that, in fact, majority rule was imminent, you know, that the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland was about to collapse, and therefore the white regime was perhaps going to give into black majority rule, etc., etc. So you would note that most of the key developments in the politics of ZANU followed some kind of an expectation of political change, broadly speaking. So when that did not work, when it was evident that Rhodesian Front would emerge and white colonial rule would be entrenched, ZANU moved into another gear, the politics of sabotage, which really associated with the party all the way from the 1964 onwards up to about 1974. Meanwhile, these guys, Mugabe and others, had now been detained from 1964 due to increasing sabotage and violence on the ground. Obviously, violence was very important in the political logic of Zimbabwe in that time, because the more violent leader was, the more they were seen to be able to dislodge a violent colonial dispensation. So what follows after this split were a lot of developments also within ZANU itself. The fights to replace, the fight for Mugabe to reposition himself as a leader, and a lot of things I don't want to try to labor you with, one of which was an attempt to remove the president of ZANU in 1969, that is Dabaningi Stole, where Stoller was in fact arrested by Ian Smith's government, accused of trying to assassinate Ian Smith. And when he was standing trial in court, as a part of his legal defense, he in fact strategically denounced the struggle. He said, I did not do violence, I am not associated with violent politics and so on. So when he was defending himself in the court, Mugabe seized the opportunity to then say, oh, you said you are not associated with violent politics, you are a sellout. And then so when Stoller then was cleared, he unfortunately fell in the trouble that in fact he had to be accused of selling out against the struggle. And yet in fact, this accusation was a part of the move by Robert Mugabe to actually climb the political ladder to become the president of ZANU from being the Secretary General. So the moves to replace Stoller for Mugabe began in earnest from 1969, and it was worked out until he was removed in 1974, where he was accused of being undiplomatic, where he was accused of really not being consultative enough, and so on and so on. So you see increasing fight and wedges that were being driven within the liberation movement as an integral part of Mugabe's effort to climb the political ladder to become the leader of ZANU. There were many other issues that happened in the time. In 1975, the person who was the chairperson of ZANU, Stoller, was killed in Chiteko was killed in a car bomb. And Issa would know about Herbert Chiteko, because of his the work he was doing in Tanzania before he came down to Zambia, where he was leading ZANU from exile, and so on. So when Chiteko was removed, it weakened Stoller's hold on ZANU, and Stoller was eventually ousted, and then emerged one obvious leader there in the camp, that was Robert Mugabe, and that's 1975-76. That's when he then took over and became a leader of the party. So he remained as the senior man in ZANU and trying to diffuse and destroy other kinds of ethnic loyalties that exist in ZANU in favor of a dominant Zulu leadership in the party itself. That is from 1976 onwards and so forth. But let me maybe leave that period and the number of things that happened up to 1979 and rush to the 1980s going forward. When ZANU won elections in 1980, he staffed his government and party with loyalists from the different ethnic groups we had served in his 1979 ZANU committee, and we had actively supported his ascendancy into presidency in the mid-1970s. But the problem was that since he had refused to unite with Joshua Nkomo, ZAPU to form what was called the Patriotic Front, as had been suggested, leading to independence, he needed actually to find ways of dealing with the ZAPU, that is Zimbabwe African People's Union, whose support was largely based in multivalence. And the result of that effort of trying to deal with the ZAPU to establish a one-party state was, in fact, the beginning of the worst form of violence, political violence, that happened between 1981 and 1987, that has been called Gukurahundi, which I describe as grotesque state terrorism in post-independence Zimbabwe. So the result of that prolonged period of violence was the attainment, at least temporarily, of the one-party state system. That was very important, obviously, because of Mugabe's kind of socialist ideas of sort. He was not a hardcore socialist as it were. So the one-state part-state project was soon challenged with the emergence of opposition that took advantage of damning evidence of corruption in Mugabe's regime in the late 1980s. So the opposition movement of the time, of the late 80s, was made up of former ZANU leaders. And that was evident that cracks were beginning to emerge in the ZANU political edifice. But another problem in this time was the ideological confusion that was besetting ZANU at this time. I must assert at this moment that, in fact, independence in Zimbabwe happened amidst the Cold War. So negotiating popular interests for the country required a socialist solution, yet keeping white business or white capital was also a necessity for purpose of economic stability. So accommodating capitalism at the same time espousing socialist rhetoric meant that social and political change being frozen. And this tended to ferment discontent among the workers, among the intellectuals, as well as the middle classes in the country. Colleagues, I will talk very quickly about the 1990s to about 2002, where there was a rise in this moment of increasing opposition, as well as what I described as unmanageable factions in this time. The collapse of communism, the coming in of the economic structural adjustment program, and the rise of Western-backed non-governmental organizations trying to chart a new social order in the third world, awakened I'm using we because of my increasing involvement, we formed a broad coalition of civil society, of intellectuals, because I was at the university, and we emerged as a broad coalition challenging Mugabe's authoritarian leadership, as it were. So 18 years after independence, we'll see that Mugabe had survived government corruption scandals and leadership blunders. He had fired many of his officials. He had killed thousands of people in Matabeleland. He had stifled succession debate in the party. In the midst of all that, they began to emerge very serious fractures in his party as a faction from Mashingo, which is a province neighboring the one I come from, emerged in the early 90s for the first time with one Zoho declaring Mugabe must go. Okay, thank you very much. So his faction was fired from the government and suspended from ZANU. The result was that ZANU was weakened, and also the faction itself was weakened. However, Mugabe tried to then promote a counter faction under Muzenda, which was meant, of course, to really try to reawaken the support of the grassroots. Yet, Muzenda didn't have enough grassroots support. So in 2001, Zobo, who was an intellectual and a technocrat, and one of the guys who had really done a constitutional amendment that created the executive presidency, and an original of the 1973 split, said in critique of Mugabe, he said there was a madman who was given a baton to run in a relay. Then instead of passing the baton, when he really ran so fast, he proceeded and climbed the mountain, running at tremendous speed going into the mountain. And the people were running and said, please pass me the baton, you were doing so well. But unfortunately, he went to the top of the hill and started attacking those people who were behind with the stones because he was in the hill. He was then describing the kind of politics that Mugabe had been doing. So he refused to campaign for Mugabe in 2002. He died in 2004, but it started the defiance that Mugabe understood 4 years later to have been what is called the Boramsango strategy. That is the strategy of decampaigning Mugabe and voting for the opposition instead. So when Muzenda was placed in to replace Zogo, he was not effectual enough, so much that many of these votes in the province went to the opposition for the first time. And then he died, unfortunately, in 2003. And he was succeeded by a member of the army who was called General Generation. You begin to see in that time the entrance of the army into the politics of Zimbabwe. And Mugabe did that almost in every province. He began to position the army as key stake in the stockholders in the politics of the country. And it is this army that would take a part in his removal, ultimately. There are a number of things that then happened in this time, but you see the post-2002 became associated not only with regional factions that were emerging in every region, but factions that became stronger and mirrored national politics. For instance, the emergence of the Mujuru faction led by Joyce Mujuru and the husband, and versus the Mnangagwa faction, Mnangagwa, who is now in power. This very faction began to splinter the party into two huge camps that resulted in these camps trying to compete for loyalty and to demonstrate how close they were to Robert Mugabe. So they would publicly denounce each other, and Mugabe was emerging as the man in the middle, who, as long as this faction attacking each other, he felt that he was safe. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the scheming and the level of planning against him had gone to certain extents, and that resulted in political elimination of opponents and so on within the factions themselves as they sought to strategically strengthen each other and so on. I will not belabor you of the numerous details, but I want to pass a conclusion. Let me just leave the things that all happened until Mugabe was removed from power, because some of it is available publicly. And I will conclude, ladies and gentlemen, that number one, ZANU was born during the Cold War, supported by socialist movement, yet ZANU was not clear ideologically. They took a public non-aligned stance for diplomatic reasons. yet espoused the socialist rhetoric that they used in reorganizing politics in rural areas to entrench ZANU power. Secondly, Cold War politics froze political evolution and economic transformation in Zimbabwe, and this tended in the later days to breed opposition. Yet within that, Mugabe entrenched himself by manipulating the army and the different factions that emerged during his time. Thirdly, liberation movements like ZANU rose in an atmosphere of violent nationalism, where political survival depended on networks of loyalties. But political loyalty is by its very nature a tenuous thing. Fourth, post-2000 factionalism was a product of a lack of internal party democracy, which is a weakness of most of the liberation movement parties. And because such parties, I argue, generally lack transformation ambitions. And I think this is arguable. I'll take your critique of this. And lastly, Mugabe's rule by factionalism explains ZANU's unending political intrigues, but has ramifications for models of national governance where vision eludes those in political power. Thank you very much.
We're going to have now 20 minutes. If you follow this, Paulo, Innocent, Antonio Tomás, Antonio, then you. Then we have a break and then you.
Thank you so much for
Okay.
having.
Antonio, are you ready?
Yes. Can I?
Bye, Antonio.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Very small, but it's going to become large in a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm really sorry that I cannot be there, but I had a freak accident on Sunday where I was trying to move a very heavy stuff in the garden, and then I broke my back. And I still hoped to wake up on Monday to be able to travel, but I had to cancel the trip. So it's very unfortunate. But I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to take part in this very important conversation. The piece I will read because I've been under the effects of painkillers, so I think it's just easy for me to read. So this is the piece that I'm going to read that I was asked, and I would like to really appreciate all the effort that the organizers of these events, particularly Carlos and Livio, have done, and all the interactions. It was very positive. So thank you so much for that. So this is a new project that I'm starting, and the main topic of the project is not particularly Jonas Savimbi. I'm writing on the war in Angola, the various wars in Angola, and as you know, Savimbi is a great part of it. So what I'm going to read is just what I have written in the last weeks under the invitation of these to take part in this event. I think it's just easier for me to read. So I have half an hour, right?
Yes.
Okay. So early in the evening of February 22nd, 2002, the news broke that Jonas Savimbi had been killed in combat in a clash between units of his fragmented and depleted column and the advanced and tactical unit of the Angolan Armed Forces. Jonas Malheiro Savimbi, as widely known, was the infamous leader of the Angola rebel group União Nacional para a Independência Total de Angola, National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, which, notwithstanding being part of the democratic process underway since '92, had been waging a cruel war against the Angolan state almost uninterruptedly since 1975. What caught my attention in the news being given to the world was that it was announced not by a journalist of the public radio, but by the presidential spokesperson himself, Aldemiro Vaz da Conceição. It showed that it was not the first time that the death of Savimbi circulated, let alone the first time Savimbi had flirted with death. Apart from a few attempted assassinations, Savimbi was known for escaping from Luanda to Wambo in a coffin to resume the civil war after refusing to accept or accepting too late the results of the general elections of September 92. Skeptics want to see the body of Savimbi to believe in his putative death, images of which the government did produce a few hours later. Through the footage of the slain leader shown by the Televisão Popular de Angola, it was proven beyond any doubt that Savimbi was dead. He was still dressed in his olive green uniform, his head partially covered by a red beret, barefoot and without his trademark crocodile skin boots. The upper part of his body pants was ostensibly pushed down to reveal his underwear. His face was particularly well taken care of, and his beard trimmed too well for someone who had been in the move since 1998 and was the target of one of the fiercest manhunts in modern African history. The whole revelation of Savimbi's body was a fully rehearsed and orchestrated act. There is a soldier that used a stick to touch on Savimbi's part as if afraid of any sort of contamination. They are the soldiers who pushed Savimbi's body after a pickup car, enveloped it in a UNITA's flag, and carried to a spot beneath the shadow of a mulembeiro. And then there is the camera that zooms into Savimbi's face to show the bullet, or one of the bullets that apparently killed him, the wound being perfectly visible beneath his jaw. An improvised funeral then took place with such a paucity to show clearly that the government was refusing to Savimbi, the one that once had been given the vice presidency position of the country, the honors of someone with his national and international stature. So none of these was accidental. One very easily noticed that the exhibition of Savimbi's body was not concocted simply out of cruelty. There was something else in operation, illustrated by the ways in which the propaganda office of the Angolan presidential palace chose to show the body of Savimbi to the world, and particularly to Angolans. For many, Savimbi was the recipient of magical powers that had helped him avert death countless times. As such, the cruel and dramatic revelations of Savimbi's body were presented as subliminal message directly addressed to those who would certainly continue to fight had they not been given the certainty that Savimbi was dead. And had such a certainty not be given in a way to provoke, and had this certainty given in a way to provoke in them shock and awe. For any Angolan my age, the death of John Savimbi is a sort of 9/11 moment. The announcement of his killing constitutes one of those moments when you know exactly where you were and what you were doing. In my case, I was in Lisbon. In a car was Auna, a friend of mine, was being treated by a dentist in the building in front of the parking lot. Bored, I nonchalantly turned on the radio and listened to the announcement. I knew from this exact moment that something of major and transformative magnitude was unfolding. It was not only about the death of a man, but it was about the real possibility that one of the longest and probably the most tragic civil war the world has witnessed, a real and living nightmare for millions of people, was coming to an end. I immediately left the car, locked it, left a message on the windshield, and gave the car keys to the owner of the restaurant in front of the parking lot. I then hopped into a taxi and head to Público, the newspaper I was contributed to in Lisbon, where I ended up writing the obituary of Zona Savimbi. My foreboding was right. The killing of Savimbi amounted to the end of the war. The ways in which this was done is the objective of my presentation. Savimbi was certainly a great leader, particularly for those who believed in the principle he espoused. For Victoria Britain, for instance, Savimbi was for 20 years a figure as important in Southern Africa as Nelson Mandela, and as negative a force as Mandela was positive. For some scholars, such as Justin Peace, one of the most enduring legacies of Savimbi was to give to Ovimbundu a sense of nation. However, the evocation of the name of Savimbi will always be tragically linked to the failure of the peace process of 1992, when Savimbi refused the result of the general elections, abandoned the capital city, installed his retinue in Wambu, reorganized his men, moved to occupying cities and municipalities, and plunged the country into a turmoil of violence and destruction never seen before. Up to that point, the major confrontation between the rebels and the government forces were taking place far from major urban centers. By bringing the war to large urban agglomerations such as Luanda, Wambu, or Bie, UNITA was putting those populations, particularly the ones in the Central Highlands, under the fire of not only the government's artillery forces, but also of its aerial might. With the debacle of the Bises and Lusaka Accords and the impossibility of either bringing the armed opposition to the negotiation table or, whenever negotiation took place, to have UNITA honoring its oath, the government grew convinced that only war could end war in Angola, particularly since 1994, when through one of the main associates who had just defected, General Miguel Zalpuna, public denounced Savimbi intentions, his human rights records, his current strategy of hiding 2,000-man army from the United Nations, and his plan to return the country to war if he would fail to win the elections. More importantly, the Angolan government was also becoming more and more convinced that the major obstacle for peace in Angola was not the unresolved ethnic questions or UNITA per se, but Jonas Savimbi himself. To put things differently, the reasoning was that taking Savimbi out of the picture would certainly bring the country closer to peace. Any new leadership UNITA would choose would not be able to keep up with the war effort in a context of immense pressure from both the international community and on the military front. In December 1998, Dos Santos made the famous speech, José Eduardo dos Santos, then the president of Angola, made the famous speech that showed his line of thinking, in which he traced 3 scenarios for the end of Savimbi: rendition, capture, or death in combat. The strategy of the Angolan government to bring the war to an end can be seen as divide between purely political and purely military on one hand, and the other, a mix of the two. Figuring in the purely political objective was the vision of UNITA through the sponsoring and tutoring of what came to be called UNITA Renovada, led by Eugênio Manovacola, and formed by those militants and supporters who did not subscribe to the armed opposition option. It was, to put it bluntly, a way to separate the good from the bad UNITA. For Alcides Sakalas, and I will have more to say about him further down, the fate of UNITA was sealed when Dos Santos made the famous speech on the decision of the government to end the war through negotiation in AEA. Sakala says, we used to hear what they were saying, quote, we used to hear what they were saying through the interception radio. And their objective was clear, to kill or to capture the members of the direction of UNITA. Once established, end quote. So once established the center of UNITA in Luanda, UNITA Renovada, the government could then move at expanding it through capture, abduction, and conversion of members of bad UNITA into the good UNITA. On the purely military front, the objective to be obtained was the destruction of UNITA military machine. Both the MPLA Forças Armadas Populares de Libertação de Angola and UNITA Forças Armadas de Libertação de Angola had been disbanded a few days before the elections of '92, and both armies contributed with men and materials for the formation of an unified army, the FA, the Forças Armadas Angolanas. However, this process took place in a climate of mistrust. Whereas the government has transferred some of the FAPLA's most capable men and most sophisticated materials to the riot police, Savimbi kept his men in the cantonment camp so that he needed only to reassemble them in case of necessity. Notwithstanding, the embryonic and mal-equipped FAR was now a truly national army. It was formed by a number of the military tested in the fights alongside Cuban troops and against the South African Defense Force. But more importantly, it counted with military force from UNITA with training and experience in guerrilla warfare. One only needs to investigate the formation of the FAR, the Forças Armadas Angolanas, to challenge some of the terms through which the history of political violence in Angola has been analyzed. Since the publication of John Markham's work on the Angola anti-colonial revolution, the history of Angola nationalism and subsequently the history of the Angolan Civil War had been explained through the rivalries, for the most part, through the rivalries between the Central Highlands of Imbundu and Bailundu on the one hand, and the other, the northern region of Mbundus, Assimilados and Mestizos. The truth is that a great part of the contingent of both sides was formed by natives of the South and the Central Highlands. Sakala himself recognized that a considerable number of the troops hunting down Savimbi, just as the commander of the operations in the field, Brigadeiro Wala, were from the central and southern part of the country. Those former elements of the Fala was the UNITA's army, would play a crucial role in the capture of other members of UNITA and the killing of Savimbi. They were at the forefront of the operations, with generals such as Sachipendu Nunda being later on rewarded with the appointment as the chief of staff of the FAR, something that was unthinkable a few years earlier. In sum, those operatives searching for Savimbi had in the past been part of UNITA and knew the thinking behind Savimbi's survival strategy. According to Sakala, who was one of the best, according to Sakala, according to Sakala, you know, one of the best of Savimbi soldiers were taking part in the pursuit of Savimbi. They used the same guerrilla tactics of UNITA, the same songs and dance styles of the doctrine of the soldiers of Jamba. Jamba was where Savimbi and UNITA had the major bases. So writing on the flip side of Michel Foucault and Roberto Esposito, they have so forcefully put forward the notion of biopolitics to understanding how population well-being came to be encompassed by modern state operations. Achille Mbembe conceptualized the term necropolitics. For him, the economy of death is central to understanding modern politics in Africa. Civil war in Africa has produced millions of deaths, but it does not require any stretch of the imagination to frame these events under the rubric of necropolitics. However, for the most part, civil war should not be understood through senseless killing, an impression one sometimes gets by watching films on African civil wars. To make such an argument, one needs to pay attention to wider insurgents and counterinsurgent theory, and the extent to which these may help understand what was at stake in the last stages of the Angolan Civil War. We know since Mao Zedong the importance of the population for the attainment of the guerrilla's goals. The guerrilla is to the population as the fish is to the water, as the reasoning goes. If this is so for any guerrilla movement, the main objective for counterinsurgency should lie as much as possible in isolating the guerrilla from the population. Cabral once said that in terms of his guerrilla strategy, nothing was left to be invented. For the uprising in Guinea, the PAGC had only to apply the experiences of other people who had risen against oppression. For the Portuguese fighting insurgent movements in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau, it was the same. They had only to apply the principles of counterinsurgents welfare as being developed by French in Algeria, for instance. Here, it is interesting to notice the resemblance between the ways in which the Portuguese control the guerrilla in Angola in the 60s and the early 70s, and the ways in which Savimbi's military wing was fought. So there is a lot of similarities between the tactics that the Angolan government used to hunt Savimbi. So in his relentless fight against the guerrilla, the government forces apply counterinsurgent principles, but these only partly explain how the war came to an end with the killing of Savimbi. Savimbi was already isolated from the international community, even since, according to Britain, to Victoria Britain, in 2000, the UN, after 2 years of failing to take the measure of Savimbi as a war criminal, put sanction on UNITA's leadership. They were other forms of isolation playing out and contributing to the difficulties UNITA was facing. UNITA's military command was isolated from other combative units scattered throughout the country and had to communicate through means the government could very easily spy on. Since UNITA's leadership was moving, diluted in several columns that could assemble or disassemble, the military attacks of these groups isolated different groups of UNITA survivors from other columns. As a result, when Savimbi was killed, he was in the company of only a few loyalists to him, most of them members of his personal security force. But then he was no longer about, it was no longer about, it was no longer about the fight for any, it was just about a proof of loyalty that these people were besides Savimbi. So the first step into putting the government military strategy plan into practice was through the attack on Ndulu, the headquarters of Savimbi in the central province of Bié. and the destructions of Savimbi heavy machinery, through which Savimbi would be unable to conduct conventional warfare against the force of the government, having to revert to guerrilla warfare. Unable to hold on to Ndulu, UNITA's command was forced to abandon their fortified positions in town, divided into various columns, and to roam the southeastern part of Angola for 3 years while fighting the government's forces. In the end, it was nothing but a struggle for survival, as they were pushed to regions with no food. There was some hope in the beginning, as Sakala informed us, quote, "The plan of President Savimbi was yielding results. It was simple, as he himself has explained to us. He would use the strategic surprise to overtake the city of Quito, Mbie, and then march to Wambo and siege it. He would then conquer and consolidate the provinces of Lunda North and Lunda Sul, and then start the negotiation with the Angolan government. However, after the Battle of Lungi in Wambo, the guerrilla was left with very little of its strength. And as the history of Angolan wars have shown, only in a position of force could anyone negotiate on equal terms. Losing a city and being forced to retreat into the bushes was not a position that Savimbi was entirely unfamiliar with. UNITA proclaimed Angola independence in Wambo in November 11, 1975, but then could not defend the cities when the Angolan army, reinforced with Cuban troops, took hold of it in February 1976. UNITA was chased to the border with Zambia in a march during which thousands of its militant supporters and guerrilla fighters were killed and war material destroyed. It was believed that the guerrilla movement had been annihilated until the discovery of what had been remained from the movement by the Washington Post reporter Leon Dash. In 1998, Savimbi followers might have thought that they would be able to sustain such an effort for a second time. There were still a few members left of the March of 1975 in its various columns. However, as Karl Marx has famously said, history repeats itself, first as tragedy, second as farce. The most interesting and perhaps most accurate source for the operations to capture and kill Jonas Savimbi is Memória de Guerrilheiro by Alcides Sakala Simões. He was the representative of UNITA in Belgium when he was summoned by Savimbi himself to join UNITA in Ndulu, where the strongest force of Savimbi was located after being chased from Wambo and Quito. Since the time they were forced to abandon Ndulu in December 1998, Sakala kept a journal. Wars notes were later on published with the above mentioned title, Memórias de Guerrilheiro, Memory of a Fighter. The entire book is for the most part a washing of the image of Savimbi, and he even attempts to exculpate the guerrilla leader from burning witches, from the burning of witches he ordered in the early 80s. Out of nowhere, he writes that Savimbi repented from the decision the direction took on the burning of the witches. He told me one day when we were still in Ndulu, end quote. Sakala's book is written to show UNITA's heroism and resistance against the might of the government forces, but also revealing the conditions under which Savimbi and their main followers lived during the last days of the armed struggle. In a sense, the march resembled a colonial hunting party of whites traveling through the African bush with a retinue of potters, cooks, and even barbers. This made it a far cry from the one of 1976 as described by Leon Dash. It is as if Savimbi and his followers had grown into urban habits and were no longer able to live as real guerrilla fighters. They travel with their wives and children. They were obsessed with security, being constantly protected by a bodyguard. In a way, it looks like Savimbi had transformed the march into a ploy to escape his fate. More importantly, reading Sakala, particularly on how Savimbi and his men were attempting to anticipate the government actions, is also indicative of the counterinsurgent principles applied by the Angola government with ruthless determination to hunt Savimbi. Combats were brutal, and thousands of soldiers were killed during the violent skirmishes. But this is not the reason the Angolan government killed Savimbi and won the war. It was by putting insurgency upside down. For if the guerrilla lives off the population, the paramount thing to do was to remove the population from the guerrilla-infested areas. Helicopters removed peasants from the territories in Southeast Angola, sending them to other cities and municipalities, and destroyed their cultures, particularly manioc and millet, the main staples in the region. As a result, UNITA's guerrilla were left to eat cassava husks. On the side of the government, there were two main contingents leading the counterinsurgency, named the 20th Brigade and the 5th Brigade. The 20th Brigade was a combatant one with groups of penetration inside the lines of UNITA and was formed by commando and reconnaissance group of special unities of reconnaissance. Quote, in search for information in the heart of the province of Moxico. Chiefly, they were looking for information on the whereabouts of the president and the remaining members of the UNITA leadership. End of quote. This is Akala. Sorry?
5 minutes.
Okay, I'm controlling the time. 20 minutes, 28 minutes now. So I will not be able to finish because I still have lots to do. So this is just a discussion, you know, of how Savimbi was. So let me just move to the conclusion. I shared the paper, so the paper is available, but I will just read the conclusion so that yeah, the conclusion is just one paragraph, and then when I finish the paragraph, you know, the paper is available. So in conclusion, this article pays attention to the last 3 years of Savimbi's life and his struggle by discussing the counterinsurgent operation that destroyed the military machine of UNITA. I have shown the extent to which the Angolan government became convinced, if opportunistically, that the only way to end the war was through the capture and more likely the killing of Savimbi. However, in the big picture, the killing of Savimbi also represents the killing of the incipient Angola's democracy, in the sense that the MPLA, and particularly the Angolan government, used the military victory over the armed opposition to cement their authority. Electoral processes since 2008 and their impact in the constitutional process are proof of that. So I would end here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. Okay, we have the breakfast, the tea and coffee is ready. So I think Sorry, Trinidad, I know that you are anxious to present, but we're going to stop here. 15 minutes. And for colleagues at through Zoom, I want to also say hello to Alba, Cesar, Sirai, Joanna, Macamo. So we're gonna stop for 15 minutes. Get yourself a coffee. We have ours. And come back. Thank you. This is 15 minutes.
Yeah, cosas mayores de libertad.
Deixa sempre virar. Assim dá para logo virar. Primeiro número. Desculpa, mas está sendo transmitido. Ah, tá. E agora está chamado. E está sendo gravado. Meia ter feito que está no Zoom, dele, o teste no Zoom, cansa, era melhor ele fazer uma coisa, ele é um bom falador. E ele chama de teste do futuro em inglês. Eu digo.
Yeah, everyone goes to.
Ok, pode tirar a segunda.
Não sei aquela comunicação que fala.
Podemos.
Are you going to read?
Mas às vezes.
Há pessoas que leem muito slides.
Básico.
Yeah. Eu agora que eu uma coisa de carregar quando eu leio eu leio bem para falar para falar e aí mas o que pode que a gente
Vamos começar a começar Paulo, mandavam codificado.
Não, tem a história lá no meu artigo. Tem duas versões. Na primeira versão, eles foram levados da centro de educação, é uma para muito, depois cavaram uma cova, o capim e até o fim. Mas acho que é exagero. Na outra versão, eles tiraram de agora, por que é a questão? É a questão. Alguns dizem que Samora nem queria. Sim. Há uma hipótese que, de fato, tinham medo que a Renâmia atacasse o centro de educação e depois se tirasse aqueles que iam ficar
Direitos.
há pessoas que dizem que a outra caiu de alguém até que a senhora para se recasar teve que passar um processo
Na sua palestra no Fábrica de Ideias, você vai falar mais sobre o Canadá ou será outro exemplo?
que sim, não tenho certeza.
Porque talvez seja interessante
Falar mais.
falar um pouco mais para os alunos. Acho que vai ser interessante para os alunos.
Também acho que sim.
Porque é uma biografia interessante, talvez, para...
Para os moçambicanos.
Vamos começar. Vamos começar.
Devias convidar o Demócrito para fazer intervalos.
Okay, we're gonna start. Sit down, please. Okay, Antonio, is that Antonio? What is that? Antonio, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, next speaker is Valiato.
Say, well, hi, well, thank you, Livy, for, well, can you repeat? Well, hi again. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, Livy, for the invitation. It's been a very wonderful experience for me, in particular because I'm still a student. I am a teaching student at Oxford University, and I am writing my dissertation, which deals with these cross-border interactions between the liberation movements in Southern Africa during the struggle for the independence in Southern Africa. I particularly explore the solidarity relationship developed between Frelimo first as a liberation movement, and then as a party that ruled Mozambique after independence, and ZANU, the liberation movement from Zimbabwe, during the Zimbabwe liberation struggle. I specifically deal with the military alliance that they developed during the Zimbabwe liberation struggle. Well, ZANU and Frelimo, they used the armed struggle to try to overthrow the intransigent regime in Rhodesia and Mozambique, and both of them tried to run towards the session for any kind of support, particular military trainings and weapons. But they came from two different backgrounds. Frelimo was belonging to the authentic liberation movement, who were the group of liberation movement in Southern Africa that were supported by Soviet Union, and ZANU came from the antagonic side, which were supported mostly from China, and they didn't have a very good relationship because they were antagonic between them. And so at the beginning, the relationship between Frelimo and ZANU was a little bit impossible because of these divergences. And but in 1978, ZANU itself approached Frelimo requesting to access Tet province in order to open up a new military front inside Rhodesia. Well, Frelimo didn't want to accept this because they preferred to go with ZAPU, which were its natural area and belonged to the authentic liberation movement. And they also regard to ZANU as a movement that did grow up from ZAPU. So they didn't go well at all. So they tried to offer this access to Tet province to ZAPU rather than ZANU. But for some reason, because that was a mess at that time, they didn't accept to use that. And then Frelimo, particularly Michel, decided to forge this military alliance with ZANU. Frelimo was wanted a liberation movement from Rhodesia to fight the war inside Rhodesia, because the Portuguese, alongside the Rhodesian force, were just doing this joint military operation and bombing Frelimo bases in Tete and in Nyasa bases. So for Frelimo, it was good to have a liberation movement who were fighting the war inside Rhodesia, so that the Rhodesia could go back home and fight their own war in their territory rather than in Mozambique. Well, so in 1972, Frelimo allowed ZANU soldiers to go to Tete and they try to carry out war material and take it to Rhodesia. The Rhodesian, the Zala soldiers also participated in the military operation alongside Frelimo in Tete, so their relationship starts from there. After Mozambique independence in 1975, so the relationship with Frelimo was very better. Mozambique allowed ZANU to move from Zambia, to move its headquarters for Zambia to Mozambique. They allowed ZANU also to set up military bases in Mozambique so that they could train Zala soldiers from this territory. They allowed also ZANU to use Mozambique as a real base just to enter and come back from Rhodesia. And also Mozambique did establish this military support, putting his soldiers, Frelimo soldiers in the border from Gaza province to Tet province, just to cover the entrance and the exit of ZANU inside Rhodesia. But this relationship, it reached like a high point when Mozambique in 1978 decided to send his own soldiers, called International soldiers, go inside Rhodesia and fight alongside Zala side by side in Rhodesia. So, well, to write up all this story of cooperation between ZANU and Frelimo soldier, I am using the biography of the war veterans from both Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Well, scholars have been discussing the value of those memoirs. Terence Ranger, for example, is the Zimbabwean side of the story. The Zimbabwean biography are much more fit in what he calls a patriotic story. Jean-Paul Bosch-Coelho say that these memoirs are much more fitting something that he called the liberation script. And Amelia Soto also dismissed the value of those sources because she said that they are just trying to legitimize their power and they're trying to tell us an official history in a very unique voice. Well, in part, I agree with that. But now, what we are seeing now, that there is a new wave of memoirs, those biographies that were written not by the political elite, the one that started to write the story because they have money, they were educated, they can write their memoirs. But then there is this new wave of the military, the soldiers who fought the war in the bush that are telling us another part of the story that sometimes contrasts with the official story of Frelimo and ZANU in many ways. So, what these memoirs are telling us? Well, although they also try to fit in the script of Frelimo, particularly Frelimo, with the story that they started from the colonial period, the liberation struggle and the independence, they also tell us a lot of things that the official story doesn't tell us. For example, about the motivation to join the liberation struggle. The official issue says that people were just crossing the border to example, Tanzania or to Mozambique, like in case of the Zimbabwean, just to fight against colonialism. Well, this is one of the factors. But those memoirs are telling us more than that. There are people who were just kidnapped, as Isabel Casimiro was saying yesterday, were coerced by the guerrilla to join the liberation struggle. There were people who were just refugees trying to run away from the hardship of the war and cross the border to the other country. Then they were recruited as fighters or to join the liberation movement. There were also people who were just, the recruits also used to lie to people, particular people who were in Zambia and say, so I have stored people in the West. When I crossed the border to Tanzania, to Dar es Salaam, I didn't know that I was going to fight because people who mobilized us, they were telling us that, well, Frelimo is giving scholarship for young people just to pursue their studies. So I was going there to start. And when I got there, I found out that because I was 16 years, because Frelimo had this rule, if you are 16, and over, you can't go to school. You have to go to military training unless you are less than 16, so you can just pursue your studies. So I was shocked when I was told that actually I was not going to start. I was just going there to do military training. So they give us this idea which contrasts with the official history of Frelimo, propagating the idea that people were just moved by this romantic idea of crossing the border to fight against colonialism. And the other things that they tell us is the military training. They tell us about the hardship of the military training, the fear, the disillusionment of the first encounter of the army, the idea of having to wake up at 4 o'clock and do the toy or the academy, as you say, in 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, and the idea of what I am doing here. And the regret comes after the military training because it's very hard. And people have to say, I used to ask myself, it was better to stay working for the white people than to be here and suffering like this. So it was not that beautiful, romanticized idea of, well, we are just willing to overthrow the power here. And also they tell us about how they crossed the border to undertake military training in Soviet Union, in China, or in Nigeria, in Yugoslavia, and elsewhere. So they give us details about this training, how they arrived, who received them, how they were received, how was the military training there, which kind of weapon they were trained to use. So these kind of military details that we don't have, like from the official history, they give us, those demos give us. Well, they also, then they describe these deployments in the front of war. What was going on the battlefield? The first thing here is that, for example, like Zanu and Mozambique, they decided to use the guerrilla warfare, which was very toxic to the ideology of studies. And they perpetuated this idea of using the population, civilian population, to support war. That they have, first of all, before they start attacking or engaging in the military action, they have to mobilize people to political or giving like a political orientation about how to like trying to plan what was the war, why they were taking the war, and all this political orientation, and then they were relying on those people to feed them, to give them information about what the movement of enemies. In Zimbabwe, for example, it was like a very much productive because they had these pungwes, which was the meeting that the guerrilla used to do during the night, where they were joining civilian population to have those orientation, and they also sing these Shimurega songs and so on. And then they have this very good organization that incorporated to just help and support the guerrilla. But they also start telling us another things, like we know we could go to a place where people were not willing to join us. So the only way to convince people to come to us is just maybe to kill them, to beat them. So there was a kind of a degree of coercion also that people can support them and mobilize them. There was also the idea of traveling around the world and getting this ideological orientation, which was much more influenced by the geopolitical strategy of Cold War. People who went to Soviet Union, for example, they see that the first thing that they had to do, the first month that they get there, is to have political classes, studying about Marxism and Leninism. And they were told them, you know what? Religion is the opium of the revolution. We use religion at the battlefield. But when they came back to Mozambique and they went to operational war, they used religion as a strategy or to get more people to come to them, or also to use the religion as a weapon to struggle against the Ukrainian. Why? Zimbabwe was more open about that than the Mozambican one, who were just with Samora Machel busy telling people that he was against obscurantism and also. But in the battlefield, when I asked them, what happened, you know what? Samora was saying, and the Marxists were saying religion was a opium They were talking about Catholicism and other things, not our traditional religion, because we grow up with this in the rural area. So me, before I took up the way to shoot whatever, I have to go talk with my ancestors and tell them, oh, protect me, I need your help, because I'm undertaking this war against this colonialism. So we go to the spiritual media who will give us orientation of how to struggle. They will give us details about war. They could predict what will happen in the battlefield. So we use that as our help, our support during the liberation struggle. So this is contrasting with this official history propagated by the leader that the religion was a bad thing, so was not allowed in Frelimo. They also tell us about the military strategy that they were using here in the battlefield. Well, because they were using guerrilla, one of my interviews in Zimbabwe was telling me that, you know what, we were told to kill, not to be killers. So they used the strategy of hitting and run, hitting the target and run without confronting the enemy as the regular forces do. And then when the war was developing, they started to use another strategy to overthrow to engage the enemy. And this strategy also was were completed with the capacity that they were getting from getting more sophisticated weapons like Strela to air and all these weapons that could engage with the aviation army in particular. So they tell us more details about this military strategy. Paulo was talking about the Sherman and the soldiers in Camp Delgado. One of the conflicts that they were having between them, like between the Sherman, the militia actually, and the soldier, is that the militia were more busy in undertaking this hit, advance, and assault the target, and the soldier were not prepared to engage in that fight, like from area 1968, 1969. So the conflict was coming from that, because Sherman was saying that, well, this is going so slow because we are busy hitting and running, we are not doing nothing here, we are not progressing. So they were having this kind of conflict on the battlefield. They also tell us about the obstacle that they face there. They told us about the setbacks that they have in the front of war. For example, Salesi Nyambidipano describing in his memoirs that they were undertaking an attack from a military target, but because the reconnaissance forces did advise the command actually that, well, we can't take this attack today because the Portuguese are much more prepared than us. They refused to hear the reconnaissance forces. Then he went there, but the attack was a mess because men of guerrilla were killed because the commander did it so wrong. So they have this military strategy, errors, mistakes, and they told us all about all this kind of things. Well, for example, Tete and Zambezia, because of the capacity, military capacity of the Portuguese, they were forced sometimes to retreat because the conditions were not that good to fight the enemy. The enemy was much stronger than them. The other aspect that they told us that these memoirs, this autobiography tell us is the discipline attitude that both Zano and Frelimo were used to, because they used the discipline as the way to gain the revolution, you know. So, but what was going on in the battlefield was not that simple, you know. The military wings or the political wings, for example, Marshall in 1979, he started a moral campaign within the guerrilla force, which was intended to clean up the behavior of the combatants on the battlefield. And every soldier that were undertaking military training had to reach this manual, which was to reinforce the idea of a revolutionary man struggling against the drinking, the sexual promiscuity, against the obscurantism, the use of religion, and so on. But the soldiers were reading this, but in the battlefield, it was not what was happening actually, because they started drinking, they started engaging with people, even the commanders said, one of the men was interviewed at the farm in Zimbabwe actually. And then he told me, yeah, well, I left Zimbabwe. When I left Zimbabwe, I was 15 to 16, and then I went to Nigeria to undertake military training. But the first encounter that I had with cigarettes and alcohol, it was in Zimbabwe when I was deployed to fight inside Zimbabwe and Uganda, the marijuana. Yeah, so we started taking this in the battlefield because we were so young. We could not cope with the hardship of the war. We could not survive only thinking about death. We need to cope with the war. The only way we found to cope with the war was by drinking, by engaging with women, and by drinking, by having these guns. So this political idea that our political leader was staying there, up there, was not working well down. And also they have this attitude of which Samara Machel called sexual promiscuity, of engaging with women, particularly people who belong to feminine detachment. So they having like a relationship with those women. In Zimbabwe was the commanders themselves, they were engaging, they couldn't go to refugee camps or to the base and then trying to force women to have a relationship with them. I interviewed a lady called Elisa Tseba. She was she belonged to the feminine detachment. And then she told me that, well, we used to stay at the Basikas Wende. And Emilia Dausi was in charge of this base of the feminine garrison, and he used to tell us, the soldiers. So the Basikas Wende was very important because it was the belly base where all fighters who were going to be deployed to different fronts in Mozambique and quartered the fighters who were just going back to Tanzania. So it was a very busy base there. And then she told us, she used to tell us, the soldiers are coming, you need to treat them well. And I asked her, treat them well in what sense? And then she started laughing. Which treatment you need to them? And all kinds of people, because they are fighting and they need some kind of they need some kind of joy. So there was this sexual and engagement relationships between the women and men that is not being taught by the official here. Well, although the party did use all this criticism and self-criticism to try to punish people, to beat up people, or to put people in the front of war, it was not that easy because people were just there in the bush by themselves and trying to survive, and they had their own rules in the bush, which was very much different from the top leaders or from the geological influence that were coming from the top here. Well, but of course, although they give me all this range of stories, they also give me some kind of challenge. And dealing with these memoirs also bring me like a challenge to critically engage with them when I'm writing my theory. Because they are full of inconsistency sometimes. They are full of embellishments. They are also this idea of projecting themselves, like picturing themselves as like an image very good of themselves. I can give you an example. I was disturbed when I was in my field work here in Mozambique, and I started to interview the soldiers that fought alongside Zala in Zimbabwe. Most of them were just like, oh, well, we went to Zimbabwe, we helped those Zimbabweans to fight because they didn't know how to fight. You know what, we already had experience because we fought the Portuguese and we would succeed because we were good. And then when we went to Zimbabwe, we realized that that was a mess because they were busy, wanting to engage in women, wanting to drink, they didn't want to shoot, they were just hitting it and running, hitting and running, they didn't want to engage enemies, so we touch them, how to fight, because we were better, and so. Then I went to Zimbabwe. And then the Zimbabwe also. So I was the same thing. You know why? Yeah, well, we are so thankful to Mozambique, they were here, we interacted with them. But there was a problem with Mozambique. They fought the Portuguese, which was the weak one. But we were fighting with the Rhodesia, which was much more stronger than the Mozambique. So they didn't realize that our war was much more powerful than theirs. So, you know, I have this kind of impressions there. And you also have these people who are telling you like different stories about the same facts. I will tell you. One particular is about the movement of Mugabe from Manica to Kilimanjaro. In 1975, Mozambique used to people were crossing the border from Zimbabwe to Mozambique, you know. So Mozambique set up this refugee camp called June first before they moved to Nyanzoya. It was in Junda in Shimuru City, so they stayed there. And then someone, Jose Moyan was the governor of Manica province. And he used to go there because it was during the Zimbabwe period. So there was, he said that they used to go to Junda a lot because those Zimbabwean soldiers were always in fight. That Zitwa and Zana were always in fight. So I used to go there just to try to solve the problems. And then I came across with this guy, which is Robert Mugabe. And I was introduced to him by Rex Novo, Solomon Jr. He was the army command of Sala there. I was introduced to them. And then I communicated that to President Samuel Michel. And then Samuel Michel told me, he wrote that in his autobiography. Then Samuel Michel told me that, you know what, we need to remove this guy from Shimoy to Kilimanjaro, far away from the border, for security reasons, because we need to protect him, because the Rhodesian ports are busy thinking around, so we have to protect him. So let's move him to Kilimanjaro, far away from Guinea. This is one explanation. Then Sergio Guerra is remember, and he says what? Yeah, we removed Mugabe from the guerrilla because Mugabe, we use the excuse of security reason like as excuse. What in fact we want was to remove him from the guerrilla because we didn't trust him. Samuel Michel, Nyerere, all those people didn't trust Mugabe because he went to a meeting during the day exercise. So Mugabe went to a meeting with the frontline leaders instead of Tom, who was in fact the president of ZANU, and he told them that no, the president of ZANU, it's me now, because we did the coup in the prison, so they didn't trust him at all. So Samuel Michel said, no, this guy will take a long time. Maybe he's a spy, so we need to move him from here and let him go to Kilimanjaro and teach English in school, not to stay with Kilimanjaro. We don't trust him. When he was staying there, so Samuel Michel asked people to just investigate the thing. This is another version talked about Sergio. Then I have the first version, which I was told by Muchangwa from Zimbabwe. He said, yeah, well, the frontline leader didn't like Mugabe, but the reason he was removed is not because of it. It's because when he went to Junda, there was this girl called Opa Mushinguru, which is now the Minister of Defense and War Veteran in Zimbabwe now. So Jose Moyano and the Mugabe, they were having an affair with the same lady, Opa Mushinguru. And they were there. So when Moyano sent his bodyguards to go and fetch Opa from the refugee camp, the Zimbabwe would just try to block, the bodyguard for taking out this guy. So Moyano was very upset with us. The first week he just cut. We stayed 1 week with us. And then days later we hear that Mugabe was removed from the military, from Junda, the refugee camp where we stayed, and then he was sent to Kilimanjaro because of war. So I have like 3 different versions about the same facts. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have here 3 guys, but dealing with the bad guys. And we have one, it's not dealing exactly with the bad guys, but with a kind of contradicting histories, memories from the loop, memories from breaking files that are challenging the official scripts, right? So we're gonna hold debate for us. Just thank you so much to the pool, the wonderful and funny, by the way. You know, no, just remark that the more I read about war, the more I realize that military training and war are never as nice as they are remembered. Wars is always shit. My father used to say. They said twice. It was condemned death twice, both times. But it's interesting that it's easy to create positive narrative about the book. When you go the closer you get to it, the more you realize it's a disgusting thing. And there is romance. War romance can only be done from a distance. The second thing is it concerns, and we're thinking of Mugabe, what I learned from Kusai and others. How education was important is not so much that you, but as a comment, how education was important in the profile and the self-making of a number of leaders in the past. Today's populism, good old times populism, was education-centered. I'm thinking of Nkrumah giving classes on Pan-Africanism in Accra. I'm thinking, of course, of Mugabe teaching to everybody. Mondlane, of course, was a professor, and Dr. Mondlane was everybody's PhD mentioned. And of course, Nyerere goes without saying. How different are today's leaders? Why was education so important in those days? Because education was an icon of progress in those days, and there was no education available. And now that we are, so to speak, saturated with private universities, it's not anymore a positive icon. This is just a remark.
Thank you. I have a question for you speaking about Zimbabwe, and one of them is linked to the Mazezulu. You mentioned the Mazezulus, and the Mazezulus were supported by the Portuguese in the end of 50s, beginning of 60s. They came from Zimbabwe, I don't know, at that time, for what reason. They came with their donkeys and goats, and the Portuguese even started water schemes and so on to help them. So there was this social engineering which Frelimo after independence took use of. So I would like to know if you have more evidence about this ethnic use of people who were displaced from Rhodesia to Mozambique. Then about the war, I think, yes, you have so many stories about when Mr. Mugabe came to Maputo. Mr. Mugabe was regarded as a big bandit because he had robbed money from the church still in Switzerland. He came directly from there, and me and Mr. Leport, we interviewed Mr. Mugabe the day he arrived, the next day. And then the day he left for Zimbabwe, it was the same thing. He told me, I'm prepared to have two nations, one state or two states, whatever, will divide themselves, there will be no fight. He arrives home and he kills everyone. Then you have another problem there, is that this Burundi, this 5th Battalion, and also they were called the Korean Battalion, they were criminals in Mozambique. one colleague of mine was the director of hospital in Beira. And he came to me and said, Yusuf, I don't know who are the armed bandits. And he told me all the segments of torture in the village which were done by the Zimbabweans. It's horrible to describe it. So I don't know if these people have been processed or taken to court, or if they did the same to their own people with the Bukuruzi. I really don't know much about it. There's here the Mosquito da Praia, because that party is mentioned by his book was published after he died. Very good scholar. And he has the documents about that, and he published it. And most of the people who write about Frelimo and so on, like Isaac Nuns and so on, they are now saying, Samara was John Markham's book, and the head of this party in Mocimboa da Praia was the president of UNAM. And there are other people from that which were involved in it. So I think that we have to look at all this data again, but then there is one problem which I think all of you should take care of, is the role of the British. The British, the Americans, etc., the international groups, and everyone who speaks about the influence of these countries, you only refer to it on the Cold War. You don't refer to them before. Who knows who is the owner of the land where these petrol concessions are there? Because they started. It's with you till you die. So I think there are problems of property which we have to look at. I don't want to do a counter conference, but I think that, for example, with Rhodesia, the owner of London wrote, is quoted of saying, I had to go 79 times to Lisbon. So Mr. Salazar to give me authorization to build the Beira Umtali petrol pipeline. So I think there are a lot of influence of these people which come out also when I'm on the number one. So this complexity is there and we have to look at it. The other issue to discuss with the copy. Thank you. Sorry.
They're very helpful for us to try to, in a way, reconstruct our history. But I think we should report some of this things with every question. As I was listening to the narrative binary between virtuous and traitors, the dissidents, the liberation, what came to my mind was that kind of this new genre for biography of dissidents. I'm not saying, oh, no, that's what you are doing. I just want to bring this. I first came across it from American students who came to Tanzania to research at their PhDs. A number of them have come up with biographies, etc. So with the American academy, as you know, there are fashions. This has become kind of new fashion. I'm all for challenging dominant discourse, liberation script, as you call it. But I think the process, we should not throw away the important moment of liberation that happened in our country. For an enslaved people who were humiliated 5 centuries by slavery, by colonialism, liberation was an important moment. Whatever its drawbacks and whatever internal struggles and contradictions, which we must bring on the table. But we should be careful not away liberation and sort of fall into this demonization of liberation. I think you have to be careful about it. You have to be careful. So while we should challenge the liberation spirit, we should not fall into that divisionist system. So the more important question for me is how do you situate these contradictions? You see, what kind of theoretical framework you use to situate this rather than simply have a narrative? Because narratives are very tempting, they're attractive, but they also produce eclectic wisdom. It doesn't teach us something which we cannot learn. Before I make another general point, which I might mention, come to my friend Enos. I'm happy that you declared your interest on partisan politics, which is good. But I think the case of Mugabe, where I see it, you correct me if I'm wrong, there are 2 important moments. One is where Mugabe handled it, particularly in rebellion, and the massacre that he perpetrated in Manila, by this 5th brigade, sustained by the troops. In other words, the way he addressed the narrative with internal contradiction. And the chauvinism. I was there for a year, spending my first sabbatical, and you could see with this stuff that you made, that Yarere, for example, was quite disturbing. Because Yarere was, this is not the time to divide. That's one moment. Now, when that happened, African intellectuals get very heated debates once people in that. Myself, one side, African intellectuals were discussing, but the Western press, that was killing them, right? Because they had bound him with 10 years agreement on language. The second moment is a question of language. Okay? And the movement we started from below by the war veterans, occupy. And then, of course, Mugabe hijacked the whole project. But the land question was real. You cannot ignore it. South Africa is still battling it. The land question was real. This was a separate economy. And I know a bit about it because I chaired a committee to write a report on the land question in Zimbabwe. And I must say you'll be interested to know that Version Kuge was a member of the committee and the late Samuel was a member of the committee. We know the report. And we basically recommend not only land reform, but land redistribution, but also land tenure reform in so-called communal. In other words, we recommend some kind of democratic approach to resolve the land. And we don't immediately recommend expropriation, political reasons. The government will be pitted against the settler, will be pitted against the whole imperialist. Right? But we recommended a kind of taxation system. Heavy taxation for unoccupied lands, which was very true in the settler. and redistribute that land. So what I'm trying to say, when Mugabe moved to the land question, that's when he began to be demonized by the Western countries. Okay? And that demonization of Mugabe now was, as usual, extrapolated backwards. Mugabe was always a devil. Then you get all the laws and response, which may be true, I wasn't, but you never see how it is. The final point I would like to do, in many of our narratives, and I'm just putting this on the table. I find a bit disturbing. Okay, I'm a bit concerned, not disturbed, a bit concerned. We abstract very two important forces: imperialism and the question of class. In many ways, some of the struggles, too, can be located in the social struggles within the population. You should try to touch it. But our narrative is abstracted from it. And this is very important role. For example, the cooperation. Okay? In the case of Raja, it's very interesting because the different trajectory in Tanzania, we have similar. But the cooperatives, in many cases, are formed by rich people. And when these countries look at the socialist rhetoric, okay, they saw kulaks as the enemy. That happened in Tanzania. It might be wrong. In fact, the land report, I chaired the presidential commission. I wrote about it. I think for Bolivians, for the way to see kulaks as the enemy is wrong. We needed to form the line. The cooperatives were seen as the vehicle of the kulaks, the villagers. So it doesn't have any story. Here I came to 10 years later, came to accept the forgiveness. So that underlying, you know, behind the social, where cooperatives were seen. So I want to just make these few remarks. Some question that while I really appreciate, it's important that that is why I keep telling about this with some form of theoretical organization. So the development, I don't think mind. I don't think they're always liberation. Liberation is still different. So we learn from the system. So that thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your presentations. A big part of what I would like to say was very well said by Sashimi. I really agree.
Some very messages from people who they can hardly hear us when we speak. We really have to speak like this in the room. Because I get the message. I got the message.
Tá ligado? Ah, mas sim. Estas coisas fálicas estão muito preocupadas. Okay, yes. We need to laugh a bit, but I will not translate to English. Because I respect you. Okay. Pronto, estão a ouvir? Ah, yes. What I would like to say is that we always need to contextualize and theorize all the facts that we are collecting. And for me, the contextualization is always very important. And when I talk about contextualization, I'm always thinking about not only the space, but the time when we do this research. And it is very good that now we have a new generation of different scholars that are doing this type of research because we began from scratch. When we began in the 80s, in the 70s, there was almost nothing written by us, Mozambicans, Africans, and so on. And we were working with the documents that we had those days. And when we were interviewing people, there were already different ideas. We know very well. Because not everybody said the same things. Yesterday, I tried to talk about what women were talking about Frelimo during the armed struggle and so on. This is one of the things. And the times when we were doing this, our research, it was not easy. I remember very well that many of the reports produced by the Center of African Studies had problems. It was always Aquino de Bragança that was trying to, to negotiate, to navigate with Frelimo. Although sometimes I think we had more freedom in the one-party system than now, but okay, this is a very severe thing that I'm saying, but I remember that a group of historians produced a history of Frelimo that is perhaps in the gavetas. How do you say gavetas?
Proverbs.
Of Samuel. And I don't think it was a very problematic version. I also remember, and Yusuf knows that while we were doing research in Cabo Delgado, we had problems. And Aquino needed to discuss with Jacinto Veloso because we were accused of doing research against Frelimo. So this is what they are. Yes, and we were afraid because Jacques de Pelchat could be expelled from Mozambique. He was exiled here. So this is what I mean by contextualizing. Now we have much more information and the distance and many problems that people are facing today make them talk about many things. This is what we realized when we were doing research in NIASA. So this is what I would like to. Sorry? Yeah, for decades, yeah, it is true. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, we can stop and we have a second round after the responses. I insist you speak in the microphone. People are saying that now they could, I got the messages, now they could hear Isabel properly. So it makes it.
We don't get cold in our room with the microphone.
I just wanted to thank you for your comments. You know what, I came here to more than come here to tell you a story about anything. I came here to learn. And your comments are very, very helpful. So that will help me to shape the right and change my mindset. Thank you for your comments. Well, so I one thing that I would like to say that the idea here is not just to dismiss the official instrument, not at all. The people, I've been interviewing people like from Mozambique and Zimbabwe, and it's very easy for me to get to the people. First of all, because I work for the Minister of War Veterans, so I have access to them. But also because the first thing that I tell them, my combatants, that I salute them, because they went through war. War is a very terrible thing, I can tell you. They were living in a very bad condition there. They were in very bad shape. So first of all, we need to salute those people, first of all. And then what we are not dismissing the value of the official history. We are trying to get another angles, another facet of story, so that we can get a new perspective, can untape new evidence, so that we can maybe get closer, if not there, but closer to what really happened during the liberation struggle. Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the question posed by Livio is very critical, I think, in my thinking around this. The question of why was education so important in the making of the self-profiles of the leaders and so on. You did cite a number of them, and I think there's need to think about that. My short response to you, Livio, is that education was important. First of all, it was important ideologically. You need to understand when you're studying African nationalism that it was very closely connected to international ideological movements. And so those kinds of movements were very complex and they needed to be articulated and reduced to their simple proportions to the masses by persons that had a very good level of education. Marxism, Leninism, those were very complex ideologies. So they needed someone who articulates them very well. And this is why you see all these persons rising up, Nkrumah, Mundlane, Nyerere, Mugabe, Joshua Nkomo, Mandela, everyone. So they were a particular class. Number two, colonialism needed to be understood. And what it meant and what it would take to take people out of that. When people are subjected to violence and suffering, they internalize these things and it breaks their capacity to understand and to rationalize how they could, and to think about possibilities of climbing out of the mire that they find themselves in. And therefore you needed some persons of a particular intellectual orientation to be able to articulate that. And also, education was important in terms of dealing with the complexities of negotiations, as well as everyday democracy in the movement itself, or everyday leadership in the movement, because leading a movement, including a guerrilla movement, was not an easy process, even for one day. So if 5 of your soldiers come back and report that we lost 250 in battle, how do you really get the people to continue the war? So I think those are the aspects I could highlight in response to you. The question of the ethnic use of people who were displaced from Zimbabwe into Mozambique by a part of the 5th Brigade, and the kind of criminality that happened on the border of the Zimbabwe Mozambique is also quite a very important issue to highlight. I do think, however, that research of that nature, important as it is, I believe it will be done through a kind of collaborative transnational histories that go beyond the limit of borders. And I'm thinking of the work of a former student of mine who is currently in Minnesota called Nicholas Nyanchega, that I supervised for a master's. He's trying to look at some of these things, and another colleague called Matwara, Wesley Matwara, is also trying to examine the Renamo and Zimbabwe populace and Mozambican populace interface. But that element of state terrorism, Zimbabwean state terrorism on Mozambique, need to really come up more strongly. And now I think I will need to have more conversation with you. It's definitely not what I am highlighting in this particular paper, because it is very parametered. It is talking about a particular issue. the issue of factionalism and this manifestation in the making of politics and leadership of a particular person. And so I really value that, but I think you're opening a very important strand for further research. Look, Professor Shiji, I agree with you about the point that Mugabe was actually always very problematic as a person. And this is the reason why you see I deliberately decided to take a long jury approach to examining the question of factionalism, because the intention is to show that he has always been a divisive character who would try to wedge divisions between people as a way of weaving himself through into power. So he got into power through very controversial processes of murdering opponents, of demonizing those who were in position, and then he emerges through the process. I mean, I didn't have time to talk about the killing of Tongogara, which he also reflected on during our break, but it's in my presentation and in the paper. I didn't have to talk about a lot of other things that happened in the process. There's several vehicle accidents that had been happening in 1980s with the army trucks hitting these private vehicles carrying ministers and so on, simply because ministers had said something that Mugabe didn't quite like. So I do agree, and it's important that that be demonstrated. And your point is very apt and critical, that in fact, we might be in a very subtle way victims of Western attempts to construct knowledge systems and to construct perspectives and views about certain people. I definitely take a very guarded approach towards that, because I have a particular intellectual orientation, and I was born in a particular period. By the way, and I declared my opposition to dictatorship, but I also want to declare my very strong nationalist upbringing, which goes with me, those two seemingly interesting issues. I mean, they are not contradictory, because we believe that the fight for independence was a democratic process, was a fight for democracy. So I don't like Western ideologies. I don't like them. And at the same time, I don't like local dictatorship. And so I take that nuanced approach that is very peculiar, perhaps, to my experiences as a person who grew up in that setting. My father was a contributor to the nationalist movement, and he was the district political commissar, and he was killed in 1978. So I do have that very strong nationalist upbringing, so to speak, and so on. So my intervention is simply to examine the internal politics of Zanu, however they may be or may not reflect shifts in global political agenda that may or may not have influenced such. But that's what I will say in brief. Thank you very much.
Can you talk a little bit about, because some of us are not from this part of the world, so can you extend a little bit what you understand by nationalism here? Some of us who are from the West Africa and don't understand the implications of certain. We're gonna keep that question for the next round. That's not a question.
I will respond to that.
We
want me to respond to that?
Just clarify what you mean by nationalism.
Southern Africa went through very strong fight against settler colonial regimes. And one of the driving ideologies there was a very strong desire to create what were called nations that were presided by a combined people from several ethnicities. And so the creation, nationalism as an ideology became a driving force as such. I don't know how you understand it in West Africa. In the part of the world where I come from, nationalism is not something that one struggles to try to explain or to think what it was. It was about the unity and solidarity of a people, particularly against what we regarded as the ills of colonialism and the efforts to really bring together a people into one that shared certain values that constituted what would be called a nation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to start with the hard question, which is interest. Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to jettison or destroy or demonize or dismiss or any of that deliberation, the value of the liberation. I mean, then who am I to do that in the first place? So, but I think that we as historians, as people, who act in the world, we need to actually question and to learn. We need to scrutinize the errors and we need to learn from those. Otherwise, we're gonna keep on repeating those. And this is, I think, very important in the present. And so I think we need to try and look at what were those errors. From my point of view, I can see at least 3 areas in which one should start questioning the problems of the trajectories of the liberation, at least in this part of the continent. The first is, I think, to begin to question the value of non-violence. And here there's a radical difference between Mozambique and Tanzania. And I mean, look, it's been interesting to me as an educator, because I mean, we had in 2015, 16, we had student movements in our universities, these must fall, which are very important. And yet one could see some of those elements of non-violence emerging in those movements. The ideology of the traitor, and the valuing of violence as a liberation, etc. So, after that, I started teaching the Commission of the Compromised, Maria Paula's work and Benedito's work, and Victor Iglesias' work. So this is a commission in which Samora Machel trial the people were compromised with colonialism. And I teach in that course whole section on revolutionary violence, just to show them, is this what you want? And we have very good debates in that. Some people say this is good. And some people, so I think we need to think about it and to think about it critically. And that's one. And in thinking about then that form of political violence and revolutionary violence, when one goes and does research, you meet those people who have been victims of that kind of violence. And as a researcher, I think one is accountable to them as well. And we are being broadcast here.
Yeah. On YouTube.
Okay. I don't want to get into details, but suffice to say, Nkavandame's descendants have been horribly persecuted. Today, so one needs to speak about these things. It is more. The second point, so there's phenomenon violence. There is, in my view, vanguardism and verticalism that needs to be challenged. So you ask, one needs to have a theoretical apparatus, my one, and I took a long time to sort of get there, but I try to think from a kind of anarchist perspective, James Scott, David Graeber, that kind of genealogy, I'm interested in that, and a non-violent one. So for me, that vanguardist verticalism is something that needs to be challenged. And that, I think, ran across all the kind of liberation movement. Was that necessary? That's why I asked the question yesterday about Gandhi. And if one looks at the recent social movements, for instance, in the Fees Must Fall, there was a tension between a legacy of verticalism that they got from liberation struggle discourse and a legacy of horizontalism rather than anarchism. I think that they got from the social movement, from the Occupy Wall Street and Occupy Nigeria and all that kind of new and May 68. So yeah, but that's the second thing, and the critique of the single party. And I think nationalism needs to be challenged as well. We see we're discussing, can a foreigner get a job in South Africa, as it says. And so we need to think about the legacies of nationalism in South Africa. Is very present as xenophobia. So I think these are at least the three areas. It's not to demonize. I think it's to learn and try to, for our children, to come up to give something that takes on board the good that was done and critiques the rest. About the cooperatives, for me, what is interesting is in that, and just led. Obviously, they had to say that was an explosive structure, but there was also a kind of horizontal organization, and I doubt that Cabo Delgado knew such a horizontal organization after that. A democratic, or maybe I'm romanticizing it, maybe not, but at least there was something interesting there. My friend Colin, if I may quote your field notes, which Yusuf made available to me, may I? Yes. So you describe those cooperatives as a pull-up movement in your book. And that's pretty ominous. As we know, So yeah. So but again, and then let me come now to Isabel's question, which is linked to that. I think, look, we understand, and I began my thing saying this is great research. One learned, and we're trying to digitize your interviews. For us, is the source that nourishes what we do. So it's not to diminish or belittle again what you guys have done, and we understand it was in a harsh ideological context. It's excellent work. The history of Moeda that is laid out in these structures of these first pages of the Now Vamos Esquecer is still, I think, one of the best that has been written. Still, again, one needs to, and there is a little bit the tendency that one goes and the vaca sagrada do Ceará. So we don't. O Ceará em si, né, como estrutura. So we don't want to destroy, diminish, belittle, etc. But also one needs to see that, well, if one looks at these articles one after the other, there is on the one hand a wonderful historical work, and on the other hand there is the production of a tragic figure. I think that's all I was asked. Yusuf left about Cabo Delgado. Yeah, but thank you very much. Okay.
Antonino.
I don't have any direct questions, so I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay. We have 15 minutes.
Eu posso fazer perguntas em português, mais? Para o Antônio Tomás, havia uma desigualdade, Tomás, na produção de memórias em Angola. O MPLA produzia bastante, principalmente usando de literatura, mas há uma produção recente de livros de memória, biografias. Você trabalhou com eu não lembro agora qual você trabalhou, mas o Moecalha, o Jorge Valentim, Simósio Vale, então, tem publicado. E eu pergunto se é possível associar essas crescentes publicações com um interesse maior sobre a memória da UNITA e o seu crescimento eleitoral visto na última eleição. Se há um novo interesse por essa organização, as produções biográficas se relacionam de uma forma com isso.
Okay. Besides the tradition, give me a mic. Somebody gives it the mic. Somebody gives it the mic. besides what we call a traditional production according to the liberation script, there has been a new production of biographies and narratives, memoirs.
I got the question.
But I'm I might quote Isa. Which is an interesting. Is the one I asked you how to hello. We as white supremacists in some of our so when I hear nationalists as in different. Now, what we see with movements such as Yanama, for example, in Senegal, working with Filimbi in other parts of African countries, calling for rereading Soujata Keita's Kuruk of Fugan, which in order to understand new ways of relating to still, and we still use the idea of nation in our own terms. So when I hear nationalism as something fundamentally dangerous, I'm thinking of Western framing, right? And that's why I was also, and maybe here also, it's a different story. That's why I was asking for that. And on the other hand, I also have a question for you, my cousin. Your points are very interesting, the opposition between violence, possibilities of violence that didn't work, and its contrary, which is non-violence, right? Is the contrary of this violence essential? The recognition that non-violence is also something that is very important, very human. That leads to feelings of dehumanization that we don't necessarily see, and that non-violence cannot attain. You know what I'm saying? And that strength that we see in the Black nationalists and in Black population needs to be understood and recognized. Although, unfortunately, it has not been done very well. I just wanted to add that, and that's why, for example, I insisted to speak first because I raised my hand.
Thanks. This is more of a comment than a question. What Professor Shuchi said about falling into a trap of sort of conservative revisionism in our view of the liberation struggles. When we had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, one of the things that happened was that it was revealed that, of course, the South African apartheid regime committed all kinds of crimes, that tortured people, killed them, and so on and so forth. And then it was revealed that the ANC had done similar things. And the rejection of that position was a rejection of what we call moral equivalence. And I think it's very important when we're talking about the liberation movements, when we recognize the errors and even the crimes that the liberation movements may have committed, that there is no moral equivalence between the colonial regimes and the liberation movements. They made errors, but it's not a balancing process. That's the first comment. The second is in fact a question. I would like to ask particularly Clineret, but also the rest of the panel. It's interesting to me that what we have, a word that hasn't popped up at all in this conference so far, is Pan-Africanism. And I'm wondering to what extent the Mozambican engagement in the Zimbabwean struggle was driven by self-interest, protecting its long western flank against an aggressive white colonialist regime, and to what extent it was perhaps an expression of Pan-Africanist ideas. Because I think, you know, the first generation of African leaders, the New Areas Improvers and so on, were committed Pan-Africanists. The OEU was founded as a compromise around Pan-Africanist ideas. So to what extent was Pan-Africanism still an influence in those liberation struggles?
We're going to finish the questions and comments, panel, then. Okay, Sheikh, I think we probably may need to have a separate discussion around this, prolonged one. I want to, in a different way, the way you're looking at the issue of nation and nationalism, you really depict nationalism in Africa as a Western ideology and so on. My view is that the West, in fact, privileged the creation of what is called the state more than the creation of a nation in Africa. Arguably. So I think that distinction has to be made. The West did not want to see any African community, village, family united at all into any entity. So I think your discussion and your point of critique of nationalism, I think you are trying to critique the state rather than the nation. I think the state is a Western imposition, the state as we know it in Africa and the way the governance system are operating and working. But the nation, the idea of the nation as was contemplated in the liberation struggle was not necessarily, in my view, a Western creation. It was what they viewed as the antithesis of the very agenda of the West. So I don't see the notions of 19th century or even Middle Ages conceptions of the nation in Europe as necessarily equivalenced by our understanding of the nation in Africa. I mean, there's a lot of historiography that is dealt with states and nations in Africa that predates colonialism. And we can argue further about that. There was an argument that was put, a proposition that you just put now about Pan-Africanism versus self-interest. I would like to rather think and argue differently that, look, self-interest did cross into the path of what appeared to have started as very genuine interest in seeing to the creation of unity and solidarity of a people of African descent. There was a very, very genuine interest. I know that there were differences between personalities. You know, they probably about Nkrumah versus Nyerere. I understand that.
But overriding concern was to kind of create a solidarity that went beyond them. The issue of personality cults that developed, that is a problem. And we recognize that in our understanding of the evolution of political ideologies on the continent. We can't run away from that. But it cannot be used in a manner as to create a new historiography that is based on what I would say is strong Afro-pessimism. If we follow that particular strand that you are arguing, we traverse the realm of Afro-pessimism. That, in my view, I don't agree to. Thank you very much.
Colin, thank you for your question. I know that, yeah, you are right. Mozambique wants, of course, to protect his territory from the Rhodesian, but also there was this strong solidarity of Pan-Africanism that they had. That was genuine. Of course, I agree with you. There was this identification of the case of one another. There was this willing of helping each other. And what is interesting in Mozambique is that this idea of Pan-Africanism was also like walked on the ground, because it was not on a political, in the political sphere. Even on the ground, you see that civilians were very willing to help Zimbabwe because of many reasons. Because they also have this brotherhood, the familiar, cultural and familiarity ties that they have between Zimbabwe and Mozambique because of this cross-border interaction that they have. But yes, of course, there was this genuine. I can tell you that Samora Machel, particularly, used to, in his speech, used to underline the role for Mozambique people during the speeches and all this commission that he used to do here, to underline the importance of Tanzania and Zambia during the liberation time in Mozambique. So yes, the Pan-Africanism was really a genuine issue. Yeah, I agree. I can say that.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I just wanted to return a second because I forgot something that Lisa said that it's very important about these biographies of dissident as a genre. I think that's a very good point. And the genre is very well alive here in Mozambique as well. I will ask you for more references for Tanzania. So yeah, I mean, I hope I don't want to go there in a way, but yeah. And Colin, I think your point about moral equivalence is great. And I think I completely concur. And I hope I didn't give the impression that I was to put on the same level the violence. I don't know what happens with discursive violence. I don't know. That's an interesting question because, or at least at the methodological. I think maybe at the methodological level, one has to work through, equally constraining, if not oppressive archives. But I'm absolutely and I mean, I was just stumbled yesterday, in fact, on an image in Mozambique Revolution of a beheading carried out by Portuguese soldiers in Cabo Delgado, and I was thinking about the war that goes on today and the legacies of that colonial violence, which are still to be, in fact, inquired more deeply. Very few people have spoken about the Bushi massacre in Shai in '65 or other things. But I mean, linked to that question, that's opening another door. But I wonder what that concept of moral equivalence does if one applies it to the war in Cabo Delgado today. Is there a moral equivalence today between the violence of the insurgents and state violence? That's a question I'm not going to even. But I mean, it's linked to anyhow. And then Sheikh, the question you ask is very difficult. I don't think we can. I mean, I think you're right. I don't think we can jettison entirely either Fanon and violence, and who am I to do that? I just think one needs to question it. It's very important. And the question of that, I mean, and you know, one can easily fall into a trap of liberal paternalism, you know, saying, yeah, sure, you know, people who have been subject to centuries of violence being non-violent. So it's not my intention at all. But I do think that in a way it is the problem of our age to figure out this question of political violence, because it does do something to you if you take that, if you embrace violence as a political program, as a response. It's sort of, yeah, I mean, it damages you as much. So then, I mean, in the history of the liberation struggles, could it have been different? I don't know. It's interesting how Fanon's ideas transited. I learned that from Alba, in fact, who was here, through Angola into Mozambique. I'd be interested to know also what Antonio thinks of that. But for instance, there is a big difference between South Africa, where the experience of prison and passive resistance was, in a way, through Mandela's role, taken as the founding metaphor, and now contested by the young generation as a failure. And here, where in fact the political prisoners were suspected of complicity, they were trialed for days and subjected to inquiry because they didn't go through the liberating fires of the liberation struggle. So yeah, but it's an open question. I absolutely don't have an answer. I think we need to think about it.
Can I respond to my questions now?
Go ahead. Yes,
oh yeah, just two brief comments. One about Pan-Africanism, but I would first respond about the memory, you know, and people from UNITA starting to write memories. I think it's, you know, like what I just could not hear who was asking the question, but what Paulo was saying, you know, is really the fact that people are dissidents, or particularly the fact that people are in the opposition, as the case of Puna when he moved to the other side, or the case of Sakala. You know, I really think that, and now there are a lot of people writing about UNITA for two reasons. Because I think UNITA won the elections. The last elections, Angola realized this year, UNITA won. So what is going on in Angola now is a constitutional coup in which the MPLA still is in power. But they lost the elections. This is not a discussion. So I really think that there is something about UNITA and about the position that they are now, and particularly about the role that Savimbi played in UNITA, because you cannot defend Savimbi. Savimbi is not defensible. So this gives to people in UNITA the space, the mental space, to be able to deal with the past in a way that people in the MPLA cannot deal, because they are still in these romance in relation to liberation and so on. So I believe that there is a level of sincerity among people who came from UNITA that people who are in power in Angola since '75 cannot replicate. Just a brief comment about Pan-Africanism. And this is like part of my struggle with talking about Savimbi, writing about Savimbi, because it's so hard to because on one hand, particularly up to 75, one reads, listen to what Savimbi is saying, and he's coming from the highlands in the south, you know, so he's the spokesperson to this very despised ethnic group, the Ovimbundu, which were during colonialism the group of people that were the source for the great part of what was called the indigenato. So he's the voice of these dominated people, right? And then after 75, nobody understands why he was fighting for, So there is a question of like a sort of temporalities that really, if one think about how to understand Savimbi in relation to Fanon, So because Angola became independent in 75, so what was the reason? And he's still talking about the language of Pan-Africanism, right? He's still talking about like identity. He's talking about, but even the relationship that he has with other African leaders, leaders in Africa that were, if we can say, Pan-Africanist, is off, because the great support that he has is from racist South Africa back then. So I think I would stop here. Thank you.
Okay, Antonio, thank you. I think we're gonna end the session. Have lunch. Thank you.
After lunch, each of you will come.
Each of you will come and talk to me. Because the 13th, it's going to be a serious discussion.
Yeah, contentious topics.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I enjoyed I enjoyed.
Thank you very much.
Let me second on that.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
That was like a big moment. Stunning next.
Yeah.
Very next. And one thing, now, like other countries, was born of Pan Africanism. Not the other way around.
Yeah, in any case, I mean, it's a quite different case from in which the idea was embraced. I mean, in a way that, for instance, still happening.
So I think these are the kind of things you're thinking. But the new movement on the right does not have historical continuity because of the intervention of neoliberalism. It's very important to bring that this issue. Because in my view, African is Pan-Africanism much more than ever before. Otherwise, we all fall into xenophobic distance.
Organized the Pan-African reading group. It's a grassroots. But I mean, in South Africa, the state was very radicalized. Very. I saw unfortunately the contemporary state inherited that
Keep yourself responsible.
It's likewise.
Okay. Okay, just one and all. 412 and 810. Here. 412 810.
Yeah, that's right.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I was given this task to moderate this, this panel, the second part of today's panel, on what other voices. So, we'll go forward with other three, one, two, three, yes, two presentations. So the first one will be of our colleague Patricia Heights. And just let me say a few words about Patricia. So, Patricia Heights is a chair in visual history and theory at University of Western Cape in South Africa. her work is in African history with emphasis on colonial and non-colonial photography, dives in Southern Africa. She's co-editor of Ambivalent Photography and Visibility in African History. 2009 and Love and Revolution in Colonial and Post-Colonial World from the Southeast Asia and Southern East, as well as special issue on the libraries on the journal volumes. Okay, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Livio. Thank you, Vito, Uta, and all the teams. Very good to be here. So I want to engage with the photographic archives of Zenzo Nkobi, often referred to as the Zapu photographer. Nkobi acted as Joshua Nkomo's official photographer from 1977. And I'm prompted by an interest in historical methods and in photographic and archival contingencies. Photographs, I argue, have the propensity to evoke new questions. In a temporal sense, photographs are elliptical. They compress distances between times and they unsettle chronologies. As images that record the space in front of the lens, a spatial continuum, they are replete with information. And very quickly, I just want to put up here, this is something that I want to talk about in more detail at the Fabrica later this week with more time at my disposal. But I just wanted to throw out some of the concepts and methods that have become current in recent literature, ranging from Mozambique's own Rui Asabuji, who's got a wonderful concept of stopping for the camera, which comes from his analysis of colonial expeditions, but can be applied to our methodology of stopping to look at the photograph, taking time. Zeynep Görsel, Turkish scholar of the Ottoman Empire, who does wonderful work on how we can collaborate in looking together, also in relationship to the subjects of photographs, who influence analyses, and who also argues that looking together is a way of breaking down the boundaries between disciplines. Everybody knows Roland Barthes, probably. I will talk a little bit about the notion of a micro-event, which comes from scholars like Finney. I will make reference to Richard Burke's idea of relations of substance that emerge when different people from heterogeneous backgrounds might find themselves in the same frame. So I don't have time here to go into all of this, but if we've got an opportunity, we can come back to some of this. So whether we analyze photographs as compressed performances, as active documents, as micro events, with Zenzo Nkobi's collection, we have an opportunity to look into a larger archive that many have not seen and weigh this against images that we might be familiar with, which have been published. And this highlights what photographs a liberation might have deliberately selected to use and help us ask why. The larger archive also points to instabilities in the narrative set out by Zapu's ideals. So Zenzo Nkobi was the eldest son of the treasurer of the South African ANC, Thomas Nkobi, who left South Africa for exile in 1963, actually before his son Zenzo was born. Zenzo left South Africa to study in Leipzig in the German Democratic Republic in the 1960s, completing an MA in photography from the Academy of Graphics and Book Art. Then as a press photographer based in Berlin, Zenzo Nkobi often traveled to Southern Africa to cover photographic assignments for both the ANC and for ZAPU. One of the main tasks Nkobi performed in the late 1970s was to act as official photographer for the late Joshua Nkomo, life president of Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, in Zambia. Now, the fate of ZAPU is well known, and both Jocelyn and Innocent have spoken very eloquently of the tensions after ZANU's victory in 1979 and the targeting of parts of the country with strong historic ZAPU support, ending in a brutal operation known as Tukuruhunde in the mid-1980s, which Zenzo Nkobi also documented to some extent. Now, among the photographs taken by Nkobi and assembled in a very unique archive in Johannesburg called the South African History Archive, which was founded on the principle of freedom of access to information by a group of activists soon after the democratic transition in South Africa. This SAHA archive houses Nkobi's archive at the moment. And among his photographs are a series of pictures of education camps in Zambia, which is actually the main focus of my paper. And these camps were for children who had gone into exile from their homes in Zimbabwe to join the liberation struggle via transit camps in Botswana, and who now received a basic but radical education prior to eventual military or other further training. Indeed, Zenzo Nkobi's relocation to Lusaka from Berlin came at a time when ZAPU had just announced an education policy for the camps in March 1977. It was extremely difficult initially to set up schooling when trained guerrillas were opposed to it, very few teachers were at their disposal, and no educational material was available. Any person who completed junior secondary school in Zimbabwe became a teacher, and they divided the young camp residents among themselves. So this in itself posed a danger, as large groups of children sitting together were visible from the air until rough classroom structures could be built. Now, the unfolding of this educational question in the camps became a major focus of appeals for support and fundraising by the party. And the situation of its young learners in the camps became an important focus of the camera. Now, the image of children seated before a blackboard with an armed teacher, even in guerrilla uniform, in the open bush, might be said to have become one of the icons of Zimbabwe's struggle. Among the photographs in Nkobi's archive are scenes from Victory Camp and Freedom Camp during official visits by Nkomo. And often the ZAPU president was accompanied by a delegation with Zambian officials and visiting foreign dignitaries. On such occasions, it appears that the young camp residents put on special cultural performances for the visitors, which in the archive are referred to as traditional dances in their catalogue. And I repeat the archival descriptions in the PowerPoint. These are some of the traces from Victory and Freedom camps, from the experience of these boys and girls, and I'm thinking of some of the things Plena told us this morning. Men and women who went into exile to join a movement whose political fortunes unfortunately ended very far away from either victory or freedom. So what are the ways one can talk about Zenzo Nkobi? In Zambia, he photographed guerrillas in training camps and on exercise, but not in the spaces of action. So instead of trying to categorize him as a war photographer, or that crude term struggle photographer, often applied to South African anti-apartheid photographs, Nkobi might compare instead to the kind of photographer we see in Mozambique, for example, seeking to portray the new nation, building up a consolidated portrait of President Samora Machel, for example, on official occasions, such as you find in the work of Cocknam, for example, the late Cocknam was a Mozambican photographer. Similar bodies of press photographs from a number of recently independent African countries across the continent highlight a range of hopes, imaginaries, and possibilities at the dawn of a newly decolonized world. In West Africa, too, there was an investment in political photography. Those commissioned images highlighting friendship visits, political events, and what were often called interterritorial collaboration. As a recognized African liberation movement, ZAPU produced its own monthly journal, the Zimbabwe Review from 1977, as well as a more substantial publication, Zimbabwe in the Struggle in 1978, and I'll talk about that in a moment. When Nkobi acted as Nkomo's official photographer, he only went to the educational training camps when the ZAPU president paid a visit in Lusaka. So it's not as if he had the flexibility and freedom and permission to go on his own. Kawunda's backing and Soviet training and logistical support for Zika meant that Nkomo was in a very strong position by 1977 to 78. There had long been tensions between political and military leadership, but the image of a president in waiting was increasingly cultivated. The downing of an Rhodesia Viscount in September 1978 by Zika lost ZAPU considerable Western support. It was followed in October 78 by the Rhodesian airborne attack on Freedom Camp, in which hundreds were slain. And Nkobi photographed the aftermath of the attack, which was again an official occasion where the ZAPU president visited the and media. It's interesting, this tragedy at Freedom Camp struck at another existing tension within ZAPU, which was the vast distance between the camps and the capital city, Lusaka, where the movement's office bearers were based. While everybody faced real danger, the gulf between the basic conditions and isolation experienced by thousands of recruits and children, and the relative comfort of the urban-based leadership was something of a nerve point. Many have left their families behind during the struggle and found existing family bonds broken or stretched to the limit, whereas leaders were housed with their immediate families in Lusaka. Of course, for camp residents, the liberation movement replaced family structures to some extent. Much of Nkobi's photography work for ZAPU was devoted to the mobilization of certain kinds of affect in the audiences whose support was desired by the liberation movement in Southern Africa and Far Beyond. But then, as Nkomo's official photographer, what kind of photographs was he actually taking? Nkobi made numerous presidential photographs with Nkomo the center of orbit and attention. As with Kenneth Kawunda and Eric Honecker, Kenneth Kawunda also appears prominently in the publication Zimbabwe in the Struggle, which featured 150 of Nkobi's photographs. And so this is the Honecker photograph. Now, this publication, as well as the monthly Zimbabwe Review, were printed in the GDR. Layout and design were done in the GDR, plus film and photographic paper were produced there and available, and at a later stage, even cameras. Photography was big within the GDR, also prominent in surveillance activity there. Now, in terms of photographic training, aesthetic influences in the GDR were more constrained than in Western Europe and North America. And according to many, would appear narrowly realist, figural, and devoted to approved topics. And one literary scholar who started to think about photographs produced in the GDR writes, I quote, according to socialist realism photographs had to be positive, future-oriented, taken from the worker's perspective, and had to present people as a collective. How much any student trained in the GDR might break from ideological stipulations is a central issue here. But African photographers operating within socialist frameworks and rhetorics, including in Mozambique, I would say, frequently found ways to include anomalous and even uncomfortable details within the frame. There's also an interesting question about what these future-oriented modes of taking photographs that emphasize the collective might actually do in the case of a Southern African liberation struggle. They provide broad information, and some of this might be surplus to requirements. Now, using some of the concepts that I splashed on one slide at the beginning, I argue it's possible to do more than simply read Nkobi's output as the dictation of ideological concepts and histories. And for instance, one can bring this superimposition of East German history onto Zapu's struggle into conversation with the photographic co-presence of Nkomo and Honecker in the same frame with Kaunda. In terms of photographic articulation and documentary investment in friendship and solidarity, as part of reimagining the post-colonial world order, then the relational aspects might be more important than its ostensibly representations. The co-presence of leaders in the photograph does not simply show but actively constitutes a bond which, depending on the circulation of the image, can lead to relations of substance, which is a term from the anthropologist Richard Rose. And as an aside, the visual strategy of undermining racist historical discourse in the case of the book Zimbabwe and the Struggle is an interesting one. Not only are the military and organizational capacities of Zimbabweans documented photographically, but the book contains different versions of two iconic images, one of Great Zimbabwe, which references a much longer history of African autonomy, and the other of guerrillas in training. And both are cropped, and the ones of the guerrillas enlarges the human figures with guns. Now, these were reprinted through a lithographic process to appear as if shot with infrared film and strategically placed in the book. In fact, they book-ended. One could say such color inclusion is part of the normal conventions of graphic design, but the cropping also means the figures loom larger, possibly intended to work more directly at the level of affect around power and anxiety. Far from being realistic, these colors are oniric, that is referring to sort of dream worlds. Something vibrates, hinting at the unknown, the unconscious, and violence. So even within the limits of an allowed socialist realism, Zimbabwe in the struggle carries surpluses. The Nkobi archive held at South African History Archive encompasses both important Zapu occasions and something of the daily life of its members in exile and their return to Zimbabwe. So I'm returning to photos from education camps in Zambia, cultural performances at Victory Camp. These speak to the kinds of socialist framings mentioned earlier around collective activity. Now, the amplitude of this archive of sequential black and white film negatives points to the larger picture of what it meant to take these kinds of photographs in such situations, including possible mistakes. Even more notable, however, is Nkobi's interest apparently in what goes on at the edges. It might be apt here to borrow an idiom from the former camp children, these refugees, who like to make use of the term a dog's eye view. The dog's eye view was to set it apart from the bird's eye view, the hypothetically abstracted, instrumental, and canonical take. The dog's eye view is somewhat from below, close but not too close, taking notice of individuals' details, incidental. The dog's eye view is not imposing, but present. It's just around, often on the edges, picking up on things that might even be of lowly interest. Now, Zaku was building something and Nkomo wanted it documented, but Nkobi noticed other details too. And this is where the contingent comes in, giving way to Sean Smith's wonderfully stated point that, quote, we inhabit a world only ever partially seen. So education in Zaku was a serious matter. Under a general policy of politicization of both cadres and civilians, training was regarded as crucial. For recruits in exile, great emphasis was given to the correct political orientation, where no volunteer is armed prematurely, and that was a slogan. New political subjectivities were in formation, fostered by such training, and we heard Jocelyn speaking about this. But actual education in the camps took some time to establish, more concretely for those recruits too young to take up arms. The encouragement of choirs and performance groups became a deliberate policy. This was not in the interest of performing some ethnic or traditional identity. In fact, the expression of ethnicity was strongly discouraged in the interest of creating a new kind of person. The attraction of such modes of performance to camp officials was the promise of discipline. In the camps, a great problem was inactivity, leading to boredom. In addition, far too many youngsters were too young to begin military training and liable to panic in the case of threat. There was a pervasive terror at the sound of aeroplanes and helicopters that signified death coming from the air. So boredom was seen as dangerous, a mood that might encourage the opposite of discipline. So discipline was crucial, and Zaku was on a revolutionary clock, preparing for the future. We cannot read these photographs retrospectively as failure. Then they were the future. They were going to change time. The tense of these photographs is the future present. The trained military recruits were on the threshold of greatness. Now, the line of armed combatants and anti-aircraft gun in Figure 9 is in fact unusual in really a considerable magnitude of weapons between a small travel bag and someone's shoulder, he produced a study of one of the performers seated and frowning. Now, these photos might seem banal, but bear with me, please. Boredom is sameness, the dull repetition of daily routines with uninteresting and often inadequate diet. The camp saw little variation except on special occasions. For adults, drink sometimes provided oblivion. However, the situation was one of famine or feast. Outside the hall again, and Kobe takes note of a group of men drinking beer, empty bottles strewn on the ground. It might be a criticism or it might simply be an observation. Walter Benjamin refers to photography as capable of producing another nature. When the camera settings are not adjusted precisely to the situation in order to make the expected and required image, that's where the archive can reveal the unexpected. Most photographic prints address expectations of clarity, sharpness, focus. When they do not, the effect can be interrupted. Blur in particular, and I'm quoting from one art historian, blur renders the images hazy and out of focus from the perspective of realism in such a manner as to question the very historical possibility of proper focus and depth of field. End of quote. Blurring and diffuseness representation of events brings with it the hard to bear refusal to answer, to explain, to give an opinion. And that's a quotation from Gerhard Richter, the artist. Now, the usual response is to try and fix the blur by providing explanations, to restore the very event history, transparency, precision, and normativity. In Kobe's response in the case of his sequence of the ZAPU president and victory camp is to take further photographs with more precision until finally he has Nkomo, comrades, and Kaunda's portrait lined up clearly and really focused. Intriguingly, some critics insist that blurring is both subjective act and objective state at one and the same time, where in fact the world appears as an impenetrable presence. This case with Nkobe might not be a case of imprecision, it might be the fixing of a sliding lines. And I want to simply say that this opens up another way of seeing that is neither clear nor stable. So in a deterministic political project, the blur opens up uncertainty. Archivally, it becomes intriguing in other ways. Nkobe used the winding mechanism on camera, and this is of course analog, to go forward in time and matter with the film frames and producing clarity. Again, we should not read failure into his first image of Nkomo as blur, any more than we should retrospectively read ZAPU as a politically failed movement. We cannot assume to have more clarity in the present that enables us to read back with any certainty whatsoever what these photographs might have meant in their own time, and not to mention what they might mean in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the next presentation of food and family. This final preparation. Visual culture independence. So food, just a few words. How about you? With the holds the chair of performance and cultural.
analyze corpus, I draw on Bildung science of image Bildwissenschaft and Warburg's idea of Bilderatlas and atlas of images. Warburg at the time in the 1930s already talked about the etymology of the space in between. The space in between various pictures that tell the same stories. That space in between would create a surplus of meaning. This approach reminds of explanations by the Russian filmmaker Sergei Eisenstein, explaining the importance of the montage. He drew on the Japanese science system to explain how each single take has its own meaning, while a sequence might have an additional meaning that arises from the combinations of two signs. The example he used was the sign for tears that combines two signs, namely the sign for water and the one for eye, and the combination of the two signs means tear.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. In the context of the overseeing biographies of liberation, the biography of Thomas Sankara is a peculiar case. In 1983, he became president by a coup d'etat. On the 15th of October 87, he was assassinated by the opponents to the objectives of the revolution, especially as the political objectives included fight against corruption, a focus on building structures for the basic needs of the population, like building schools or health centers. The structures developed in 4 years managed to change considerably the economy of the country.
We can screen it.
But it didn't load. It was just turning around and didn't show anything.
No, that was
That was a Zoom.
Yeah, it was.
You want to screen? You want to show it? We can show it.
Okay, let me finish this part, and then if we can show something. Otherwise, I mean, it was just an extra, just to show something. Also, a combination. But I have a lot of pictures anyway, so yeah. The structures developed in 4 years managed to change considerably the economy of the country, also with the implementation of supermarkets where the population could have access to basic goods like rice, flour, oil, and so on at affordable prices. And the most outstanding example is maybe the local production of faso. In order to support the local production, all civil servants were obliged to wear local clothing to be role model for the population. Ministers and officials had to use small cars that the state could afford instead of big luxury ones. These changes that brought about the limitation of power and access to financial and luxury resources for those in power created a discontent among political opponents, civil servants, and political leaders, as a changing of society also demanded to change the way of life. On the 15th of October 1887, Sankara was shot during a meeting with his close collaborators. His best friend and companion, Blaise Compaoré, was said to be responsible for the assassination. He was just sentenced this year in his absence. Compaoré, he became the president of Burkina Faso afterwards, until the regime ended due to the revolution led by the movement Palais Citoyen, Citizens Room, and other associations in 2014. While the government of Compaoré profited enormously of the structures built during the 4 years of Sankara's government, Compaoré started restructuring the country by the privatization of state factories and reconnecting with France and other Western powers. During the first 15 years after the assassination, the traces of Sankara were doomed to disappear and not to be mentioned in the history. In this paper today, I will not go into historical or political details, but I'm interested in the construction of memory in the context of deliberate silence about the revolution in Sankara. While the coup d'etat in 1983 could be seen as a belated independence of Upper Volta that was renamed Burkina Faso, indicating the independence of French colonial history and influence, Sankara's assassination in 1987 contributed to the construction of the martyr of the revolution
in between the official negation of his merits and extinction of his official memory on the one hand, and the construction of a pan-African icon for a different future for the continent on the other hand. When it comes to biographies in Burkina Faso, the researcher Edgar Sankara, I'm not sure if you see part of the larger families in the US. Sankara published a book on Récit de Vie, the genre of life stories in Burkina Faso, stating that there is a very small number of biographies also due to oral traditions in general, not just Sankara. More biographies were published, more and more were published after 2000 with a growing interest in the history of the country and in important political and cultural figures, and also the perspectives of ordinary people. Sankara also mentioned the numerous books published on Sankara, but all published outside of Burkina Faso, as well as a number of documentaries, the life stories and images, as he calls them. And here just two examples. And that what is interesting and what I will come back to is the first on the left-hand side and upright man is from 2006, and the other one is from 2011. And there are others, but it's always the same image that is used again and again. The fact that all biographies were published abroad is also a consequence of the code of silence of Compaoré's government, or even censorship that was never officially pronounced but respected for a long time due to repressions. The texts and films are a counter-discourse against this silence, trying to restore the memory of that period by using material of archives mainly in France to fill the gaps created by the destruction of the archives in Burkina. There are a number of documentaries using photos and speeches of Sankara to retrace his life story on different angles: the rebel, the revolutionary, the human being. In 2011, on the right-hand side for you, the documentary by Christophe Pupelin, Capitaine Sankara, was shown at Fespaco, surprisingly, not at the main cinema halls, but in the neighborhoods. I attended the screening at the Hall of Theatre that's part of the Ministry of Arts and Culture. This already showed that the change was coming in the use of images of Sankara in public spaces that had disappeared beforehand. The halls crowded with Burkinabe of all ages who accompanied the images in the film by comments, manifestations of support for the ideas. The elder ones confirmed that it was like that and started telling stories during the film was still going on, while the younger ones hailed whatever parts of popular speeches of Sankara talked about the depth, the power of the people. I was teaching at the University of Wagga from 92 to 97, and there were definitely no images at all in public space. In the decade of the 2000s, photos slowly appeared, and I took those photos at the time, appeared on cars or on t-shirts and sometimes in the public space. We can see here one picture of Sankara next to Obama. And here, for example, we have sometimes you saw this kind of stickers on cars. So usually very small ones appearing here and there. In 2009, Sam Films launched a documentary entitled Sankara in My Rhymes, with interviews of musicians who dedicated songs to him, who partly claimed the heritage of his political ideas like Didier Awadi, who's Senegalese Cambodian, and Smokey and Sam Stalja, all involved, the first ones all involved in the Senegalese movement, Y'en a marre, and later on the Burkinabe movement by les citoyens. It is important to know that Sam Films is a branch of production of Droit Libre TV, Free Rights TV, an online channel. This association produces films on human rights issues. Its work was supported financially by Amnesty International and several international foundations, which kind of protected their productions. So it not only did, for example, this documentary on Sankara, but also about the mysterious circumstances of the death of Norbert Zongo, an investigative journalist who was signed by a car accident in 1998, and the accident of the musician Black Soman in 2002, also in a car accident. So all the people who were critical disappeared and died in mysterious car accidents. For the purpose of my paper, in the discussion about the monument of Sankara that was supposed to be inaugurated in 2019. But people complain that they did not. So you see the first version of 2019, and people complain that they did not recognize Sankara. So the statue was withdrawn, and after some work, especially reworking on the face of the statue, the monument was inaugurated in 2020. So another hint to the importance of the iconization and to keeping of certain visual elements to that the icon, the saint, the hero can be really recognized. So being faithful to the representation is very crucial in the iconography of the hero. In the construction of political icons, some of these aspects are still present. In the documentaries as well as on the book covers, the same images refer and add iconic value to these particular images. Nibilski and O'Connor highlighted this aspect in their work on political icons. And I quote, figures appeal to the visual, a certain fixity and reduction of detail in the image that invites constant reproduction. Its capacity to convey some relatively fixed meaning or value, and implicitly the presence of a community that knows how to read the image as iconic in situations which include some kind of admiration, end of quote. When it comes to music, I would like to quote Mark Fisher, who invited us to think about practice, about the noise and archive materials on old sports like audio tapes or cassettes, the same kind of material that is reused in the songs of films. We hear at the times of front. The joints are often the fractal place. Yeah, if you have time in the end, I can show the music video where you can hear also all this, which all comes together. The surface noise of the sample and subtle themes means by which this capturing of time will make possible. Can I get my PowerPoint back? Please. I'm not so keen on seeing myself. Yes, it is. I think so. This is the next slide. Yeah. So photos and audio tapes are, I think, captures slices of the past erupting into the present that can have an impact on the present and on the future. The repetition of a certain number of images and audio files contributes to the iconization of these audio and visual moments. My first example, again, come back, so I mentioned this before, the first film made in Burkina Faso by Burkinabe, Baoui Jean Kamiziba. And here I would like to, if we combine, so this idea of the eruption of the past and the present with Simon Frith's reflection on music as social movement, the performance of musicians, combining music's lyrics, archival material and performance, it will allow us to see the dimension of the audio memory. and now I read my PowerPoint, who takes off his shirt during the performance while singing to reveal the image of Sankara on the T-shirt that he's wearing under the shirt. So yeah, also this movement of this performance of devaluing something or uncovering something that should be hidden. This moment illustrates perfectly the convergence of the interruption of the imposed silence by the government, by the music and the lyrics about the politics of Sankara. The hiss of the image of Sankara that seems always to be present and can appear each and every moment, and the performance of the unveiling on Sankara that the public can join. The film was made in 2009, still at a critical moment, 2 years after the 20th anniversary of the assassination of Sankara. The film also shows images of the widow Sankara who came back for the first time after the assassination of her husband with the brain. So all these are stills from the video clip. Yeah, as unfortunately we cannot watch it, but what is the they were preparing the revolution that was coming in 2015 was obvious. I don't know. I wanted to go on to my second. Okay, great. So my second example, which is great. Second example is a short film that came out in 2013, made by a filmmaker of Burkina origin living in France. Okay, yeah, there were more examples about music video clips. What I find very interesting also how they really, the superimposition of different images. So like very different technical means and statics to show we are also the Sankara. Sankara is not dead, but we are the embodiment and we will read and act what he was saying and what he was doing. So this is, for example, Awadi with his song My Revolution, and he had a whole album on various presidents, African presidents. Okay, now we'll talk about Chwaga. A short film, 30 minutes. The title means, translated, The Invincible, by Cédric Idou. Manu, the protagonist, is a boy about 10 years old who reads comics and wants to be Superman with supernatural powers. He wants to stand up against the elder boys who are making fun of him, so he gets a costume that allows him to resemble Superman, which is made out of his father's Fatudan shirt. And he also gets the potion that his older brother received for the ritual of his initiation to manhood. During a hold-up, his brother survives the shooting thanks to the mystic projection he received during the initiation, while the boy dies from a stray bullet. So this is also the first fiction, and what I find really interesting, first it's a short fiction. It's not about Sankara, but it's about the imagination of a superhero, and how this has an impact on the behavior and the daily lives of a small boy. And it's placed in Ouagadougou in 85, so still during the government of Sankara. The film starts with close-ups. The film starts with close-ups of a body being washed ritually to be protected by its ancestors, as long as the initiated person respects the rule of power transmitted to him. This beginning corresponds to the structure of tales about heroes who inherit some power but have to respect the rules to be able to use it. Like, for example, the big legend of Sunata and others. The opening sequence, showing the transmission of power and knowledge, ends with a long metal shot on a brick wall through which sunlight breaks through. On the other side of the wall, the younger brother is observing the forbidden scene through the peephole. Man was holding a superhero comic strip in his hand. so that the link, or rather the opposition between the local belief in invulnerability and the belief in American popular culture of superheroes is present from the beginning. On his way home, the boy stops at an informal bookstore where comics with superheroes are displayed for sale. He asks the seller for more information about Superman, but the elder man refers to outstanding historical personalities of Black history like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, persons the boy has never heard of, so he cannot make sense of the answer. In this way, the film entangles traditional transmission of knowledge, which claims the process of initiation to gain access to it on the one hand, and on the other hand, foreign stories of power without any link to the protagonists of daily life, inviting the spectator to compare and evaluate the value of history and myths for the apprentice. Both cases have the danger of a lack of contextualization for the young boy, which renders the knowledge almost useless. The parallel montage between systems of reference reaches a climax when Manu is reading his comics at home, while his mother is listening to a speech of Sankara on the radio. She's sitting at the kitchen table placed next to Sankara's portrait on the wall. This sequence is the key one as a film director succeeds in placing parallel universes in one room, implying in the spatial arrangement the entanglement of past and present. The camera's moves link the superhero of the comic with Sankara's portrait, meaning past, present, and future, in this specific moment in space, while including the spectator's timeline. When Manu falls asleep and the drawings come to life and take over the narration for 2 minutes in the film. The animated parts represent the climax of the film as Sankara turns into a superhero. So we are very far away from the archival material that we've seen in the clips and in the documentaries. As a voiceover, Sankara's speech about African debt, which he gave at the United Nations in New York in '84, accompanies the visualized storyline, which shows how the superhero pursues a villain in a large city. When they finally meet and fight, Sankara reaches the moment in his speech when he reminds the audience of the Second World War, claiming that Africa saved Europe. Sankara surprised listeners with his statement at the time as he reversed the official version of the history, which expresses the contribution of the troops and colonies supporting the Allies against Germany. The reversal of perspectives is reflected in diverse roles in the animation. The black superhero is the savior of the world, while the white villain runs away and loses the fight. When Manu wakes up in the morning, he gets a costume and tries to perform the ritual washing on his own, since he wants to be protected in the combat against his adversary. On the soccer terrain. He wins the battle by his audacity and strength against a taller and stronger opponent. So they also have kind of like parallels between like world history and what happens on the daily life level for the young boy. Manu then follows his elder brother to a supermarket. He hides behind some goods when his brother confronts a Lebanese shopkeeper who surprises him stealing. When the shopkeeper's wife comes to assist her husband, she shoots at Manu's brother, but the bullets never touch him, which seems to prove his protection by the ritual. However, lost bullet hits Manu, killing him. The final sequence is built in parallel to the opening one, thus creating a cyclical story and not a linear one. In both cases, Manu hides behind a wall to observe his elder brother. This points to the importance, but also rules that must be respected to make the models function. The parallel between Sankara as a model for the nation and the elder brother for the youth underlines the importance of local models linked to daily life, but needing to be set in a historical, cultural, and social context to be valorized and understood so that they can serve as an example. Therefore, the film shows the need for ethical models to ensure the good function of the civil society. But this is, I recently spoke again with some people involved in the Ballet Citoyen today, who confirmed again that this film is still, still very, very much appreciated and recognized in this particular way. The end of the film seems to suggest that the boy could also be Sankara, who was killed due to his dreams and his belief in a different world. The filmmaker Ido uses animation to make the dreams and the imagination visible and bring the political knowledge to life. In this way, it illustrates the actualization of Sankara as a heroic figure close to popular superheroes who can save the world all on their own. By using a different mode of representation, he indicates the process of iconization of the hero with its positive influence, but also its possible negative effects that steer some questions about glorification in general. I come to my last example. That just discovered recently online, actually, a long feature film that came out last year in Burkina, Sankara in Moi, Sankara and I, which is a comedy. The protagonist Tom, that you see here on the right-hand side, sorry. The protagonist Tom is a West African executive of a multinational mining company. He has Americanized his first name, Thomas. He finds himself confronted with the ideal of his youth, Thomas Sankara, in the form of a compromising reflection in the mirror wearing a red beret. How can one look, so the question that the film pretends is, how can one look at oneself in the mirror at 50 when one thinks back to his 17 years and one was still politically engaged? Because now he's working for a Canadian mining, gold mining company in Burkina Faso. Sankara appears as a haunting spirit to question the way of living, the work of the multinational exploitation of mines in Burkina Faso. One of the recurring sentences whenever the Sankara appears and they start their dialogue is faire mauvaise conscience. Stop giving us bad consciousness all the time. By being confronted with his past political convictions, Tom ends up doubting his involvement in the mining industry based on the exploitation of the local population. The ghost Sankara gives him some ideas on how to change the system from within, as he's not part of the industry. When Tom is nominated, at the end of the film, is nominated the director of the Canadian company in Burkina Faso, his first decision is to give 2% of the profit ratio. He successfully defends his idea by drawing attention to the fact that share profit will bring down the cost of security as there will be no protest anymore. They can even convince them, the owners in Toronto. Yeah, this was not out. So the film was, for me, I found some comments, but not that much on the internet about the film. The film was commented as being a good comedy, mainly by Burkinabe, that uses the very successful genre of comedy in Burkina Faso that has a really long tradition in film to approach especially delicate social political issues. Spectators also recognize references to what's called la parenté après plaisanterie, shocking kinship. I'm not sure if this is a correct translation, which connects certain families by right to make fun of each other without any fear of repression. Having the right to insult the other, playing around with family members, even taking away money from them, whatever you want to do. Wow. Yeah, that's not funny, I can tell you. While the process of heroization of Sankara seems to come to an end with a certain kind of museification in form of the statue, and the criminal conviction of Comparé in its absence, and the concept given now at big events, not as much as may happen or during the manifestations in 2013 and 14, the concept given at the big opening ceremonies of FESPACO, the Festival of International Festival of Solar. So what is happening now? I have the impression is, and this is what I wanted to show you in the end. The younger musicians were already involved in criticizing the governments and the silence legacy of Sankara. They turned to the more, the more urgent problems that Burkina Faso is to face at the moment, terrorism and the state that is not really, it's not really functioning anymore. So just so maybe you can watch music clips later on yourself if you're interested. Someone from Burkina Faso, do you soldat? I don't have to translate that. It's a state of emergency, which describes the situation of the state and the extreme violence of the state. But again, it's the same pattern. Like invite you to reenact drawing for the fight. So like here one maybe people would say, this is the same spirit at the moment in Burkina Faso. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have finished with this first part with panel on visual culture and independence. So we still have about 30 minutes, I believe, because maybe it's better to take a little break between one and the next block on sources and archives that we follow. So we could take 3 questions if you have. So let's start, and then we collect as we've been doing. Okay. So, Isa, Livio, you.
Sorry, I don't want to talk a lot, but I thought that after listening to this extremely fascinating presentations, I should make a comment. Now, Patricia's presentation, I must start off by saying that I know next to nothing about telling the history through photographs. So I may sound foolish. But I want to probably be bold enough to be foolish and add another concept, the present as history, which is told by photographs. And why do I say this? I want to give you an example, which is what really made me talk about this. When I was director of Resource Center, we used to blow up pictures in the archives. And every event that we have, whether it is a person lecture, etc., we have an exhibition of these pictures. Now, one of the pictures we blew up was this. This is in volume 3. A young boy, about 15 years of age, with a torn shirt, and he is shown shaking hands with Nyerere. And Nyerere is holding the paper, which was his speech, which he handed over to Nyerere. Immediately after the declaration, people walked hundreds of kilometers in support of the declaration. And this went on for something 8 months. And this was one of the boys who came in support, who walked in support of the Arusha Declaration. Now, this picture was captured by one of our TV channels. 2 or 3 weeks later, a man appeared in our office asking about this picture. She talked about it, and this man was now 66-year-old, I don't know his name. This picture. This is the man, he said, I am the one who appears in the picture. Now 66 years old, called Jericho, and he said he walked 6 days from his primary school, which is in Kilwa, to come on this occasion. He was selected by his primary school because of his voice. When he gave a speech or talk, his voice resembled that of one of our leading broadcasters. So he was selected to read out this speech. He worked for 6 days, came to Dar es Salaam, and used this opportunity to present it. So we invited him to give his narrative about the Rosha Declaration 40 years later, and he came with his grandson, the way history can be told. On Thomas Sankara, I really think because Thomas Sankara is one of my two icons. One is Amilcar Cabral, anti-colonial struggle. Sankara is anti-neocolonial struggle. And I'm always intrigued, but maybe you will throw light on it. The striking comparison between Thomas Sankara and Maurice Bishop. Both of them, when they died, one was 37 years old, another was 39 years old. They ruled for 4 years, okay, and made gigantic changes, really. And both of them were killed by their former comrades. Compaore, in the case of Sankara, and Conrad, in the case of Maurice Bishop. And both of them, when they got killed, refused the bodyguards when they met their assassins. So I don't know. I always been intrigued by this comparison. Thank you.
So is thinking?
Just a comment. It's surprising how surprising. It's obvious that okay, let's stick to the expression. The liberation script created its iconography. There is the whole new gaze around this iconography. But it's also interesting when I see so there are subtleties that the liberation script will account for, and then our new historical approach on visual culture might be able to detect. There is let's call it the heritage crisis. A number of countries that experience, certainly Burkina Faso, from what I understand, is also producing its visual culture, but on a very different support. The media is very important. There is change. I would like both of you to comment on the media. From photographic camera, the still image, to the plethora of digital image that today characterize the way people deal with visual culture. So not only we have a change of time, we have a change of means, and we pass from the world of scarcity to the world of plenty. There were a few pictures, and now there is no hard disk. I can store all digital images or whatever thing I'm looking for in Africa. It's amazing. So when you do historical work, you find 3-4 pictures, you're very happy, and you make a history of a picture in many ways. Nowadays, you can't do a history of an image because you have 20 lives.
So, are there other questions? Here in the room? No. And we still have time. And online, I don't know if someone connected usually have something to say. I don't know. Let's answer first. Yes, okay. No, but because I was thinking that maybe we could make a collect of the questions. Yeah, okay. Please.
I think the lunch was too generous.
From tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Professor Issa and Professor Little. We want to add another concept. You are very welcome. Before I try to speak to what you told us, the reason I have that slide with that splash of that list of possible concepts to work with is because working in an African university, teaching graduate students for, and in this module called Visual History, which has been running for over 20 years, and there is a constant frustration for all of us that there is so little African literature and writing on the image that we can use. And so we are constantly having to turn to the world to draw on the concepts, and it's triggered an interesting process where we really want to produce new concepts and invite others, you know, looking together to do the same thing. So one of the references on that slide is to a book which is called Ambivalent: Photography and Visibility in African History, which has published, I think it has 12 chapters, and most of them are PhD students who went through our program and ended up doing doctoral dissertations, each on different photographic collections. And as they were doing this, they came with their own new ideas, and that is what we want to promote. Some of them are about ignoring the categories that we are given and finding new ways to classify and categorize things, and to make the questions bigger so that we acknowledge the stakes and the way that images actually are really important to people. And of course, that's changing now with the digital age. We battled with publishers to get this published because we were breaking with the dominant canons in the literature. However, after moving from one publisher to another, we eventually found a home. And maybe I should share that book with you. This idea, I think you said present as history. Does that speak in a way to what I was to get at with the future-oriented picture? So that, and also this point, actually, which Rui Asbuji makes, who's a Mozambican photographer, cameraman, who has become a postdoctoral fellow in our university, who talks about ellipsis in his thesis, where you don't have a continuity, you have these breaks. And I was thinking of that, as you talked about the space between images, that actually works in very important ways, and it does something to time. So photography or photographs, let's say photographs, they force us to think about time differently. Okay, you can't work in linear ways. You can't sew it into your historical reconstruction narrative in a conventional mode of one is an empiricist. You can't do that. It doesn't work. They're too disruptive. And I think that that's a very productive thing to allow for and to try to work. Your present as history is also very interesting because it's an individual who then comes to recognize himself and report himself to you and offer himself and his grandson. Presumably, he gets photographed again. So you have a reproduction of his reproduction, and his joining the march is also reproducing the politics. So there's all sorts of very, very interesting connections there. And what we find with a lot of research in former colonized territories, where there's been a lot of colonial repression, and actually people kept out of visibility. And often subject to forms of anthropological photography that is very objectifying. Often you find that actually what comes out when people engage with those images or their descendants, that they value the genealogical link that it gives to them in situations of attenuated family histories and circumstances, often relocations, disposition, etc., etc. And there's a very interesting literature on this. So maybe I should stop there, but I think that's a very, very important point, and it's very. I think it's very urgent that we try to formulate our own frameworks to work with these collections that we have, and that we should not be afraid of difficult photographic collections that are in our libraries, archives, museums, under people's beds, etc., etc. So, thank you.
I'm not sure if I have an answer to your question. I would only say maybe this can be linked back to what Paulo said this morning. The typical figures of the hero and the traitor and what you put there. So they died very early. They were already heroes. In a short time, they betrayed by the best friends, so all to make up the classical story. When it comes to the media, what Livio was asking, yes, there are more pictures, but what is curious to see is that still there are only a few that are reused all the time. Even I was trying to make is how, so those young people would not maybe read the books, but they would listen to the music and watch the music clips, and then know only the photos that appear already in the mediated way. So that not they don't go maybe to the archive to look for the photos, but they will pick up what they find already in other media and then reuse them to that respond to their needs and to their questions. So the different music video clips and with the lyrics, I mean, this is very reduced plots, let's say, or let's call it that, and a very reduced archive, but still very, very, with a very high impact. I mean, I didn't have time to do this, but what is also very interesting, you have quite a lot of on social media, the young people who would film themselves as if they're like karaoke style, you know, like say as if they were singing the songs of those rappers, re-identifying and enacting the same message again, and then maybe have the same photographies in the back. So creating their own kind of music, their own kind of imaginary, I would say. So horses of the streets. The young people go into the streets. And there's not, I haven't found any not really there. There are very few female musicians, but I didn't find any. I mean, there are some photos. Maybe one other, another interesting. If you have time, or I don't know, maybe we should give a little bit more questions. But what I also found very interesting after I could go to Burkina beginning of 2015, so 3 months after the revolution. What you had like what we might call like a vernacular museum. The house of Comboire's brother that was destroyed by the masses right in front of the entrance to the university. There were the young people who participated in the manifestation, there were the guides. So they would invite you to visit the destroyed house of Pompoy's brother, and give their own version of the history. So why they did what he did, how this is linked to Pompoy, how this is linked to Sankara, and they were selling photos, reproduction, and they put together a lot of photos on one big poster and were selling this. So they kind of created their own archive that they used then also as a support for their narrative, what I found extremely interesting. So it's not responding to your, because this kind of archive that we were talking about before does not exist at all. Everything is destroyed. There's nothing. So it all comes from somewhere else or from the bits and pieces, even though there's a lot on the internet. They rebuild then their own archive and their own narrative of this, which is, I think, a very interesting way also of, okay, how do we create what is the narrative, what is our history? I mean, very contemporary, but yeah, what is our history?
I think Isabel wanted to say something, and then we have a question.
It's just a comment. Thank you very much for your presentations. It is interesting, you know what? After independence, we used to have many information about revolutions all over the world. We were always celebrating the dates and so on. Dates. Yeah. This is something that disappeared. It looks like they don't want to celebrate revolutions anymore. Okay. So we had information about Mugabe, and Sankara. Sankara came to the funeral of Samora, and 1 year later he was killed. And while you were talking about Sankara, I remember that we have the same situation with Samora, you know? The public transport has photos of Samora like this, like is in the photo. There are T-shirts with Samora and the speeches. The other day I was working at home and I began listening, and I realized that it was Samora's speech. The one that is more listened is the speech against corruption. And it is interesting, it was the guards in the street. They were all together. Sometimes they are playing something, they are playing damas. I don't know how to say damas. But yeah, but in other times they are listening to the speeches. Samora speeches, normally against corruption. And it is interesting. And in our cell phones, yeah, they are always spreading it. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. So, just, are that okay?
Thank you. The Center for African Studies and the Center Samora Michelle Kai, which is led by Libertação Michelle, did organize a project possibly called Samora Vida. Samora is alive, and we went through the provinces, southern part, central and north, to speak about him, and it was celebrating his life. It was very interesting because the questions which came out were not about what he had done, but about contradictions in his own history and life. Questions like, why did he have to kill the ex-husband of one of his wives? And we could say that that's not true. The data which exists is that. But people had this, let's say, things which they consider the dark side of history very present. So the attempt which has been done regularly of transforming, I can't remember the name of this professor from University of KwaZulu-Natal, who wrote an obituary in African Political Economy, I'm sure Colin can remember, about Samara, saying, you know, this king presidents or something like that. They appear from some place, they seem to be bigger than life, and then they disappear. So that is something which is there, and a lot of times there is the way people remember Samara is also like remembering Christ in the film we saw the other day. Ends up with like, you know, in the window. So this is something, the messianism, which is very present in most of this so-called liberation politics, ends up creating trouble for social change and training. I'm not saying that there is no important heritage, and that is part of the struggle. But for the struggle to continue, we have to be very clear about it, and the contradictions which appear when you have president princes, and that is a big problem.
Especially when you have several messiahs competing with one another, potential messiahs.
Just, I would like to address two questions for each of you. In your case, I just was thinking while I was speaking about Sankara in his images as well. So in your case, how these biographies, well, from your point of view of visual culture, how this had been or is being so approached as a view, a way to rethink the history of Burkina Faso. What I mean is how intellectuals from Burkina Faso are appropriating this kind of visual culture approach to rethink, to think, and to reflect about their own history, if so, an intellectual work, just taking this kind of visual culture as an approach, as a contribution, if so, because in the case of Guinea-Bissau, I see that there have been even lately and recently biographies that has a more critical approach to, for instance, even Amita Brown's biography. So what I see as you show in your presentation is this image as an hero. So are there other controversial, I don't know, perspectives on Sankara? Because this is a curiosity, I don't know, that's why. In the case of Patricia, it's the same, how these images can contribute to a more critical approach on Zimbabwean history. I don't know if how it is being used as a source to critically think the history of the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for those questions. I really welcome the beginning of the discussion about the dark side of business and the villains in this morning's panels, because otherwise it gets very problematic, and there are very strong drives within liberation movements and organizations around the centralization, dealing with secrecy, dealing with security. It builds up very often to the power of the leader, who then has the discretionary power and the ideological dominance to marginalize people who don't necessarily agree with the leadership. And I think tomorrow there'll be more presentations. For example, Siraj Rasool talks a great deal about the cult, the presidential cult that emerges in these movements. Just to say about on that within Cornwall, with armed struggle, it is not a sensible use of the resources of your media capacity to put your photographers or your cameramen, your writers at the front line because of the danger. And also, as emerged in the sample debate led by JZ Moyo, who got very annoyed when the British documentary series Panorama screened a zebra group crossing the Zambezi. It was rendering the struggle very insecure because it would provide information to the enemy. So when you've got a liberation movement and its iconography, one of the reasons for focusing on the figure of the leader, let me say hyper-focalization, is that you have those security concerns. You can't really show the fact where the actual probable heroism is taking place. And so Joshua Nkomo, who did not normally go around in military fatigues, was put into uniforms and paraded in front of groups in training, and they would enact as if he was addressing at the front line in uniform, in which I believe he was very uncomfortable and had to be closely instructed. Yes. So, but at the same time, he provided a focus for the imagery, the iconography. So it's a safe strategy. What was I yes, say? When you have leaders like Sankara who are martyred, let's say, when they become martyred, and perhaps that's not at a stage where there's a lot of images of us. There is an exponential rise in desire for imagery of that person. When you have somebody who's a successful, arrived president with floods of images, there is a lowering of desire for images of person. And when we were working on our book about photographic ambivalence, with this cohort of PhD students, we often came across this phenomenon of masses and masses and masses of photographs of the same kind that are generic and that you find, for example, ethnographic photos in museums, even social documentary photos, for example. It's, you know, the same stuff, and I know Mozambique also has its big tropes. People get tired of those images. And we were thinking, what kind of concepts can we use to talk about those kinds of images, because they've lost meaning. So we came with this category of empty photographs. And they become empty, they get vacated, they lose meaning. And so that's one way also of answering Livio about the glut of images, this age of the mass photo. Absolutely. What is everybody going to be doing with their thousands and thousands of images? It's a really interesting question that requires us to think a little bit.
There's also the dark side of Sankara, which are in the books. I was not talking about the biographies. So there's a most of them, they're very nuanced, and also in the documentaries. where they also try to explain, so when we start to try to redirect, when people are not very content with all the conditions and obligations they had, but he wanted that people would really, follow the revolutionary ideology. There were a lot of conflicts, and this is maybe then also where it started to crackle and so on. So you will find this in the books, and you will find it also in the documentaries. But I wanted to talk about what is happening, because all these books, besides the one, became visible again, and were mostly taken up by young people, and which led to also to the revolution. So, and there you have this construction of a hero. Not talking again, or not that much about the dark sides, but which are there. It's documented, and there are interviews, and the information is there. But it's not an armed struggle, so it's also, very quite different from the other pages we were talking about.
Dark side.
Yeah,
critical approach.
Yeah.
Something else.
No, but you can find this in the books and there. But this was not mine. But you can read this.
Okay, that's just one question.
Sorry, I didn't answer your question, Shana, I do apologize. You asked me how I can contribute to the questions in Marvin history now. I'm sorry, I didn't get to that precisely, but I suppose that then you need to tell the story of the archive, which is that African History Archive has since folded because of lack of funding, which was not sustainable. So the story, all of that has been read into this library in the historic. So it's still functioning, it's online,
Historical paper archive.
Yes, historical papers and adverts, and you can access it very easily online, just Zenzo copy. And so it's just a few thousand pages, but because it's showing the purposefulness of the movement in organizing things in the camps and the return, education, military training, blah, blah, blah. It's showing its existence is actually potentially subversive against the hegemonic discourses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One would like to say something.
I don't even know whether I should be asking this question. You have been talking about photographs and documentaries. I was just wondering if either one of you have thought about working on other forms of representations like posters and graffitis, because those are very political and representative and also creative, and they are communicative I think, in a more powerful way than just photographs. I was just wondering if you thought about working on them or have worked on.
Should we go? Okay, no, shut up.
There were a lot of refugees in Dakar, for example. So there's, but in Ouagadougou, you don't find any. You don't have a culture of graffiti. It's really the oral, the music, and the sound, which is omnipresent. It was only during the upheavals in 2014, during the revolution, that you had some kind of graffiti, like something like say, let's go away, this kind of things. But there's no culture of graffiti. Not even posters. It's
That's
not,
why I thought
yeah.
missing, because it is very strong in some parts of the
Yeah. It would be completely different in Senegal, but not in Burkina.
The answer is yes, but Southern Africa, and this is where the concept of intermediality, remediation, that's what, because a lot of photographic images get transported, adapted, projected into the other ephemera, which is very important to consider seriously and collect.
So I think we should. So we have 5 minutes break. Okay. 10 minutes. 15.
Go get your sandwich.
We start at 4 o'clock. Yeah. So okay.
Das ist noch ein Problem mit der Koreanerin.
And then we go back with the
Ich habe dir eine Mail weitergeleitet von der Koreanerin. Genau, die Passportnummer.
Ok. Chi vai a presentare così? Caterina, vamos começar?
We can start.
Yes, please. It's up to you.
That's the story of
David.
And see how trying to allow
Alguém pergunta? Não, peraí, não tem nada aqui. Livro. Ah.
Non so neanche.
Ja.
Video is not here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So it's going to be the second panel this afternoon. So the panel has been written that includes sources and archives. The panel will be led by Pauline Dash from UCTL and MSFH, and we know very well the references that he brings to all of us, especially by promoting the access to many sources by with this internet diffusion
of a blog called Mozambique History.net. And then we have a do it. Can I put it that way? A do it. Okay. With Carlos Fernandes from SEA and Simão Jaime, that it's at the head of the Historia de Mozambique. Who's going to start?
Thanks very much. There is a paper which has been deposited on the website. There are two versions, and I hope that the one that is now there is version 2, because I've made some. I sent it to you.
It's in the Google Drive.
Yeah, it's on the Google Drive, version 2. But I made some revisions to the original draft. What I'd like to do today in the half hour that I've got is to do 3 things. One is to make what I hope are provocations about the terminology that we use. I think we made some assumptions about some of the key words and concepts, and I'd like us to interrogate those a little bit. Then leading out from that, I would like to attempt a categorization of the kind of material we were talking about life writing. And the categorization that I'm going to propose, it hinges on the concept of intermediation, the extent to which the voice of the subject of the life writing is mediated through various other aspects. And I think that is an important way of looking at the kind of material we're looking at. What I'd also like to do in that segment is to look at the way the usage of biography. It seems to me that there are two ways of looking at it. One is that we use it as source material, but it's also a product. And lastly, I want to make a few remarks about what I think are key silences in the Mozambican biographical literature. So let me start by taking the title of this conference, which is Biografias da Libertação, which is translated as Biographies of Liberation. Now, biografias is already a limiting term. Life writing is much broader. The problem is, of course, that there isn't an easy Portuguese translation of life writing, which is a noun phrase. So, biography is itself the most mediated form of life writing, because it's somebody else writing the life of the subject. And we have a scholarly biography, which, for example, Issa has produced on Marlene Murray. We've got the example of Teresa and the colleagues on Zedekiah's Mabinela. Those are historical documents, historical projects in a full sense, but they're monographic usages, as Issa referred to. He said, this is the history of Tanzania seen through the life of Marlene Murray. I think I'm quoting you correctly. So what it is a narrow view, narrow not in a negative sense, but a focused view of the history of a particular region or a particular area of a country. But biography can also be popular, political, it can be hagiographical. A lot of African, I spent some time, UCT used to send me on trips to African countries to buy monographs. And in Nigeria, it's quite common to go into a bookshop and find a biography of some local luminary, which has been paid for by his family. Needless to say, these books are not usually warts and all accounts. It's a very keen version of that person's life. May have some utility because it tells you it is a genre that's interesting in itself. And then, of course, the other aspect is whether or not the person being whose life is written about is around to cooperate with the production of the biography. If you're writing about somebody who died years ago, it's a different kind of task. it's a different kind of task than if you're writing biography of somebody who is available to you for interview and so on and so forth. And of course, there are unauthorized biographies which are written against the wishes of the subject, which again is another subject. And my experience of writing the biography of a deceased person is that I published, my PhD is in Russian history, and the focus was on a Ukrainian anarchist called Nestor. And I recently revised the thesis completely, in fact, rewrote it, and published it as a biography. And it's a difficult task. A dead person in a foreign country without full access to archives and so on and so forth. So there are various subcategories of biography. I think autobiography is another category altogether, because there you do have the voice of the biography, the person who's being written about. But again, it's mediated. Quite often it's written if it's written by a non-professional writer, the life of so-and-so as told to. And also it is the person representing their life for whatever reason. And there's a distinction to be made, which I think is important, between a memoir and autobiography. Memoir, what we have in Mozambique, the majority of the books published by the Antigas Competentes, by the old veterans, are in fact memoirs, even though they most start with, I was born in such and such a village on such and such a day. The heart of the book is the experience of that person in the public. And so that again is a the mediation, the levels of mediation varies between those different categories. And then we have, and in Mozambique particularly, we have several collections of what are called in Portuguese depoimentos, testimonies. And those are incredibly useful because again, you have the voice of the person. But what we don't know, in all the cases, there are 2 volumes edited by Bashimata and his Anna Boehm's collection. What we don't know is whether or not there were any questions posed. We don't know what starts off the conversation. If the person is just sat down in front of a tape recorder and told, tell us your life story, or whether there is a guiding principle. And that's very important because that, again, is mediation. Anna Boehm edited that book. She chose the people she was going to get depoimentos from. And I think it would be much, I'm not criticizing the book, I find it pretty useful, but it would be even more useful if we had some context about how the book was put together. And the same thing with the Passion Market. And there are various other ones. There's one of Mozambican writers by Patrick Chabal, I forget the title. So those categories, again, it's about the mediation. How much of the voice of the person is reflecting what the person who put together wants to hear or is interested primarily in. And the most difficult of all, I think, are interviews, because, one other thing I want to say about both depoimentos and interviews is the question of transcription. Because what we usually have is a smooth, what's called in folklore, a smooth transcription. So the person is almost certainly not speaking in entirely grammatical Portuguese, English, French, or whatever. They're hesitating, they're repeating themselves. There are ellipses, reticences. This person stops talking for a minute, changes the line of thought. So the act of speech is represented on the page in a different way than the actual is not faithful, or as faithful as it could be to the act of speech. And sometimes those hesitations and so on are very important. Those of you who know the work that I've done with David Hedges will know that we worked on a speech of Samora in Beira just before independence. We were lucky enough to get a tape recording. And we sat down, David did most of the work, but we sat down and listened to that recording of Samora's speech, I don't know, possibly 100 times. And it's a tape recording made in the commission with 20,000, 30,000 people. Sometimes you can't hear what he's saying. And you listen and listen and listen, and then you transcribe, and you're still imposing a sentence structure. When is this sentence a full stop and when is it a comma? So there's still an intermediation process going on, even though we tried to represent as faithfully as possible what was actually said. So I'm suggesting that interviews and deploymentals and so on are not pure sources. Now, I want to say a little bit also about the concept. This is a sidebar, if you like, but I want to say a little bit also about this title, Biographies of Liberation. What it says in Portuguese is Biographies of the Liberation, which seems to me to imply a kind of teleology. The liberation means we know where we're going with this process. But it seems to me that one of the key concepts of political processes is that they're open-ended. The result could have been anything. For me, one of the key questions of the liberation struggle, and I know I'm not supposed to ask this, but I've been told, I've been told this is not an appropriate question, but how is it that Frelimo, with 12,000 people, managed to defeat the European army? And of course, the answer to that question, to some extent, and this is also to do with liberation, is that they didn't actually defeat the army. When Mandela went to Algeria in 1962 or 61, I think it was 62, he was told by the FLN, by the Algerians, the objective of armed struggle is to force the colonialists to the negotiating table. That's the objective. The FLN said your chances of beating the likelihood of an African liberation movement beating the European army militarily is as close to zero as it can be. So what you're always trying to do is to force them to negotiate. And so liberation is itself mediated. It's always a negotiation process. And Kino de Braganza wrote an article about Mozambique in which he says what happened in Mozambique was liberation without decolonization. And Kino's argument was that the Portuguese army here was, in fact, had lost the initiative. And because of that, they were forced to the negotiating table, and Frelimo controlled the process of independence in a way which didn't happen in other countries. The unconditional recognition of Frelimo as the only legitimate representative of the countries. The other side of the question of and the relationship between biography and liberation, I mean, that linking word could be de, could be para, could be e, could be biographies and liberation, for liberation. There are various ways in which that relationship can be seen. And I'm suggesting we haven't really interrogated that. There's a kind of teleology of work in the way we approach these questions. The other thing I want to say, and I want to underline this, is I think there is a tendency to conflate, and I think Sheikh was driving with something like this when he was talking about nationalism. We conflate liberation, independence, and nationalism. And one of the things that Aquino says in one of his pieces is that the reason that the national liberation struggles were national against colonialism and imperialism, which are systematic, they're supranational, was that that's the only frame which you can operate. And in the Portuguese-speaking countries, the CONCP seems to me to represent a way of seeing if it's possible to get past that. In other words, I have no idea what to what extent the CONCP coordinated militarily or politically, but it's clearly an attempt at a sort of Pan-African kind of mode of struggle. The conflation of liberation with independence, I quite often quote the example of Cameroon. Cameroon is absolutely fascinating because in the mid-1950s, I think 1956, the Union de Population Camerounais launched an armed struggle against the French. That armed struggle, independence in Cameroon came in 1960. That armed struggle continued until 1970. And it was only defeated by the combined forces of the French and the Cameroonian army combat there. So liberation in that particular example clearly was not something that at least a significant political force in Cameroon saw as being equal to independence. And if you look at the early history of Mozambique and Santo, for example, did a study of Brado Africano, these early anti-colonial newspapers, but their critique of colonialism doesn't necessarily imply a desire for independence. What they want is racial justice, or they want is recognition of their qualities as administrators of the colonial state and so on. Saint Tomé is a clear example, is another example of that. The Santomenses were, they wanted to be, and in 1958, the question that was put to the French colonies, the French colonies of West Africa, was, do you want to become department of France? And all the leaders wanted their own countries. So the idea of this sort of teleological, this direction, this guided movement towards independence as liberation, propelled by nationalism, seems to me to be an oversimplification. What I want to talk about now is the sciences, and I'm not going to read my paper, but I want to refer to it. It seems to me that there are two major sciences in the biographical or the life writing, what we never call it life writing. Life writing covers all these kinds of activities. In fact, there's a quote in my paper from the Oxford Centre for Life Writing, which says, life writing includes biography, autobiography, memoirs, letters, diaries, journals, anthropological data, oral testimony, eyewitness accounts, biopics, plays and musical performances, obituaries, scandal sheets and gossip columns, blogs and social media such as Twitter and Instagram. So it's a pretty broad field. But the sciences, the two sciences, one is the voices of women, which we've already heard discussed, but the other is the absence in the Mozambican corpus of prison literature. And sorry, I'm looking for my section on prison literature. Why is it? Amelia Suter has referred to silences in the literature, and I picked up this idea of silence. What is it? The most obvious thing is the absence of accounts of what happened to people in prison. And Paolo has already said what happened to the former political prisoners here in Mozambique. They were not. It wasn't that they weren't trusted, but they hadn't been through the forge of the armed struggle. And there are some quotes in the paper which I think are very revealing. I also, by the way, refer in the paper to examples of prison literatures in other countries which went through sort of revolutionary processes like Vietnam and Indonesia, Kenya, the Soviet Union, and so on, where there is a body of prison literature which is significant politically. But what Harry West wrote a paper called Twice Silenced, and what he says is that political prisoners were categorically denied a place in the history of the Chilean Revolution. They were celebrated neither as victims nor as villains, but rather erased altogether from Chile's triumphant historical portrait. What is more, ex-political prisoners were made to collaborate in the production of the Silence of the Gulf. And there he's referring to a meeting with the political prisoners. And Samora says, during that meeting, he says, the preference is given to a fighter. And that's because of the fact that through living the experience of the armed struggle, he or she has taken on certain principles and values, while you, talking to the political prisoners, who were prisoners of PED, the Portuguese secret police, did not take these on. With regard to those who took part in the armed struggle, we know who's who. Given us guarantees that what we're busy building after in which various social and political problems arise. And those are then resolved in Congress. So, for example, the Third Congress becomes the front becomes a Marxist-Leninist political party that resolves some problems of they want more control of the Stadt, the civil service and so on. The Fourth Congress, again, the economy is opened up in new ways. It resolves. Then the party system abandons Marxism and so on. So in each period, you've got serious social and political problems, and in each Congress, those problems are resolved to move on to resolve the next one. That's a periodization. And essentially, the danger, not even the danger, but the risk we run when we talk about the liberation script is of falling into an idea that there is actually a narrative, a formal narrative of Frelimo history by Frelimo. And I think it's true that there's a meta-narrative, there's a fabula. Frelimo wants its history to be seen in a... But if you read the biographies of the Frelimo veterans with care and in a comparative way, against the Portuguese. And the defeat of Operação Nogordia, the Gordian Knot operation, is an example of that. They adapted to what the Portuguese were doing. And if you read those memoirs in that careful way, using them as sources, then you begin to see, and I suspect that that's the thing that is possible to do with other literatures of armed struggles in other countries, Angola and Guinea-Bissau, and probably in Algeria, although I don't know the literature. So that's one aspect, is we're using life writing as source material for the production of history. But life writing, as I said before, can also be itself history. It's a monographic view of a particular period, in a particular place, in a particular command. And I think we probably haven't made that distinction clearly enough so far in this conference. Some of the things I've read are kind of, it's a bit of a mixture of topics. And what I'm appealing for is that we could actually make a categorization in a systematic way. And in fact, in the body of this paper, I've got a kind of bibliographic section, which I do attempt to categorize all this material. The other thing that I think is important is that in the Mozambican case, there is a hell of a lot of fugitive material. There are multiple interviews published in Tempo, Noticias de Vera, Savannah, both contemporaneously and after the fact. And those you have to sit down and go through those journals, those publications, page by page, finding those interviews and those materials. And I've done that a little bit. I mean, I've got on the website, I've got a category of biographical writing, which it's not all loaded up yet, but there's a lot of material which consists of those kinds of biographies, and it has turned out to be useful. I mean, people are looking for. Tempo magazine has been digitized up to, I think, number 500, but after that, it's not available digitally. So, we need to start systematizing the way we use that kind of material as well. So I want to. I'm coming to my conclusion now. I mean, as I say, this is an attempt to provoke. I'm suggesting we need to deconstruct or criticize the concept of liberation, the concept of biography, the concept of life writing, the concept of the liberation script, all of which it seems to be to some extent taken for granted. Okay, I'm going to read the conclusion. As we know, all categories of historical source material must be treated with great caution, and life narratives are no exception. Indeed, to the extent that depoimentos and interviews are co-created by researchers precisely to act as historical sources, they deserve even more suspicion than usual. All types of life writing are mediated in multiple ways, quote, whether between body and text, experience and audience, self and other, past and present, life and fiction, text and image. In the categories of life narrative where a third party, the researcher, is involved, biography and interviews especially, the mediation is visible but not necessarily noticeable. Interviewers ask questions about topics that they're interested in and frequently present us with smooth transcriptions of the subject's answers. In the presentation of deploymentos, we often have no information about the context in which they were created. This one, last page. Sorry about that. What was it the recorder of the deploymentos asked the subject to talk about, whether what I want to suggest, therefore, is an obligation on the researcher to deposit, for example, audio recordings of interviews, the written notes, and so on, in accessible archives or on the internet, where they can be verified as sources, or even in some cases reworked even decades later. I cite an example of some anthropological research notes which were reworked 30 or 40 years after the first research work. In third-party biographies, the subject's voice may not be represented at all, and the interviewer's choice of themes and the framing of specific questions within those themes mediates to a greater or lesser extent. Within the category of testimony, understood in the broadest sense of the author's voice being the narrative voice, intermediation forms a tension between the dominant narrative, I'm not saying script, and the subjective experience, with a consequent augmentation or diminution of author agency against what might be considered a deterministic narrative. This is precisely the space in which a close and comparative reading of life writing enables us to begin to build a more complex historical understanding of a series of events or of a particular period. The tension between the dominant meta-narrative in the Mozambican case, the so-called liberation script, versus the subjective experience of the narrator, helps to create a space in which just possibly, quote, author mediation reasserts author agency against overly deterministic notions of available cultural scripts. It follows that the memoirs generally do not contain so much, and I'm quoting Michel Payen here, so much as a hint of reflection on the history of Frelimo, in order to not leave it to outsiders to write our history, is to run the risk of denying for author's agency. There's little or no room in such a view for the perception and exploitation of tension between the dominant script or dominant meta-narrative and subjective experience. Similar accusations can be levelled at the colonial memoirs and so on and so forth, and I conclude that researchers may therefore find it more helpful simply to assume a greater or lesser degree of author's agency in the production of Mozambican life narratives, especially those dealing with the armed struggle for national independence, and mine these texts for the messy details with which a historical narrative can be constructed. Thank you.
Should I say something? No, let me just say the name of the title of your presentation, because I think within the poetic contest it was the case. Dusty Voices, Orality, Restitution, and Sound, Archives of Kabbalah. You can start now.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, this is not a research paper, and it's not, we are not planning to, it's not an article, it's not a research paper. I don't know, it is a plan of action. It is a project It is a fundraising project too. So we're still dealing with an urgency of rescuing some material that we found, right? And yeah, and this is a collective project actually. Paul Israel is part of this project, Simone, Jane, and me. So I think Paul Israel should be here at this table soon to discuss this. And actually, the abstract, I think it was Paul Israel who wrote that abstract. We gave some inputs, some words, but I think it was Paul Israel who wrote that abstract, which is here. And I don't think that, he didn't know that we're going to present it, but I thought that, we're going to present, but yeah, this is also, Paul Israel is also part of this project. I think it will be, maybe you can come in on the debate and yeah. Yeah, as I said, this is a plan of action, and it all started when I was thinking that when I discovered at Seya's basement, 350 audio cassettes. I'm saying I discovered, but I know how strong this word is because most of the people here in Simpósio know that they were part of that material. They produced that material. Maybe they didn't know where that material was, right? But they produced the material, right? And after the fall of the socialist meta-narrative in Mozambique and the opening to the market economy, all that aura that the center had, not just the center, I'm saying that the country as a whole, following the socialist, utopia and social transformation, all this, when it fall, freedom changed, drop out the Marxist-Leninist ideology, and all that free, multi-party system, the apertura to the Bretton Woods institutions and all that stuff, and consultancy culture came in, and most of the researchers at the center they became, they were like trying to find ways of surviving through individual consultancy work. So all that collective agenda of the center, institutional research was falling apart. And you had to do your own. You didn't know what your colleague, next door to you was doing. He was in a research, she was in a research project, but then nobody knew, And you have to become expert on many issues. You see, if someone comes with childhood development, and all your life you did, for instance, the history of manuscripts in the 15th, 16th century, if that consultancy comes, we have to find ways to learn a little bit more about things that you never thought that you would think about. So yeah, I discovered that material because my thesis was about the Center of African Science. I did a kind of intellectual history of that center during the socialist period in Mozambique. Good first, actually, Berganza time at the Center of African Science. And at that time, I was just a student. So I would go to say and ask permission, to get to the documents, go to the documentation center and ask them, can I see the catalogs? And they would show me the material. So I was just an outsider. And then in 2015, I was employed by the center as a permanent researcher. And then I said, I started to find materials. Even in the cleaning, there is a cleaning, the cleaning staff. There's one of the cleaning staff at the center. She has her own office where she put her own finger. It's a kind of informal office that, she appropriated one of the rooms at the center, that was packed with
documents from Ruth First and Aquino's time, and she was using that space to put her, coffee, tea, her own personal stuff there. And suddenly I was walking at the corridors, and I saw from the window these, dusty and old papers. I was like, because I was looking, I wanted to go back to my thesis, because I knew that being at the center, I would have more access to the materials, and I could return to my thesis and fill the gaps, because I knew that I had a lot of gaps when I was writing my thesis, in terms of getting access to documents, even research reports at the center that time, projected development, all that stuff on tea production, cotton. They did a lot of reports. It was very prolific, production. And so I started to get access to that material. I said, oh, I'm going to back. So I started rewriting my thesis, right? And then one day, one of the staff there, administrative, cleaning staff, said, Carlos, you are the crazy guy who are looking for these old papers and all this. And come here, I'm going to show you something. And he took me to the basement of Sayers. See? When I entered there, it was a bit, actually this was, we tried to clean it. I was there for 2 or 3 months, and I got sick there. I got pneumonia. I was 6 months with pneumonia and many things. So I'm not going to tell you what I got there, but okay, pneumonia it's fine. So this was we tried to clean the place at that time, and I was so excited when I saw this place that I started to get, the first thing that you see in the surface are papers, right? And I started to get access to these papers and take it back to upstairs. I saw, for the first time, I saw Ruth's first signature, for instance. I saw documents, memos of meetings, and one of actually a memo of a discussion in the room, very hotly debate where Ruth first talks about, criticizing the students and saying, you are bourgeois, why you are asking these cultural issues, some of the students, this is a long history. I don't want to go back to the history, right? But yeah, so I started first to find these papers, and there was water infiltration. The place was, no windows, all closed. This place was closed from the 90s, from the time where the socialist meta-narrative fell, and all this consultancy work came out. You see, and the new people that came to the center saw all this material as a kind of, storvo. I don't know how to say storvo. A kind of constraint, to their own, because they wanted to use the office to the consultancy work, right? And all this material there,
not as a bonus, as an honors.
yeah, so they say, no, this is trash. Let's put it back at the basement. And they were trashing this. I think this is my point, right? From the hell of the socialist narrative. I think maybe the 90s, right? That they say, even the scholars, the left-wing scholars from the center, they abandoned Mozambique at that time. Denomara and Luigi Tola, all these guys said, what are we going to do here? First, there was the Comata Court, and they saw that as a betrayal for Samora Machado was shaking hands with the beast, the water and all these things, and then the hand of that, all that socialist meta narrative, and then the consultancy came, and then they started, trashing this stuff, and this is terrible because one thing that I argue is that
I'm trying to argue this in a new paper that I'm writing now, is that you have in the 60s, places like Makerere, Ibadan, University of Brazzaville, even in Accra, as a kind of. No, wait, I'm going there. You have this place. I'm talking about the 60s. This is my hypothesis, First you have that kind of fervor, intellectual fervor, vibrancy, a hub of transnational activities, of knowledge production being there. And then, Idi Amin, things like starting to get worse there. And things started to get down to Dar es Salaam. And Dar es Salaam in the 70s became that place. The Dar scene, the debates on the hill, freedom fighters there, an unparalleled atmosphere of freedom fighters, of socialists, of nationalization, anti-imperialism, right? Malcolm X was there, Arrighi was there, Tony Kamikato was there, Walter Rodney was there, Ruth First was there, Colin Hatch was there, Mark Boyce was there, Dan O'Mara was there, Deborah Shah was there. All these people, even Black Power in US, running away from FBI, Malcolm X being there, living there, and it became the dark scene. Even Andrew Ivasa talks a lot about that, that kind of vibrancy, that intellectual vibrancy. The Center for African Studies became that one in the 80s, right? Because these people was when Ujamas was failing, Issa's chiefs was criticizing even that time, Nyerera's approach to this forced visualization, and the things that that were happening there, that they said, this is not what we expected, right? And people started to move to Maputo production. Calling down, Jack Deboshan went to Maputo, put first, after Dar es Salaam, she went to Maputo. And I'm arguing that Maputo became, in Africa, in the 80s, that's global 80s up, transnational activist and social science research. And this material is a reflection of that vibrancy that was there, right? That prolific, knowledge production that was there, In Africa, that was the place to be at that moment, in the 80s, right? So, as I say, I was getting to this material, thinking that this is the only thing that they had, right? Getting all the dust this was the time before COVID, so I would go there without mask, right? I was really sick with that stuff, being there, really sick. And then I started to find cassettes beneath the papers. And I said, wow. I started to bring that up, and I counted 350. And I'm telling you, there is more, because I had to stop that thing when I was sick, right? We found that, and I told my director in one of the meetings, there is this material there, and is this right? Yeah. Okay. One of them told Carlos, forget about the past. Forget about the past. Let's think about the future. We have to find ways to make this center alive. You have to strengthen your research departments. And and the idea was that we build up research programs that we can go outside university and attract funds. Right, but people said, this is very important. And I think in the end he agreed that something has to be done. So I went there. I'm sorry about the blurring. This is not a conceptual blurring like Patricia Hayes was talking today. I don't know the problem of the photography, it's not a profession. So this is the head, this is Lina Macam. Actually, she died this year, I think, with COVID. She was the head of the documentation center. And the director said, okay, try to go there. Okay, we have to do something. Okay, yeah, we have to do something. And the idea was to take her down there to make a catalog. But you know, this place, it's still a chaos. So they could not do any catalog because, you know, you need to take out that material, all of that material out in the campus and then to check it out because it's impossible to stay inside this for more than 30 minutes. I was, you know, when I went there, I was so excited with the material that I didn't realize that, you know, it's time to get out, you see. So we stopped there because we didn't have funds to take material because, you know, when I asked my the guys that could help, they say, but Carlos, we need at least lunch, you know, or, you know, to refresh to go there and take that out because it's not our, you know, regular work. And they are right. I'm taking them out of the regular role to help me to bring all material out. Now it's difficult to do that. So and then I talked to Paul. I talked to Paul about this, and Paul said, Carlos, we have to do something with this material. No. And Paul, you know, struggled a lot to get some funds. Paul will get more in details about, you know, the politics also to get funding in South Africa. And he tried to actually to integrate this project within a much broader frame in South Africa. They have another project of digitalizing material that are in my archive. I think the biggest liberation struggle, liberation struggles, right? In Africa, it's my boy, right? So there is another project of my boy, Paulo. That's why I said that Paulo should be here because he can also talk about it. So we tried that, it didn't work. So Paulo took some funds from his own department, right? And it's a bit that I didn't take the picture of the material that he brought. Paulo brought us, you know, a tape recorder and an interface that you can, you know, change from audio.
Digitized cassette.
Yeah, digitized cassette. So we're trying to do that kind of thing. But then we go there. So this is the 5 categories, and then we integrated the archive story of Mozambique, which is gonna talk more about that. But archive story has 7,000 hours of recordings that are not digitalized. They are there, and people actually don't go to use that material because there is no, you know, even headphones, you know, all the equipment for you to get access to that material. So 7,000 of hours are there, you know, like in a museum, you know, frozen there, and in a dusty place too. Of course, they are more organized. They have, you know, hundreds of drawers with numbers, catalog. It's all catalog. But Simon is going to talk more about. So this is the material that we have: oral history, and this cassette is all about oral history. It's all about what Paulo Zell was talking this morning. This is the interviews that the history workshop, you know, research department at the Center of African Studies. I think Paulo also talk a bit about this, the magazine that was founded in 1980. And this was a group of historians that were trying to, you know, rewrite Mozambican history, you know, away from the colonial historiography, with a particular emphasis on, you know, writing the history of the liberation struggle. You know, for him, the liberation struggle. Paul, I think, tackled on that stuff. You know, he showed one of the magazines and the way that they produce the heroes, but at the same time they produce the, you know, the villains and all this kind of thing. This was so all that the material that was, you know, published in the magazine. They have 3 magazines. First one was published. You know, it was difficult to get back to my team. The first one was published in 1983 in February. Okay, sorry. No, February of 1983, and the second was in December 1983. it was the second and third number in the same magazine, and the last was in 1987. Maybe there was a zero. Yeah. Yeah, but that zero, maybe the zero is the anti-camera that Patricia was talking about. The anti-camera, yeah, because I don't think that it was published. So the last one was published actually after Aquino's death, right? The first one dealt with the history of that thing was writing the history from below, right? In the same way as the history workshop in South Africa was doing in Oxford, I think, was doing that kind of things. And the second one was, resistance, the concept of African resistance and armed struggle. And the last one was they dealt with the proletarian class, and they went back to the liberation struggle because they say in the magazine that the readers complained that you have to talk more about liberation struggle, and then they went back to that liberation struggle. So most of that material was oral history. Going to Campo Delgado, interviewing people, Historias de Vida, talking to people and just telling, okay, tell your story. And people will tell what the story. But always, I think the Guillaume de Entrevista, had a special focus on the liberation struggle. Because they would, okay, don't talk about your life. But then that they will guide you through the liberation struggle. Because the idea was, okay, you're going to talk about your life, but in the end, that kind of theological approach to literature, they frame it in the way that you have also to mention some kind of link with the liberation struggle, right? Resistance and all this kind of thing. And then recordings of seminars. I found for the first time in my life, after writing my thesis, I heard the voice of Aquino. This was in the time that I found these cassettes, right? I never heard this. I was like anxiously known. So I found recordings, the seminar that they discussed, that seminar article of Jacques Peterstein, the King of Braganza, the idealization of Frelimo. I have the recordings of that seminar where they presented, right? And okay, recorded there is seminars with Marcelino dos Santos, seminar with Mário de Andrade when he was there, right, talking about the foundation of Ceon species. Yeah, you talk about that. The foundation of the organization of the kind of things. There is African intellectual in general, people like Mário de Andrade, for instance. There is also recordings of Alpeo Pugliese, interviews that he did, things like that, political speeches. Here, this is much broader because there is things here that's from the Archive Histórico Initiative. What I found here is mostly that recordings in Campo Delgado. And I think it's important to give, if you understand today, the conflict in Campo Delgado today, maybe you have to have this kind of long-term approach. Maybe you have to go back to this period to understand, all these dynamics. Yeah, this is, okay. And then I also found photographs. Oh. Yeah, I found these photographs there, but this is the only photograph that I found. Maybe they have more. So the idea is, to recover that material, make an inventory catalog, get some sounding training, digitalization, access, people can access that material, knowledge production. This is one of the Paulo's ideas is to bring masters and PhD students that can use that material and get, for instance, a scholarship in South Africa, in UWC. So they will get their master's and PhD with the condition that their PhD or their dissertations will, approach that material, right? So we had, unfortunately, we had a training. This training was done at the Kickstarter. That's the drawers that I said that has the cassettes, audio cassettes. Paul Israel is here. Yeah, this Stanley Selo is one of the employee of Maibuya Tribe, an expert on this kind of things, and he came to Mozambique to give us a training. And this actually we started. Is another one. We started digitalizing. I digitalized some cassettes, and then COVID came. We had to stop. And then the way forward, continue this process, integrate the projects with the master students. Because we were at the first stage we're trying to digitalize that material, and it's actually a bit difficult. And I will hang with the John Morway to work on sounds and aesthetic politics, literature, and I think this is interesting. This is a way forward in terms of knowledge production. And with this, I'm just going to finish with one cassette that I found and I listened to it. And the historians from the site, they interviewed an old lady, right? And they asked her about their lives. And then she started to talk. In the middle of the conversation, she told them, I don't understand this. I think colonial times was better than this. At least we had cassava to eat. What is this? I cannot eat anything. You see? That's the thing. There's a lot of silence in that material. We can today, as Paulo was telling, and someone else, talking to Lisa. It's not the idea is not to destroy the liberation spirit, but to give more, views and amplify the spectrum. And this, I think, goes straight to that thing. This was a styling, not just for the research at the center, but for the regime of truth of Mozambique at that time. There was things that you could not bear to hear because it did not fit in the fabula, right? She told something there that made a noise there. She was telling the story that went there to rescue back that liberation script that, maybe living in colonial time was better than this liberation. All right, thank you. Oh, I thought it was turning for him.
Oh.
Paramos às 6h30.
6h30, não.
Embaixo.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry, I thought it was 30.
I had understood that it was 30, but perhaps you can make it 20 minutes.
Boa tarde. Mesmo em vontade na língua portuguesa e peço uma coisa para dizer. Bom, boa tarde a todos e agradeço pelo convite. O meu colega falou quase a maior parte da nossa comunicação.
Thank you so much for the invitation. My colleague mentioned most of what I wanted to say.
O que eu vou fazer aqui é apenas partilhar aquilo que são os nossos desafios para a preservação das fontes orais de Mozambique.
I will focus on the challenges of the preservation of documents in the National Historical Archive of Mozambique.
De fato, o meu colega bem falou, o arquivo histórico neste momento tem cerca de 7.000 horas de gravação.
We have about 7,000 hours recording.
E eu vou tentar ver 6 subcoleções.
And we need to scrutinize under which conditions they're stored.
No, it's gonna divide in four
They're divided in 4 sections.
Isso. Então, a primeira subcoleção resulta daquilo que é a recolha do próprio arquivo.
First is the result of our own research as archive.
Quase toda a parte de Moçambique, Cabo Delgado, Niassa, Tete, Nampula, Zambésia, Nyambane, Gaza, Maputo.
This is basically all over the provinces of Mozambique, our outreach research.
Esta subcoleção tem, em termos temáticos, tradições orais das etnias, educação e religião, lutas de resistência contra o colonialismo português, a guerra entre o governo e a Renão, palestras de Mário de Andrade, por exemplo, seminários, uma introdução sobre a CMCP, só para ter alguns
Some of the topics is religion, tradition, traditional culture, memories about the liberation struggle and colonialism, but also speeches by Mário de Andrade and others.
Outra subcoleção é aquela que muito bem meu colega mencionou aqui, nós chamamos de oficina de história.
The second section is the result of our history workshop.
O tema predominante nesta subcoleção é, sem dúvida nenhuma, a libertação de Moçambique.
I would say 100% of our history workshop focused on the liberation struggle.
Outra subcoleção que nós temos no arquivo é o que nós chamamos de projeto arquivo sonoro. Eu vou tentar explicar o que é isto.
The third collection is the sound archive.
O Arquivo Histórico de Moçambique estabeleceu um acordo com a Rádio Nacional, neste caso a RM, para fazer a transcrição de todos os conteúdos, todos entre aspas, né? E, de fato, a rádio que tinha conteúdos de caráter de história.
This is largely results from a partnership with the National Radio Mozambique, which would have transcribed all the recorded, all the broadcasting of the radio.
Yes. Em termos,
part of it, more than 100%.
Sim. Em termos temáticos, temos aqui, por exemplo, a luta de libertação de Moçambique, acordos de Lusaka, os comícios populares de Samora Machel.
So we have, for instance, the Lusaka Agreement, Samora Machel's popular meetings.
O acidente de Mozine e a morte de Samora Machel.
Maybe if you
Go ahead. Yes.
Sim, para dizer que também o acidente de Mozine e a morte de Samora Machel.
Yeah, the accident that killed Samora Machel.
E temos uma outra subcoleção que nós chamamos de projeto Achimbita, que é sobre a luta de libertação na África.
The fourth collection is the Achimbita project, which is a collective project on the liberation struggle in Southern Africa.
Uma outra subcoleção é sobre a história da luta de libertação que está em curso neste momento.
Sobre a história da luta de libertação
em Moçambique.
Excuse me.
É uma outra subcoleção que é sobre a história da luta de libertação.
The fifth collection, apparently, is on the history of the liberation struggle in Mozambique.
Temos ainda uma outra subcoleção que resulta de doações de investigadores, trabalho que resulta de trabalhos de pesquisa sobre dissertações, teses.
Another section consists of donations that we receive from researchers, dissertations, research reports.
Aqui podemos destacar temas como a guerra de resistência intercolonial, história dos refugiados, trabalho migratório, justiça popular, entre outros.
For instance, on the immigration, the war, migration, yeah.
Todas estas subcoleções estão em suporte de cassetes de fita magnética.
Yeah, all of this, the media is the music cassette.
E como nós sabemos, a fita magnética tem uma vida muito curta, de mais ou menos 25 anos.
We know, of course, that the cassette has a short average life, on the average 5 years. So, já passou, então.
Uma das primeiras... Então, uma das primeiras medidas que nós tomamos era tentar transcrever, né, passar a informação da cassete para o papel.
First thing we tried to do was transcribe all the cassettes in paper.
Mas isto aqui não resultou em nada, né? São 7.000 horas.
But it was too much.
E com o avanço da tecnologia, neste momento, a única hipótese que nos resta é a digitalização.
With the advance of technology, the only hypothesis that's open as an opportunity is digitalization.
E pronto, para essa questão da digitalização, o meu colega também falou brevemente aqui, pelo menos tivemos uma primeira abordagem, né, um projeto piloto, mas que ainda se mostra bastante desafiador.
We had a pilot project which showed all the challenges.
Então, como podemos perceber ao longo de toda a minha apresentação em termos temáticos, trata-se, sem dúvida, de fontes cujos conteúdos não constam da documentação escrita e indispensáveis para a pesquisa.
As you can see from my report, most of the sources are oral sources. There is no written version of it.
E todas as coleções têm temas sobre a libertação de Moçambique.
All of them deal with the liberation.
E talvez mencionar aqui uma das metodologias que o arquivo sempre usou para a recolha foi a autobiografia.
One of the methodologies used for narco collection has been autobiography.
E se estivermos de acordo que a história não é feita só por líderes,
if you read the history, is not only made by leaders,
podemos afirmar que se trata de uma quantidade considerável de biografias anônimas, cuja preservação é importante, necessária e urgente.
It is therefore necessary that these biographies and autobiographies of so-called anonymous people is urgent and necessary.
Muito obrigado.
Okay, already multiple of these hands.
Oh, yeah, Paul. Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to add, I mean, origin stories are, everyone's got their own different origin stories. So I have my own different origin story, which is a bit less Syria-centric and a bit more archaeohistorical-centric. My origin story goes back to a pier in Salvador de Bahia in 2011, where I had this concept that the interviews of the Oficina, it was something that through Harry West and even they have been lost. And so there meets Simao and asks, do those tapes exist? And he goes, yeah, of course. We have them all nicely stored. And then, like a couple of years later, when I go to look, oh, look at this. But I mean, so my story is actually about order, about the amazing order that the historical managed to maintain. I mean, it's yes, so it's drawers and the tapes are expired, but it's a stunning archival project there in place. And then I think we also mentioned Joel, who was very instrumental to. So we had a lot of meetings, and the idea, and this I think was, surely you were in Europe, yeah, but it was a little bit before we discovered the cave at SEA. And I think with my buoyant, the idea was to try to put in place some kind of south-south digitization project, which went kind of evaded the problems that the north-south kind of pirates, the Aluka pirates, and all those things. Yeah, I know it's like a screamer. And it took us a long time to actually come to a concept of ownership. The key question of ownership. The idea was to start with the Oficina cassettes in the archivo histórico as a pilot project. And we had meetings here and meetings in Cape Town, and we had come to some kind of idea of how it would work. And we had started the thing, and then the cafe came out with like this mountain of things on top of what already did. And then COVID came, and I think we were all then sort of got a bit tired. But we are tired, but undefeated, I hope. So I just wanted to sort of put the important role on the table, the current role that Joel, and I think the fact that he left the archive also a bit froze us because we had something running, and then yeah, but I think he mustn't be silenced. And then if I may, I have a question for Colin, or two. I mean, or a comment. I mean, Colin, I think your point, we conflate liberation, independence, nationalism. But isn't the conflation there within the liberation? Because I think there's I mean, independence, nationalism, and liberation in the sense of the abolition of exploitation meant by men is kind of in a way conflated in this. You have independence or morte, and you have the role that independence plays in the narrative. The Moeda massacre, and you start off the story in the script by going to ask, knock, knock, give me independence at the door of the Moeda administration. So I think there is a symbolic layering in the script, and it's not just us. I mean, even the name, it's a luta armada de libertação nacional, não é de libertação só. Yeah. So should we tear it apart? Maybe yes, but yeah. But yeah. And then just to say something about João Paulo, I think you say that there is no form narrative. I think that was part of his argument. Part of his argument was, in fact, was that he argued that the script had to remain oral in order for it to be fluid and to change according to the circumstances. And in fact, the fixing and writing was an opening up. So I think in a way what you're saying doesn't contradict that argument that built on.
We have two more questions and then the answers.
As a follow, I would like to ask you something about silence that you find about African Study Center. Well, I remember when I was still a student at Edward Morgan University, and one of my professors was telling me a fun story about what was going on in Saya when he was still a student there. And he told me that they used it to write the speeches, the Samora Machel speeches. One of their duties as a student was to write the speeches of Samora Machel. And who was leading this was Aquino de Bragança, of course, who was the director of the Centro dos Estudos Africanos. And we know that Aquino de Bragança was a very close friend of Samora Machel. And then you come here with this silence about the question that lady made the research about the past being better than the present at that time. I don't know, maybe you will hate me if I make this question. In what extent you, Professor Yusufu, Colin Daesh, Teresa Cruz Silva were really doing like a kind of independent research at CIA? Or were you just writing the official instrument? Well, the other question is for Colin Daesh. Well, yeah, well, again, I was reading this biography about Oscar Kida, which is very good military strategy. And this guy, the Arguido, what is the name? Matuse. So he was the biography, he was writing the story of this man. But at the same point, he came across something that happened in Gebuza, and then he spent like 2 pages talking about Gebuza instead of talking about Mateo George Kakit. So he was just starting and going to the other way rather than focus on his object of stats. So the other question here, my question here is, in what extent the person who writes the biography or the life writing narratives, as you say, in what extent the person who is writing the story of someone else or the life writing narrative, is it influential in the narrative that he is writing about that person? Did you get me? Yeah, thank you.
My question is to Colin. Well, you have given a beautiful analysis how the life narratives are intervened by various factors. That's all very acceptable. But my question is, do we then dispense with the concept of authenticity? One. Secondly, what about the epistemology? What knowledge or how do we negotiate the knowledge that we are getting from these? Given the fact that, there are so many ways in which these are intervened.
Okay, now I think it's a good moment to pass, but it's going to be a second round already with some solutions. Okay.
Yeah, the conflation, I was suggesting that perhaps not very clearly that there's a tendency in the discourse to conflate the three concepts. And I'm not suggesting they should be separated. What I'm suggesting is that they are indeed layered and overlapping. And they overlap and they're layered in different ways, in different moments, and in different places. And what I'm suggesting is that a much more nuanced approach to the process of liberation. I mean, obviously the conquest of independence in any country is a major, major moment. I mean, I was in South Africa when the ANC won the first democratic elections, and it was a delirious moment. I mean, it was a real conquest. But that doesn't mean that all the problems are solved by any means at all. I mean, one of the slogans of Frelimo, which is really on the button, I think, is "A luta continua," and it really does. The struggle really does continue because. I mean, the other piece of the so-called liberation script idea is that the new problems emerge when you solve the old ones, whether or not you accept a particular narrative of. So I accept your point, and I think the concept of layering is very useful. It's kind of Venn diagram. The overlapping bits vary according to particular circumstances. That has to be part of our analytical process. Shall I answer all the three questions that I got? Yeah, the idea that the Paolo's, João Paulo's, Bush Coelho's idea that the script is indeed not a fixed narrative is absolutely unabundant. But what I'm suggesting is that we talk about that phrase has come into the historical discourse on Mozambique in ways which I think indicate in some cases, and I'm not talking about anybody here, but somebody has not really taken on board what João Paulo was arguing in the first place. I think the word he uses in his other article, fable, is actually more useful because it contains that idea of fluidity. A script is something an actor works from. It's a written thing. You say this at this moment, and so on. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable just with that particular term. That's what I'm suggesting. The silences question was for you guys, I think. And then the Renato Martins, yeah, I mean, paying tribute to a particular political leader at the moment is a circumstantial necessity. I mean, if you look at Soviet history, the history of the Russian Civil War, which is another area that I've worked with, was a major battle. Tsaritsyn, which Stalin himself played a very minor role, and that city became Stalingrad. So there you have something where Stalin's role is built up in a way. So that kind of adjustment, and you know, yeah, I mean there are risks which historians take in particular moments. You know, there are histories which can't be written. It's art. And there are moments in which histories probably can't be written. And you know, so if you look at the African studies, the history of African studies in the Soviet Union, in the 1930s, there were Africanists caught up in the purges, simply for being Africanists and taking a wrong political line. One of the major Soviet Africanists worked as a cook for about 10 years before he could be rehabilitated. So academic, you know, we say, oh, that's an academic question. Actually, academic questions can be matters of life and death. So that would be my response to that. And your question about how do you negotiate knowledge? I think it's a question of, you know, one has to take decisions based on the evidence and based on the narrative, because the history in the end is unrecoverable. Each of us writes a history according to the evidence, according to what we, you know, we have a lugar de fala, as I say. Speech is situated. You know, I'm a white English male, so I see events, I see things in certain gendered and race and aged perspective, which is and the key thing is to be conscious of that. You know, I'm aware, not always, but I'm aware that I run the risk of.
That's the feminist question.
Yeah, I'm having that perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think I've got one question from the clear and it's, yeah. You know, writing the history of, you know, for me, my experience of writing, you know, the history of African Studies Center was interesting because, you know, I was interviewing my professors, right? So it's like in the process of interview, I could feel that they were also evaluating as teachers, right? It's different when you go, you know, to interview. You are, you know, for instance, you know, research on adolescents' pregnancy. You know that you have the power, you have the knowledge, and then you're going to interview someone, you know. But it's different that you feel that our relation. And second, I'm talking about something of you know, personages of people that are still alive, and they inhabit the same, you know, academic places that I inhabit, right? You know, someone can make a presentation about peasantries in rural Mozambique without any peasants here to listen to him. After he finished, he published a book, and then he said, "Okay, I'm going back to the rural areas, and I'm going to keep them to the book." For me, it's completely different. When I present, they are there. You know, my examination, when I did my PhD examination on the board, Jacques Deschamps was there. And I was talking about him. And maybe I was criticizing. No, I don't know. And it was a big tension, you know, because he changed his mind today. For instance, I told that, you know, I cited one paper that he wrote, it was not published, where he says that anthropology must be banished from university, even Marxist anthropology, right? And so it's different, but I'm going to respond to your question. I think there is a tension here, right? There is an intrinsic tension between this idea of Jean-Paul Bolshevik, the fable, the oral history that must remain, right? And all these exercise that these people did. You know, when I presented here, when I said that they were prolific researchers, that they were writing the history of liberation struggle, this, in a sense, contradicts what Paul Bolshevik is saying. Because he says that, you know, the fable must remain oral, but at the same time, you have all these intellectual vibrancy happening in the center of African study, trying to inscribe that fable in written form, right? So if he says, if George Paul that says that it's an oral history, he's minimizing, he's erasing and silencing all the history that people like Yusuf Adamo, Zambaran did, right? So there's a tension, and I think at that moment it was much more difficult to rewrite the history of Frelimo than to criticize, what the Roots group was doing, research of the present, going to the field, and telling to Frelimo, listen, this thing about the village, communal village, maybe it's not working this way, right? I think the guys from the history workshop were in a more sensitive position and more vulnerable position than the scholars that were doing research on the present, on cotton production, on tea, right? Because they were trying to inscribe that fable in a written form. And that's when writing the history of liberation zones was a very scientific thing. Because Frelimo knew that maybe something could go out of the way. And the researchers at the center knew that, had conscience that, right? That's why Isabel Casimiro was telling you here that there was confrontations. So it's not about. I don't agree with Christian Jeffrey's thesis that they make like a kind of blank page of the things, and they were kind of handmaiden of the political power. There was tensions there, right? There was negotiations, but in a kind of responsible critique. I think there were more, this idea of responsible critique. You criticize, but you are responsible. Because you are part of that regime of truth, right? So there's space, as Isabel Casimiro was telling me, there had space of negotiation, of dealing. There were moments that Aquilino Vargas would be called to the White House, let's say, and say, what is going on? You wrote this, or I had an interview with Bridget Olafri, and she told me that they wrote a report. It was a consultancy work, I think, for UNICEF, about, and then they exactly, and they put on the cover a photograph from Moira Forjage that had some children's, in the background, and they said, you have to take that because it doesn't give a good image of, this socialist transformation, justice and all these kind of utopias, didn't match to that kind of thing. So, they had problems with that kind. So, it's always there. There's tensions. And I think it's part of knowledge production. And, this is something, this is not about context. There's a kind of myth about context. It's not always that we have to put context. Maybe this is a bit provocative, but I believe that I'm more Popperian than, I think context, it's not always that matters. Knowledge production has always to be critical. That's why you have scholars that died, that were killed. It's not about context. It's about their engagement with knowledge production, being critical, And if you are critical and you are in a special place that you have, this kind of violent, political violence, you're gonna have these things. But I don't know. I think knowledge, producing critical knowledge, you can do that without even thinking about the context that you are, because I think it's the essence of being a scientist, is to be critical. Doesn't matter in which context you are, you have to be critical, right?
I've got mixed feelings.
I don't think that the dead researcher is a good thing. I don't think that the dead researcher is a good thing. You better stay alive. And even if you have to negotiate, as certainly is the case in my case here. But the question is simple. To begin with, I have to apologize for Joel Tembe not being here. He had other arrangements. He was, of course, part of the panel. He should have been here. I'm apologizing on his behalf. Second, I personally, just a sentence, I think that at least in the archive of Frelimo, where I've been doing research, I sense it's good that there is a Frelimo archive, quite well kept, it's organized. I have to put it in chronological order and all the rest. I was given permission, but there is a mix in the way it's been organized. There's obviously a mixture of negligence and planning. It's not only just one, either or. And there are lots of narratives why certain sections have been thrown out of the famous boat that carried all the archive from Dar es Salaam to stopping, I think it was called the Bubumayo story. And apparently a number of boxes relating to Mombana itself fell in the sea and nobody managed to record. This is a narrative. There are several history, but I think the archives have been doing research on. I sense, if I were evident, if I was a fortune teller, that there is a mixture of negligence and planning. It's not just planning. And of course, as Borges Coelho, as many others say, and I'm thinking of Jack Goody, what he says about religion with the script or without the script. One thing is practicing religion where everything is oral. One thing is practicing religion when you have a theocracy ruled by the word of God. It's easier to improvise history when the records are not available. So this can certainly be the case for a number of successive presidents that don't want to be overshadowed by the former one. This is another narrative that you hear. That there is a pharaoh model. When the pharaoh died, he brought all his court with him. That's the ideal situation. You die, you bring everything. So there is no. You start from scratch. The question I have is it's a bit rhetorical because I went to the cave, which is amazing and very unhelpful. And I remember the works. And one of the things we discussed in those days, and I think you must have discussed with Paul, which applications, I want to talk about money, because which applications have you tried? I'm thinking of two possible applications. Endangered archive possibility with the British Library. This is a bit whimsical, as many British things, but there is money there. Because they decide what's endangered. You cannot say what's endangered. It's an interesting thing. But it's a Latin more democratic is the fund to endangered archive related to the arts, but perhaps we can of the Prince Claus Foundation, to which I'm close because we got money from there. So I think I would apply to them. And thirdly, to conclude, Church, I want to know why you haven't found money yet. This is a big question. Because with Paulo is a money fundraiser, at least as good as I am. Another series it's interesting to know why, because it's an amazing source of possible information. There was something else in this direction. Yes, and of course, I would suggest that even from the moment you start writing the application for money, you suggest that the stuff it's safe and very much Mozambique History Net style, perhaps in association with Mozambique History Net, immediately put online. No mediation. The only thing that's screwing the people in Aluka is us putting online. There's no other way. Don't you wait to make exchange. I know that there is ludism in South Africa, this new ludism against digitalization. It's ridiculous. Digitalization, when done, it's the only way we have to defend ourselves. That's my position. I wonder what.
Thank you. I will start with idiotic to say that the speech was written by the center president's speech. Generally, when the president was going to make a speech, there was a group nominated José XIV, the director of the radio, etc., etc. They were there. Then the speech went through the party structures, and in the end, there was someone who always controlled the quality of the speech. In the end, was architect José Carrillo. Not José. Não, o Carrillo, o arquiteto Carrillo, era o Júlio Carrillo. Bom, então, isso é só para contar essa pequena história, esses mitos de carochinha que existem. Oh, sorry, the second myth is about going to the White House. I'm sure that people a lot of time had to use certain strategies to give weight to what he was saying. The pressure for the Cotton Report came from Mr. John Cotton, whose real name is João Ferreira. He was the Secretary of State for Cotton. And why it came? Because someone decided to put a photograph of the kids on child labor. So that is something which could have, you can work it many ways. About history in the center, it was very difficult to establish historical research in the center. Colin knows well. The first project which we did was with Alan Isaac, Stefan, a lot of students of history. We went to Cabo Delgado, and it was the relationship between resistance and nationalism. And Isaacman was always practically opposed to collecting data about the war, the struggle, etc., because it was difficult. You have problems. Even the first interviews with Mandanda, etc., were done there. And we would, and what we did always, that's why we have all these documents in the archive, is that we always made copies and we left in the Archive Histórico de Moçambique. Even because at that time there was a lot of suspicion and so on, we would transcribe every interview in each district and we left it there. So, look, we were always open. We didn't do if I was there when I saw these things in the center, I would have gone to the press. You should have gone to BBC, to Voice of America, etc., and looking for money, you play. Because if you want money to do jobs there, you can go to the ones who always funded the center, Sarek, Norat, etc., etc., etc. So don't be childish. No, because there is so much, there will be regular evaluation of the centers. There are a lot of bits which we have to leave them aside. The first, I will come to the biographies. Jacques tried, the Center of Cine História tried to do a biography of someone who worked at the Ministry of Labor. I can't remember the name. So difficult. The person came, he wrote, we had to supervise, then he thought that he was going to have problems, went back, etc. I prefer to speak about ego histories. But okay, we have biographies, but what we have a lot is life passage histories, etc. Main problem which we have now is the reinvention of explanation and reinvention of history of the CA. Mr. Gebrey, who took Mr. Gebrey to the center? It was me. Not I didn't meet Gebrey. I met the guy who was the latest ambassador of Denmark here in a dinner with a friend of mine who was Norwegian, and he was leaving next day. He said, "Did you speak Latino? Do you leave a copy of your report?" He said, I don't have good communication. It was something about the areas where Funamo was active in Ampul. So Aquino met the guy next day. He didn't come with Gebrey. And then Aquino just gave the report, he left. Zé Luís Cavasso created conditions for him to work in Iraq. So the guy comes back to justify himself, saying that we were living in the Seraglio of the Comité Central. That's a joke. So I think we have to be really realists and say that, look, at least we did that. And our liaison with the people in the areas is still there. If I go to Moeda, I go to the districts I have been working. People come to me and ask about the center and the work that we did. And in some places, we left our materials when we could. So that is something which also came from Akin. Akin always prohibited me. He said, you can't have a girlfriend in the areas where you are. Off you go. If you have problems, come to Maputo or whatever. Second, if they give you a chicken, you have to give them twice what they gave you. Take salt, pay, etc. And the other thing which is not mentioned, you only speak about history because that's your business. But in fact, we were working for the development and for empowerment of the people who lived in these districts. We worked for development projects. We didn't get any money. Sometimes a bottle of beer and a good place to sleep. Even when a kid, okay, we got him, a room with air conditioning. And I organized it as I organized the safari, outing. We didn't shoot elephants, but at least we got what we wanted. So I think it's important. We have to have also respect for the work we did. And I'm finishing. The first trip to Cabo Delgado in the Oficina de História, Ruth didn't want to pay. And the money was not coming. I went to my sister and said, look, I need 120,000 meticais. At that time, it was in the dollar, it wasn't much money. She said, it's here. Go and buy. What do you want to do? Well, I'm going to Cabo Delgado. Be careful, huh? Here's the money. I paid the tickets and we went. So what I'm saying is that there have been a lot of efforts which we did. And these efforts have to be respected. And one of lack of respect is when you find a disaster like that, you don't start to plan what you're going to do and your work. You come to the public and say, this is a crime here. And that should be done. I'm sorry. That's what I learned from the Center for African Studies and from a team, etc. And thank God we are still alive.
I talk in Portuguese because my English is very, very big. Ignorante. Quando o Lito chegou ao Brasil para fazer doutorado, when Lito came to Brazil for his doctorate, ele chegou com uma conclusão.
You already arrived with a conclusion.
O Centro de Estudos Africanos era braço intelectual e subordinado a Frelimo.
The Center of African Studies was the intellectual branch of Frelimo.
Eu perguntei para ele, então, para que você vai fazer a tese?
And then he asked him, was a supervisor, then if you have a conclusion, why do you get PhD?
Ele já explicou que não é absolutamente nada disso. Nós todos, fazíamos parte, incluímos num projeto de sociedade melhor no futuro.
All of us dream of a better society in the future.
Mas nós não éramos subordinados ideologicamente a ninguém.
We were not subordinated ideologically to anything.
O trabalho que nós fizemos, aldeias em Cabo Delgado, não era para falar sobre a luta de libertação só.
What we used to do in the villages in Cabo Delgado was not to speak about the independence struggle.
Era para comparar a memória e experiência das zonas libertadas com o momento atual em que nós estamos fazendo a investigação.
Our project was to compare memory and remembrance of the liberated areas during the independence struggle with the present situation.
Nós estávamos muito interessados em saber como camponeses liam e interpretavam os dois momentos.
We were very interested in understanding how the peasants were interpreting in two moments, the present and the independence.
E nós apuramos que havia grandes problemas no pós-independência, na narrativa que os camponeses faziam sobre a sua vida.
And we had to face that there were huge challenges in the narrative relating to the post-independence. Peasants had difficulties in explaining post-independence.
E isto foi o nosso relatório.
This was our report.
Este é o relatório em que o Aquino foi chamado. Teresa está aí, sabe melhor do que eu, o Sufo sabe. Então, se nós fôssemos agentes do partido, nós não faríamos esse tipo de questionamento, nós estaríamos fazendo uma espécie de folheto ideológico do partido.
If we were militant of the party, we would have not done such research. We would have produced an intellectual, a political pamphlet.
Para isso.
Então, tomorrow we start as usual. It's the last session, last day, 8:30, and then in the evening we conclude roughly this time. Huh?
You filme.
Não, eu filmo. Não, eu filmo. Hoje? Amanhã. É hoje? Yeah. The film is today. Let's start. Yeah, there is Catarina Simão movie now. You want to say something? No,
Tem que ser de uma forma que o pessoal também consegue. Já está colocado? Não, onde está o flash? Já passamos.
So for those that still have patience and energy, there's going to be now a screening of a film. It's a short film, 29 minutes. It's 29 minutes. There was a confusion, perhaps because there was an error somehow. So, but it was scheduled in the last of the programs today. The first one was tomorrow.
Several people are leaving, so you're not going to do it. No, because if you do not mind.
No, it's not my mind.
No. You are welcome to pay due attention. Tomorrow we did this schedule at the very convenient time. It's at 4:30. So you have more time because then there is a final roundup and the book launch. So
I think tomorrow it's not a good time for the screening because there's going to be other stuff. I don't know. I think that we have to say yes. So for that's interesting to stay a little bit more. It's a film again. It's short. The name of the film is Effects of Wording. I have just a short disclaimer about the film. The film was in 2014 and it was me doing that, but it was a long time ago and had an interesting effect along the time here also in Mozambique because it deals with history of literacy and education in Mozambique, starting during the
the struggle. So the film is now starting. Can you just pause for a second for me to close the introduction? The film has a voiceover. It's my own voice. I chose the version in English. There's a version also in Portuguese that I made on purpose to show in Mozambique because we have now an international audience. We choose the one in English. So I hope that we can stay a little bit after the screening to have a little bit of a talk if there's questions. If not, well, we have another day tomorrow. Maybe we can meet and talk about it. The lights.
Trabalhadores das plantações, das plantações e das plantações, trabalhadores das minas, dos caminhos de ferro, dos portos e das fábricas, intelectuais, funcionários, estudantes, soldados moçambicanos do exército português. O vosso nome, poderíamos falar uma vez, a liquidação em português.
La lutte de libération du Mozambique est une lutte juste, une lutte légitime contre le colonialisme portugais, une lutte contre l'impérialisme, une lutte contre l'exploitation de l'homme par l'homme, nous dit Samora Machel, président du Frélimo, qui poursuit l'œuvre du premier président mondial, assassiné le 3 février 1969. Notre lutte au Mozambique, continue Samora, veut liquider la misère, mais il faut tout d'abord liquider l'oppression, car l'oppression est responsable de l'ignorance qui règne dans notre pays, de l'analphabétisme, des maladies et de la misère en général. À cause de cela, le peuple mozambicain a décidé de prendre les armes pour lutter contre le colonialisme portugais, car seulement grâce à cette lutte, nous pourrons bâtir dans notre pays une société nouvelle. Nous pourrons construire dans notre peuple une nouvelle mentalité, une façon de penser différente, et nous pourrons créer de nouvelles conditions de vie qui seront favorables à tous les Mozambicains. C'est pour cela que notre lutte est contre le tribalisme. Et c'est pour cela que notre lutte est contre le régionalisme et contre le racisme. La lutte de libération nationale ne prendra fin que le jour où nous aurons liquidé le colonialisme portugais. Et nous continuerons à lutter jusqu'à ce jour. Notre patrimoine est l'unité nationale, car l'unité nationale est la force moteur, est l'arme fondamentale pour battre n'importe quel ennemi et n'importe quelle manœuvre de l'ennemi. Nous considérons le peuple portugais comme notre allié, car lui aussi est opprimé au Portugal. Nous avons donc adopté une politique de clémence vis-à-vis des soldats portugais. Notre lutte, conclut le président Samora, fait partie du monde et ne peut se développer toute seule. Elle ne peut pas rester isolée du reste du monde.
Dear friends, it must be difficult to understand from where you are, situation in countries like ours, the Netherlands being one of the NATO group of countries. Here, some parties are very much afraid of communism. Others are much more afraid of the American influence in the Western world. As a result, the government's position is more or less a compromise. It supports NATO, but on the other hand, it gives support to developing countries. But this support must then be organized along separate channels. The archive of the All-In Committee on Southern Africa is arranged in geographical and thematic categories. Most of the photographs have limited descriptions on the backside. Bagamoyo, as a lexical place, it seems to be a point of ambiguity. It's a town situated 70 kilometers away from Dar es Salaam. It was there where the Frelimo School reopened after the violent events that forced the Muslim Institute to be closed in 1968. At some point, I was told some of the students refused to interrupt their education to join the fight. They were incited to revolt. But there was no change in the words on the panel, nor the need to fight. Those 4 photographs depict the school in Dar es Salaam well before the crisis. Time. The history teacher, one of the 5 white instructors, he just been fingered as a Portuguese spy by the students. He was forced to leave Tanzania. (26) The nurse and instructor, also accused by students. He was taken into police custody. 30. It was for these ends that the Muslim Institute was born. Apparently, description may also require visual interpretation. Text can emerge from within the images. It seems that this form can give the best of itself when it dares to venture to its own limits. In the reading room, during the break, in the classroom, during the rehearsal of a Bartol Brecht play. The leaders say that education and the struggle for freedom are joint instruments for emancipation. Only through the direct experience of the front line can students begin to realize the meaning of independence. Those two notions are deliberately shaped under the very same revolutionary mindset as the reading of a single book. Posing for freedom was a photographer at a training camp. The lessons of the book have very specific subjects, and each subject has its own shade of color. Those colors ultimately rely on the colors of our flag. For this sake, lessons on the wealth of the subsoil are presented on a yellow background. Lessons on the wealth of the soil are presented on the green background, and the shedding of blood on the red background. It is necessary and important that the red color of things, flowers, clothes, or fruits, present us with the image of the blood spilled daily in our land.
Esta fotografia já é do laboratório. E nós tínhamos miúdos desde os 12 anos até 20 e tal. Alguns já tinham sido velhos, outros eram simplesmente meninos que estavam a acabar a escola primária. Mas todos eles tinham uma vivência do que é trabalhar, estudar ou combater nas zonas libertadas. Não? Os pais todos eram camponeses guerrilheiros. E as mães, todas elas, eram camponesas e transportadoras de material. Eu me recordo que procurámos muito, com pesquisa entre os estudantes, a palavra que pudesse ter um som que não chocava com as línguas bandas. Porque com a língua banda que as pessoas falam, há sons que é difícil dizer, e há sons que não são difíceis de dizer. Em algumas línguas não há R. Então as pessoas, em vez de R, sempre dizem R. É por isso que a maior parte das pessoas não diz R. Então, a ideia era procurar uma coisa que era um instrumento que toda a gente conhecesse. E por um som que não fosse tocado. E que fosse fácil para iniciar a ligação entre o instrumento, a palavra, a sua escrita, camarada.
Sim, então, era isso aqui, o instrumento de trabalho, que eles já conheciam. Quando era 12 horas e 5 minutos, houve uma instrução de um bombardeiro a ir para aquela direção. Mas dar volta já. Quer dizer, parecia que ia passar, de repente. Minutos depois, já vinham helicópteros. Pelo menos que eu tinha contabilizado, era cerca de 8. Aí
começamos a dizer, não, é melhor a gente sair daqui, tive de voltar de novo. Mas, quando chego aqui, é um mergulho. Afinal de contas, ao longo do caminho, vinha um helicóptero grande, eu chego aqui no meio, vejo o helicóptero, volto para o helicóptero, para aí, mas passou e eu saltei mais para o outro lado. Então, voltou até o sítio começou a descarregar aí a volta do helicóptero. Se eu ficasse aí, era uma vez. Então, fui lá para o outro lado. Uma sorte, encontro-me com a irmã do Tiago. Encontro-me com ela, e ela a chorar. O que se passa? Disse. Aí que eu saí de casa, deixei uma menina aí com criança. Agora, com uma situação dessas, eu estou a ver que já não tem hipótese, aquela gente não vai salvar. Não, você está enganado. Essa criança não é uma criança que vive aqui mesmo na zona libertada. Então, ela sabe, quando há guerra, ela sabe como se governar. Então, encarar-se e vamos. No dia que atravessamos o Rovuma, mal chegamos do outro lado, eles já estão também na zona de Antagoli, distrito. Então, essa zona, a gente a descansar, vê um avião até lá, baixa altitude assim, depois dispara, e depois continua. Esta aqui, estamos a seguir. Mas era uma coisa muito interessante, porque depois fomos descobrir que aquilo aí resultava de alguém, um agente, que estava infiltrado aí, que estava a dar todas as comunicações. E quem era? Os elementos que nós formamos na União Soviética estavam aí a fazer o trabalho das comunicações. Então, foi descoberto. Foi descoberto precisamente depois desse ataque no centro. A gente viu aí aquele movimento dele, às vezes ia para a casa de banho, afinal de contas, eu aproveitava ligar. Quando foi apanhado.
Isso era quando eles estavam aí para a campanha da alfabetização.
Aquela nossa slogan que dizia estudar, combater, produzir, era aplicado lá na prática. Éramos estudantes, sim. Quando estávamos aí a fazer aquele trabalho de dar aulas, qualquer situação militar que aparece, nós ganhamos. Estamos prontos para responder.
A história do Paulo Freire,
Paulo Freire chegou a memória. Chegou a uma dada altura do nosso memória. O que eu achei é que eu, quando vinha, estava mesmo com uma boa coincidência com aquilo que nós, tanto, estávamos a tentar desenvolver aí, porque eu me lembro que nós tentamos vir mais para as palavras que as pessoas
conhecem mais.
E deve ser também referentes a instrumentos ou
coisas da sua
vida diária. Então, foi quando vimos o que usa, por exemplo, para machado. Então, aparece aí, é preciso de gravar o mato. Para isso é katana, na agricultura, vocês vão cultivar o quê? Vocês sabem o que é mandioca, também dizem mandioca, mas então mandioca é isso. Isso escreve-se assim, isso se pronuncia desta maneira, etc. Hoje é milho, vocês dizem magueira, vocês dizem, não sei, na língua, mas é melhor tentar primeiro insistir que eles digam, mostrar e dizer em português, não em uma coisa primeiro. E assim fomos fazendo o trabalho. Depois, para as pessoas que se encarregaram a reduzir isso e a conceber tudo isso, penso que para para eles foi mais incentivo, mais apoio para eles poderem passar com tornar mais perfeito como esse.
Yeah, very. It's interesting how you some of the documents you show us, particularly those of the Rockefeller Center, I went through the documents you went through. But your recollection of it is much more interesting than my reading. You use it in a much more creative way, so perspective. I just copied them or read them and make connections. You make connection between more documents and all, but also a pictorial connection between documents in many ways. Also meaningful, but also it's an interesting reading of documents. It's curious. I feel that in many ways we're intruding in the same documents, but you are with different warrior attitude, right? Voyeurism is different from your voyeurism. It's just a comment. And,
yes, I wanted also to bring the technology of archiving and the part of understanding of what is printing. That's why it was important to go in different archives in different parts of the world, not only to see how different the content, but for the same, how it's related to know position where the document is produced, the imperial dynamic is archived in the world, the refugee, not emancipated people, the Netherlands. It's kind of the word that is used to engage with this story that we are talking about the school and how suddenly a school is such a threat. It's interesting. The way the threat is seen can be revealed by the system that is now available to. And for example, I tried to, Isabel Casimiro was talking about this archive that was inside the rural Frelimo that was not accessible. This one I tried to reach and it was not available for me. And I didn't want to negotiate. So I introduced this silent aspect in the film too. So this archive is not there. The story is told as a rumor, the sound that makes us see the images in a very much more dramatic way. And then finally, one aspect that here for you might be important also is the footage in Super 8 was done by someone very well known here. His name is Jacinto Close. So we don't say these things, but he, as a young man, of course his story is known. He fled from his plane from the Portuguese army to Dar es Salaam in a very radical act to join Frelimo, to the other side. But he wanted to be a filmmaker too, he was understanding, of course, the moment he was part of. So he brought his a small camera from Algeria, and he returned to Dar es Salaam to be a teacher. I think many of the European people that wanted to join Frelimo went to the education by very evident reasons. They're all white. They will not be in the field in the same way. But anyway, all these aspects of the research to make the film, I don't have to tell everything now because by chance we're part of the Fábrica das Ideias next week, and you see this list of films I used. So I will start from the ending, and we'll pick these originals and bring them again to this montage and other films too.
Let me add just something personal again. A sad feeling they have when they watch a movie. Sad with the country that almost adopted me after 13 years. I found the Netherlands. I know the archive in the Netherlands, and I was part of that solidarity group in those days. And as much as the Frelimo attitude has disappeared, the Frelimo world of those years, also the solidarity world in the Netherlands doesn't exist. That society has developed in a very self-society, from a society where Puritanism was centered on the act of giving, to a society that's developed into an act of holding on to your guns.
And you can see the very material aspect of this archive. The photos are there. There's the interrogation points. They want to introduce more evidence, but they can't. You know, of course, they were also understanding now that they were part of this propaganda kind of discourse, and Mozambique institutes at certain point after the crisis closed as a school, but this was not announced. So they continue to use Mozambique Institute as, in general, all things related to education and social development. So they were confused. They were saying, where is this Dar es Salaam? But it was Tunduru. And so now they are with the help of two very interesting characters known as the Dreisman, Jan and Frauke Dreisman, that worked for in education for more than 40 years and started. They joined for them in 71, 72, and they were teachers in the so, and they were helping the archive in the Netherlands to complete, to put it more accurate, and that's where I met them actually. Well, there's other stories too, because the materials. The same, they were the only ones actually that could read with them these textbooks in the archive that everyone now is telling for some reason, because it's an incredible archive. This material is there as forbidden material. So if someone freedom fighter will brought his textbook, he was a suspect. But if you are white and clean and from a country that actually was supporting the colonial system, as the Netherlands at that time, you could just go through. So they could keep a lot of material that no one could. And there was a policy actually to leave everything where you are. You want to travel, but you don't carry anything with you. And this is the best thing to lose stuff.
Thank you, very interesting. Just one curiosity. Where are these textbooks documented?
So they are trying to find a place to be organized. Okay. So there is a discussion about this now, because these people are getting older now, and they want to understand where they could. Yes, the first place where it makes sense to be here, as we saw from last presentation, maybe.
Second thing is very interesting because there are different aspects that put in the future think comparatively. For instance, this time I was thinking about the same textbooks that was made by PIGC, the women that I talked about was about in Conakry. Yeah, textbooks.
There was collaboration which followed the book. Some textbooks were made for the same.
But that material in our case is now based on the song. I mean,
some of them, yes.
Okay, so I want just to know if you have in mind some kind of, some kind of future work and research comparing this thing.
Some of the textbooks were the same, they were produced as a symbol. Some of them were produced in Judea, changing only the names from Angola, cities in Angola, cities in Mozambique. There's a lot of stories, of course. This film just show a little bit. There's a book also I wrote in this context. It was an exhibition in 2014 in Museo Ana Sofia. There's a lot. It was the 10 years of struggle in producing material. Yes. Some of the material then was migrated then to Mozambique, independent Mozambique, and was rewritten. But many of the figures and drawings are the same. So the first time I showed this in Mozambique, people were like, I know this, because they knew not from this time, but from future events.
Thank you very much, Katerina. I just want to say that the poem speaks amazingly to the example. It's uncanny, the issues that also get picked up. So that's something very resonant. And then I just wanted to say how fascinating it is the way you work with the image, because without being didactic, giving an exposition, or cluttering us with words, you manage to show visually a sense of the projection of the form. You black it out when there's audio so we hear better. It's like you do a separation of the senses at times that really makes us think about the mechanisms of the media. That I thought was really, really interesting and skillful and really terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katerina. Fantastic work. And you collected the documents which we, in the sense that I look at a city. I think we did a lot of photographs, filming, etc. One thing which did and was not mentioned was that we took all the films which were made during the liberation struggle in northern Mozambique, and we showed them in the villages. And the reaction of the people was that they thought we were going to show them videos of Bud Spencer or cowboys, etc. Like very much what we showed.
Yeah, it's Bud Spencer.
Yeah?
He was a friend of my father.
Yes.
He was a good song.
So what I'm saying is that you have even discovered things which we never knew, that Jacinto Veloso had been filming, and he put this out there. I think it's extraordinary work. The dean of the state request, please, can you do a film like that about the archive which Carlos is complaining all the time?
We have in dialogue. We are actually on the funding.
Yeah, but for the funding, we need that. We need a good film like that which we can use, and I can teach him a bit of diplomacy.
Maybe it's easier to get funding for a film about food than actually solve the problem. And this is a problem with these nations that you mentioned. They want to see blood. They don't want to. But now maybe with the war in Cabo Delgado, this can be a point. Let's not speculate. Stay away from
if you don't start with the positive approach that you might have, the funds and the means of the country, the means to keep the jobs together. That's what I learned.
There's a good heads in this project.
All right. Bye bye, Yanni Rantala.